Tales from the Crypt. Oh, hello, creeps. Greetings, thrill shriekers. Talk about hack-exhilarating. Greetings, Hack and Field fans! Tales from the Crypt! Oh, hello, kiddies! Tales from the Crypt.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 186 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the Canadian Crypt Keeper, and still the Toxic Offender, aka Moods. Yeah. And chilling with me in the house tonight, we have the American Troll Keeper, Double Shotless J, aka JP. What's going on, buddy?
Yo, long time coming, dude. About to do some Tales from the damn Crypt, courtesy of the homie Vitali, who I gave credit to picking the I Spit on Your Grave show, but it wasn't him who picked it. I'm really bad at that.
I think we've established that we're horrible with the names in Patreon, man. This is crazy. I don't know. We'll try to work on that a little bit better in the future, but again, we do thank you. We are saying thank you, even if we're not dropping the name. We do appreciate it. So, and for the most, I mean, even though I Spit on Your Grave was probably one of the most painful shows I recorded in so long, we still thank you for picking it.
Right. Yeah. But so what's up, dude?
Nothing, man. Nothing. Oh man, I just had like a relaxing 5-6 days. I was out doing some camping. It was weird too, because while I was out there, like things were mostly kind of like shut down, but then June 1st happened and things kind of opened up a little bit more. It was weird. So I just spent the last like 5-6 days out at the lake and relaxing, having some drinks, just kicking it, listening to tunes. I couldn't ask for more. I mean, it was so nice to get out of the house because, I've been stuck in the house pretty much for like 3 fucking months. And just go and relax and do nothing. Read a lot. I listened to a lot of tunes and drank some low-cal beers. And it was good. I really enjoyed it. It was fun as hell.
That sounds awesome, dude. I'm kind of in one of those moods myself where I feel really cooped up. It's like whenever I get a heavy seasonal depression in winter, but it usually doesn't hit until about like January, February, like late January, early February, where I just can't wait for the weather to get nicer and stuff like that. And it's like this one has lasted extra long because of, it's like I got a small little taste of freedom, and then with the quarantine and everything, it just feels like it feels like summer, or like even spring really hasn't began. So it seems like it's starting to get, a little looser now. So I'm pretty excited, man. I can't wait to go enjoy the weather outside, because you even just talking about it made me realize that that's what I'm missing in my life. Like I need to go outside. I need to be out in the, sun a little bit, fucking lose some of my paleness, just get some vitamin D in me.
Yeah, man, I got, I mean, it wasn't like the nicest, so I went out on Thursday and I got back today. So it's like 6 days, whatever. I don't know, 5-6 days. And I mean, there was moments when I was driving out there, it was raining, but it actually turned into a pretty nice day. And then when I left, it was just like pissing buckets, man. So I like went out when it was raining and left when it was raining, but the weekend was really nice and I did get some color and stuff. But I know what you're saying, man. It just felt nice. And I feel like if there's any way to even social distance, I mean, even though my aunt actually, I didn't even know that she was going out there, and she actually came out for a couple nights, and so we got to bullshit with them, sit around the fire, have some drinks and shit like that. So that was kind of cool. But just getting out and, you know, sitting by the river and, you know, just
fresh air,
and just like literally reading and listening to tunes and, you know, having some beers, and just it was just so relaxing. Even though I've been sitting around for like the last 3 months, it was just nice.
You ride your bike a little bit too?
Rode my bike everywhere around the county. Yeah, rode it for every single day. It was great, and it's nice. Actually, this place that we went to, it's got pretty awesome trails, like back in the bush and shit. So we were ripping around on there and stuff, taking jumps and shit, and surprisingly never killed myself, because like I'm not used to doing like full on jumps anymore and shit like that. But it was good, man. It was just a good time. We just had a really good time. Like, me and the kid went out the first night, and the wife, she had to work, so she came the next night and shit like that, and we stayed an extra night also. So yeah, it was cool. Yeah, spend some time and just, you know, clear the head and just kind of enjoy it too. I feel like, you know, if you still need to kind of do that distancing thing, you might as well be outside doing it.
Right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was really good.
That sounds good, dude. Yeah, I took a ride on the quad the other day, and that was really the first time I spent some time outside, like all since winter, dude. Like, it's crazy. Like, I actually spent a little bit of time out there and you know, drove around a little bit, rode around a little bit, and felt the wind and the fresh air, and it felt good, felt real good. So, and then of course I went and picked up my 4 gays of Zombie and Maniac. That's I read the quad up at the post office, and yeah, I was really excited about that. But yeah, so I think that, you know, I'm gonna try to make it a point this next week or two to go outside a little bit more. I know I'm going to the drive-in, because our drive-ins have opened back up, which is pretty exciting.
Oh, that's cool.
Gonna go on Monday, I think, because the drive-in, I think, is open Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And I have a show with you guys on Friday. I got the UFC fights on Saturday, so the next day I'm available is Monday.
Yeah, man, it's the way to do it. Keep yourself busy. It's awesome.
Right,
man.
Yeah, and that's something that I try to do a lot is, you know, I know Jeremy was going through a hard time there for a little bit, and the thing that I always do, and everybody's different, but the thing that helps me the most is to stay busy. If I'm ever dealing with anything, you know, just keep your mind off stuff. Like, sitting in the house and not doing anything, like, is torture for me. When I'm going through some stuff. So I always try to stay busy, keep my mind occupied, whether it's like watching film or, you know, going out or being with friends or whatever you can do to not just be stewing in your own head.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. There's just nothing worse than sitting inside your house, just like brain dead. Like,
yeah,
it's like
especially when you're in a bad mood or
right?
You got bad luck going on or something. Yeah,
I know. Like, the last couple months, I mean, I've been really busy with doing like a lot of different stuff, and that's just how I deal with things too. I'm the exact same way. Like, if I'm in a bad mood or if something's happened to shit, I just keep doing shit. I never mope around and sit around and shit like that. Like, I try to keep moving and doing shit, even though, like, sometimes, and everyone goes through times like that too, right? You know, you have shitty personal things, or you have these world issues, or whatever the hell's going on. There's always something, but just, it's how you deal with it, man. And staying busy is like number one therapeutic thing for sure, man, for sure. I mean, it gave me a chance during the quarantine, you know, to do some videos, and you know, at the end of the day, I even talked about this before, and I couldn't believe like how busy I made myself get, and then I realized there wasn't even enough hours in the day to, you know, to do everything I wanted to do. It was absolutely insane, right? So, I mean, if I look at it like that,
soon. I'm gonna do some videos soon. I got to finish up my 31 Days of Horror from last year.
That's ridiculous, man. You know, the one thing that I hope starting to straighten out like quick, man, is the fucking mail system. You know, it's been an ongoing thing. Dude. It's been an ongoing thing for years and years and years. I've always complained about how I get fucked on mail system all the time, but like nothing is as bad as it is right now. Like, you know, I've been an Amazon Prime member for 12 years or 13 years now or something. And like, I've been waiting on Prime stuff that I ordered like, you know, 2 weeks ago that shipped. It's just getting stuck in transit. You know, like that's how shitty and backed up the mail system is right now. I mean, I can't be mad about it because of everything that's going on and shit, but it's just fucking crazy how backed up everything is. Like Canada Post even put a message out and they said, you know, if you're waiting on, you know, this type of stuff, like expect 6 to 8 week delays. And I'm like, what the fuck? So much for 2-day shipping. It's like,
right.
holy shit.
It's like we were talking before the show and I told you I ordered some Scream Factory stuff April 16th.
Yeah.
April 16th. It is in June at this point.
Yeah. Like it's so crazy. Like I actually just checked the tracking on this thing. And so I'd ordered the CD, with Amazon Prime. Anyways, they had to get it from, I think it came from New Jersey, which is fine. So it made it up to Montreal, you know, a couple days later. Like I think it was like a few days, but it's been sitting there for 2 weeks now in Montreal. It hasn't fucking moved. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? And it's been rescanned. It like got there and then a week later it got rescanned and I was like, okay, this is so.
Does that mean it's moving now?
I don't know, man. It said departure, but it said it was scanned out too, because it was scanned in again and it was scanned out. And that was like 5 days ago now and it still hasn't moved. So it's got to be at its destination if it moves. So I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I'm just finding it pretty comical right now because it's just always one thing or another. And that's the other thing too, like, I'm not really ordering international because obviously the shipping prices have gone ridiculous. Like Amazon UK is charging £33 for one fucking Blu-ray because they're expediting the shipping, which it makes sense because they don't want shit like lost in, you know, general mail and stuff like that. So I get that, but £33, dude? What? That's like, that's insane, seriously, dude. That's seriously $55 Canadian.
For shipping.
Yeah.
One Blu-ray.
It's so funny. So yeah, I'm just, and the funny thing is I'm actually waiting for a couple orders from 88 Films too, so I don't know when the hell I'm going to get those. I'm still waiting on my MVD order. That shipped April 22nd, so I don't know. Maybe it'll show up someday. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I picked up Flesh-Eating Mothers from Vinegar Syndrome because it was like on sale on Amazon for like under $15, and I was like, oh. Yeah. It was like 13 or something. I was like, you don't really see Vinegar Syndromes go for that price. So
no,
picked it up. Of course, the shipping is like saying like, you know, 1 to 2 weeks. And I'm like, I have Prime as well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's crazy right now, man. The shipping is nuts. Hopefully by freaking October when our Dawn of the Dead box set's ready to ship, hopefully everything will be back in order.
Yeah, you know, since I ordered the 4K one or the 4K one, I think it's probably essential or inevitable that I do kind of look towards getting the 4K TV upgrade. I mean,
see, it's happening.
I mean, we did briefly talk about this, but you know, I was talking about how I had no need to upgrade to the TV because everything was all good, and then realized shortly after we had that discussion on the podcast that I actually do need to get another TV because I realized the one that my kid plays his games on, I put back into the motorhome. So there's no TV in this room for his like PlayStation 4 and 3 and whatever. And I'm like, that's a great opportunity for me to move my TV from downstairs into this room and then just buy myself a brand new, bigger one. So
listen, all you got to do is, I'm sure your kid plays sports, right?
Oh yeah. Yep.
So baseball, you got baseballs laying around.
Oh yeah.
So all you got to do is throw a baseball through the one in the living room and just tell the wife that the kid did it.
Which you totally believe too, because I swear, man, I swear to God. And oh my God. Like, so oddly enough, I've talked about how much I hated the first movie so I hate Grown Ups, the first movie. I just couldn't stand it. But anyways, I don't know what it is recently, but every once in a while when I'm flipping through Netflix and stuff, and I think it's because Happy Madison Productions has done so many goddamn movies that are all on Netflix. I'm just like kind of going through them and watching.
I saw you were watching those the other day on Letterboxd.
Yeah, so I watched because the wife is like, no, because she'd seen Grown Ups too, and I'm like, and she's like, I know you hated the first one, but check out the second one. It's actually pretty funny. And I was like, seriously? And the only thing I can think of is how much I hate Kevin James. I'm like, he's the worst fucking replacement for Chris Farley ever. And I'm like, and she's like, you know, he's not really like the main focus, but he does have like some funny shit that's going on in it. I'm like, okay. So anyways, I like checked it out and I thought it was actually pretty good. And I was actually laughing in parts and shit like that. But okay, so where I'm going with this story is, so Kevin James has a son in this movie and he's really, really dumb. Right? There's a scene in the film where they're like, what's 7 times 8? And he's like 78. And he's just like clueless when it comes to everything, right? Mm-hmm. And the wife looks at me and she goes, "That's our kid. That's Troy." It's like, oh my god, this is so the same. I'm like, oh my god, it's so bad. But so now he's like, I keep referring, like, we're out camping, I kept referring to him as the kid from Grown Ups too. He's like, oh my god, it's just so mean, but it's funny at the same time, because honestly, if you knew him, he's very similar to that at times, where he'll just blurt out things without thinking about it, even though he knows the answer, kind of thing. And it's like, oh, come on.
Yeah,
right? It just makes him just not look that smart.
Sounds like me. I used to do that all the time, because I would be like, my pap always made me nervous. I just, like, he would be like, "Here, hold this and hold this wrench here while I start this car," or something. And like, it would be something as simple as holding the wrench, and here I am just fluttering it all over the place, falling in between the damn like transmission or something, and then you got to fish it out for 20 minutes because it's stuck. And I would fold under pressure, but only with him. Like, anything else in life I would be fine, but with my pap, I would always, like, if he would tell me to do the simplest damn task, and I would end up screwing it up somehow.
Like, there's a part in the movie in Grown Ups too, where he's like, the kid's like, "Oh man, it's like it's like 8:15 and school starts at 8:25." Or no, I think one of the parents says that, and he's like, "Yeah, so that means we only got 25 minutes to get to school." And I'm like, oh god, like, as a parent, you just like, what do you do? Right?
Yeah,
it's so bad. But I don't know what it is, man. I keep like putting on these like comedies and shit. I don't know, just to kind of break up, just all the genre films I watch all the time and shit. It's whatever. I'm just kind of catching up. So
right.
I find myself actually not really hating them as much as I used to. Like, I don't know if I went back and like, I thought Grown Ups was so terrible, but
I loved Grown Ups. I've never seen the sequel, but I didn't like the Grown Ups film as a comedy. I liked it as like a family friend, like heartfelt, like type of like family oriented film.
I feel like the sequel is more of like, it's still got the whole family elements to it, but I feel like it also has a lot of comedy to it. And it's got goofy, silly comedy, like with Kevin James, who can burp and fart at the same time and shit like that. It's so stupid, but I like fart jokes though. So even though it's coming from his fat ass, I can still kind of chuckle about it. So, but how do we keep talking about fucking Adam Sandler movies all the time?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. Well, I mean, I did just watch that Kevin Smith movie, Becky.
Oh, how was that?
Not Kevin Smith, Kevin James. Kevin Smith.
Yeah, no, I know what you meant. I know what you meant, Becky. How was that?
Honestly, man, we're reviewing it on the next His and Hers, which will be out by the time you hear this, so it doesn't matter what I say. But there was aspects of it I liked, but overall, another miss for the year for me. Yeah. It was nasty. Like, it had some gore and stuff, and was kind of cool like that, but it just was like kind of sloppy. And I honestly, like, I see a lot of people saying Kevin James gave a great performance, like, as a villain. Like, he's like a Nazi villain in this. Yeah. And I just couldn't buy it, honestly. So it didn't really work for me that much. But yeah, this year has been kind of rough for me with movies. Like, I have a couple films that I would consider list worthy, but it better pick up we're at the second, in another couple days it'll be halfway point. So
yeah, it's getting pretty scary.
It needs to pick up. And it always does usually pick up in the fall, but as of right now, this might be one of the weaker starts that I've ever seen. And I've actually watched a lot this year. I've probably watched 30 movies already, which is way ahead of what I'm normally at.
Yeah, if you watched 30, man, you're right up there with me. I think I've watched 32. I guess I just watched that Al Adamson documentary, which was really good. But yeah, no, this year, like, I mean, the crazy thing is, like, I feel like I've watched a lot of what I probably should be watching too, and like, that's not a good sign, dude. Because like, I don't feel good with this list as of right now. Like, I've bypassed a few of the ones in the earlier part of the year that just I had no interest in stuff. But holy shit, dude, I mean, it seems like every year the first like kind of quarter is always really slow, and it usually picks up right away. But
Right.
we're halfway through now, and that's a little bit sketchy. But then again, I mean, considering what's happened this year and stuff, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to get a whole lot better, it's kind of weird, man. Not a good start to the new decade.
I think I'm right at about 31 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I've saw a couple that I've really liked, but for the most part, dude, it's kind of been disappointment.
Yeah, man. I just, and the crazy thing is, it's more about the unknown too. Like, we don't know what's actually going to get released for the potential theatricals, and like if the theaters, like I can't see the theaters even opening again this year. So are they just going to push them all till next year, or are they just going to eventually say, fuck it, let's VOD this shit, or just push them back until they can show them in the theaters, or what? Like, I don't know, man. I hope we get something better. Every year, man, there's so many VOD films that kind of stick out too, right? Indie films and VOD films, but I feel like we're not even getting that. That's what's kind of frustrating for me this year.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I know it's been hard. I mean, I do his and hers, and we've been weekly pretty much since the year started, and even trying to find a film to watch has been a pain.
Yeah, and that's not a good thing. It's usually there's so many that you could possibly check out.
And there's so many films that are like, I feel half baked to me. Like, so many films that I liked aspects of, but just didn't commit enough. Like, did you see 1BR?
No, I didn't see that one yet.
Did you see The Wretched?
I did see The Wretched, yeah.
Yeah, well, both of those films, I think we did those like back to back. Same problems with both of them. Like, they both were kind of cool, had some cool stuff, but just didn't fully work for me.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man. I watched The Wretched actually with the wife, believe it or not, and she actually thought it was pretty cool. And I was like, and it definitely is one of those movies that has the aspects that's really cool. It's just the reveal of, not even reveal, but how he discovers that she's a witch. I don't even understand that in the fucking movie at all. It didn't even make...
he just starts like researching witches all of a sudden. I'm like, what the fuck led you to that conclusion?
Like, to me, if she was acting all strange and fucked up like that and shit, wouldn't you more or less go towards like maybe she might be possessed or something? Why witch?
Maybe crazy at first.
Or crazy? Like, just you start with the obvious type shit. I mean, right? Like, I don't know. That shit didn't really make a lot of sense to me. I actually brought myself to watch. People kept saying to me, they're like, you got to check out Fantasy Island. And I was like, really? I'm like, why do I have to? I mean, that's how good this year is, or shitty this year is. People are like, you got to check out Fantasy Island. And I'm like, fine. It wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen. I mean, I kept hearing from everybody it was like, or from some people, it was like the worst film they'd seen all year and shit like that. I'm like, no, it's not the worst film ever. But
no, I think because we did that one on like episode 6, and I think I gave it like a 6. Like, it was like, all right, it wasn't too bad. I liked some stuff about it.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I mean, it wasn't like horrible, but
did you see The Platform?
Did I see The Platform? What the fuck? When was that?
The Netflix film.
Oh, no. I was thinking, it sounds familiar. No, I haven't seen it yet. I actually have it on my short list to watch.
That is one of the better films I've seen of the year.
Yeah, I kept hearing that, actually. I kept forgetting about it, and then every time I look at my to-watch list, it's just not growing, but that one's still on there. Yeah.
If you like stuff like Cube, it's right up that territory. Mm-hmm. Cool concept, cool message, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've stooped to the point of watching... I watched The Turning a little while ago, The
Turning?
Yeah.
That was our 3rd episode, and that was I think that's like it's down there with the worst film I saw of the year. The Turning and The Grudge both sucked horribly.
Yeah, The Turning was just not good. It just wasn't a good telling of the story,
There's so many of them, and it's just like, what are you doing here? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to do anything new and exciting? Or are you just trying to tell the same damn story over and over again and not really add anything to it?
Yeah, man. I mean, even the standout films from this year, like The Lodge, where a lot of people have been talking about it. I mean, it is kind of hit and miss with some people. Some people are really loving it, and others are kind of like, it's good. and then
I liked it a lot. I'll say that seeing it in a theater probably helped with it a lot, because that was one that we ended up getting. It was a limited release, but we ended up getting it. And yeah, that was, well, you also, like, keep in mind, like, I watched The Grudge, Underwater, The Turning, After Midnight, Fantasy Island, then The Lodge in the theater. I didn't watch After Midnight in the theater, but so it was like I was on a streak of these bad movies. So
Did you not like Underworld or Underwater? Underworld.
I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was good.
Yeah, I thought it was okay too.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, The Lodge wasn't as great as I thought it could have been. I think there was a lot more potential there, but it kind of blows its cover a little bit for myself.
After Midnight was really disappointing for me. Yeah,
dude, that was just brutal, man. Oh, super disappointing. I still think one of the biggest pieces of shits I've seen all year, which, production value is not even, it's still well made and stuff, but We Summon the Darkness I fucking hated.
Yeah, I did like We Summon the Darkness. I'm not like super high on it or anything. See, Carly liked these movies a lot more than me. Like, she really liked We Summon the Darkness like a lot, and she liked The Wretched a good bit. Mm-hmm. Of course, Vivarium was good. I know you like that one.
Oh, Vivarium was excellent, man. Butt Boy was actually really good.
I got that as a screener. We were going to do it on the His and Hers, but I didn't know if it was like horror at all, so I ended up skipping it.
It's definitely an interesting way to look at serial killing. Just put it that way, dude. It's fucked up, man. It's definitely super unique in its approach and narrative, for sure. I just thought it was really unique and well done. It was interesting. It was an interesting movie. Definitely one of the more interesting movies of the year. Which I
think the fan favorite is VFW.
Oh yeah, VFW is just a fucking riot, man. I loved it. I love the cast in it, man. And
so
those whole siege,
it was really great.
The siege narrative, I mean, we've seen these things done lots of times, but you can pull it off when you do things right like this, when you film it correctly and you put the right characters and actors in there. And I think that's why this movie works so well, because those people belong in that movie. And I think the whole narrative is actually just fun. It's just fun. So
yeah, I agree. That one stood out to me.
What did you think of Blood Quantum?
Haven't seen it yet.
Oh, I thought you guys did it on His and Hers.
We don't do streaming films, like ones that are for Shudder and stuff, because we do those on Netflix and Chill, but we don't do Netflix and Chill as often anymore.
Okay, I see. I recommend Blood Quantum. It's pretty solid, actually. Really solid.
Yeah, the last one we did was Exorcism at 60,000 feet.
Oh yeah, and you guys probably didn't like that at all, did you?
No, not at all. It's actually the lowest rated film I have of the year.
Oh, I thought it was fun. I was fucking Bill Moseley.
There was certain things about it that were fun, but it just was it was too much, man. It lost me. I liked certain aspects.
I was in a really good mood when I watched it too, because I remember I was watching upstairs and the wife was doing something and I was just pissing myself, and she's like, "The fuck are you watching?" I'm like, "I'm watching this ridiculous like Exorcist ripoff on a fucking airplane." She's like, "Oh my god, you watch the worst shit." Like literally, that's what she said to me. It was fucking stupid, but I don't know. I was having fun with it, man. I was surprised at like the people that had cameos in it. It was kind of interesting. Like Adrienne Barbeau, her death was kind of funny in it. Yeah. It's just weird, man. Like Lance Hendrickson, I thought he was funny too. I love the part too. He's the pilot, and then they're getting ready to take off and shit, and he just kind of breaks open this like really expensive bottle of scotch and starts drinking. I love the co-pilot's reaction. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, it's awesome. But I mean, I could see it's definitely an acquired taste. I wouldn't agree. I mean, it definitely is kind of on that whole Trauma-esque spoof type thing, but I mean the production value is a little bit higher than some of the films you're going to find on Trauma for sure. Mm-hmm. But yeah, but overall kind of a mixed bag for me so far. Like probably have about 3 films I would be happy in a top 10, but besides that, man, I'm just kind of waiting for some better stuff. Oh, I know, dude. It's been like, what's up with the Netflix and fucking Shudder and stuff? Like they're just not getting films like they used to. I thought it would be starting to overload with these VODs and shit, and I'm just like, I'm not seeing anything. Right. Yeah. It's really strange, man. Really, really strange. Yeah, I think I'm in the same thing. Like I would feel confident putting like 2 or 3 of the films into a top 10 this year, but I mean that's pretty bad halfway through a year. So
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's a 2020 rundown once again.
yeah, nice little mid-year recap.
Right? Yeah, got to do it, I guess. Fuck, it's just so disappointing. I mean, I feel like this one's shaping up to be the worst year in so long.
I 100% agree with you. I mean, we say that a lot, that, you know, at the beginning of the year, that it's not really doing well, but I actually mean it this time. Like, this year is not doing well. And I mean, there were a lot of films scheduled for release that got pushed back, so that definitely factors in. But I mean, you're starting a new decade here, and if this isn't the worst year for the decade, I'm going to be very disappointed.
You're right.
For the next 10 years.
I mean, we have considered what's been going on in the world and all that type of stuff, but still, come on. You know, there was a lot of movies that were finished and done and stuff. Where the fuck are they?
I know.
So it's just, it's
I wonder
very.
if we'll still
odd.
get Halloween Kills.
You know, man, I honestly don't even care. I really, really don't. I actually saw someone
just
posted
can't
it.
Not be excited for Halloween, even though I'm with you, and I think that Halloween. It's called Halloween. That's so annoying. It's literally called Halloween. That film wasn't Halloween 18. I guess wasn't what I wanted. So,
No.
But I'm just still hopeful that maybe this one will be.
Well, I mean, it's.
If anything, it's made me appreciate Rob Zombie's 2 versions so much more.
It's going to be no
especially
Turkish.
part 2.
It's going to be no Turkish Loomis, that's for sure. But man, I know, right? I mean, Halloween 18, it just fuck, dude. It makes you want to go back and watch. And for me, it's not even forcing me to go back and watch Halloween 2 because I became a fan of it. I mean, we've told the story many, many times on here. We've seen it so many fucking times that we have this appreciation for it, you know? And like, I saw it in the theater and walked out scratching my head going, what the fuck just happened? Right? And, you know, and I can see why people just don't want to revisit after one watch or kind of thing. But once you watch it a couple times, it's there, man. It's there. But yeah, Halloween 18, oh my God. See, and that's the thing. Like, I really just can't get on board with that. And then having these 2 other sequels that are coming, I'm like, how much more wretched is this shit going to turn into? Like, what's it going to do? I'm still going to watch them. I mean, they're franchise movies. I mean, you got to check them out. They're Halloween films and shit. But I don't know, dude. I don't know after that little abomination, but fucking Halloween fans are just screaming. Screaming at the fucking show right now.
I mean, there are a good bit of people that do agree with us too, but yeah, there's definitely like a lot of lovers of that film.
Oh yeah,
there's people that say that it's the best since the original.
What the fuck? No, I can't, man, I can't. But those are also the same people that say Halloween 3 fucking blows. So fuck off.
Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah, man, we should probably get into the show.
Yeah, let's do it. Very excited to talk some Tales from the Crypt here. Thank you, Vitaly. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, let's do this.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moods, it's your boy, the ill-mannered Funky Child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
I look into the future, my darlings, and for you I see something grotesque. It will sicken and disgust you. It's me! Tonight's tale is a sickening stab at suspense about a gold digger who wanted big bucks to buy baubles and bangles. Look out, Kathy. I see you just might buy the big one.
Oh yeah, Tales from the Crypt Season 2. It is finally here.
Yeah, 5 years after the original season review, which is just insane. I believe that was in the episode like 56 or something like that.
Yeah, I was trying to think about when we uploaded that one before we got on here, and I was like, it has to be like 5-6 years ago, but yeah, I was pretty much bang on with that.
October 27th, 2015.
Yeah, a lot of people have asked us to come back and, do... Actually, a lot of people said, do Tales from the Crypt. And I'm like, actually, we did season 1. It was a long time ago. So they're like, well, fuck it, then do season 2. And, we just been kind of, busy with other shows, Patreon and stuff like that. But we're putting this one together. And, yeah, it's Tales from the Crypt, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, definitely. I remember as a child... And I'm not sure how much we've talked about this on the previous episode because it was like 5 years ago, but I remember as a child loving this show. I mean, season 2 came out in 1990. The first episode here we're going to talk about came out on April 21st, 1990.
Isn't that crazy? It's almost 30 years to the day. Like it is, depending on what time zone you're in right now, it's April 20th or 19th.
Yes.
That's really trippy.
Like right now, it's April 20th.
This isn't even planned that we're doing this pretty much on the...
Dude, that is crazy.
Pretty much on the 30th anniversary of season 2, we're starting this, and that wasn't even planned. I just happened to note that when I was looking at the dates, I was like, holy shit. I'm like, that's trippy. That's like today. Really sad.
That is weird, man. And, it came out in 1990, a year before I was... Or, season 2 came out in 1990, a year before I was born. Mm-hmm. And But I remember, like, dude, I have memories of being like 4 years old, like three or 4 years old, watching this, because my aunt and uncle lived in the house that I bought, and I remember they only lived there till like 93 or something like that, or 94. But I remember being in that house in the upstairs bedroom, like with them watching Tales from the Crypt, and it always like the intro, dude. And I'm sure you'll play it at some point in this episode, always got me, dude. It just it creeping down through the mansion castle thing and into the damn crypt and just him popping up and he's like whatever.
It's that whole Evil Dead camera work. And then he gets the Crypt Keeper.
Dude.
It's awesome.
And I don't know how long it's been for you, but I actually haven't revisited Tales from the Crypt in probably about 3 or 4 years. Me and Carly watched the first season when I first met her, and I haven't watched it since then, other than when we did it in 2015. But just that intro again, and the beginning and the end bookends with the Crypt Keeper. It's even in 2020, 30 years later, that puppeteering, the way his eyes move and the eyebrows and the cheekbones and the jawline. Some of the best puppeteering work I've ever seen.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, man. And I mean, John Kaiser as the voice of the Crypt Keeper is like amazing. It's so perfect.
100%. I love this show so much. And I remember I think probably around 2012 or so when I met you, I actually bought I think there's 7 seasons, all 7 seasons and worked my way through them and, watched them all except for the last season. I didn't watch any episodes of the last season. The last season is still sealed on my shelf. I've never touched it.
You know what's actually kind of funny about that, because I can't remember if Tales from the Crypt moved to the UK in season 6 or if it was just season 7. Okay, so season 7 actually has a completely different feel to it. It's really strange because they use like British actors at times, and there's just something off about it. And it's you can just tell the difference between the American production to the UK production. And honestly, the 7th season, I'm pretty thankful that they actually wrapped it up if they were going to continue production in the UK at that point, because those episodes are definitely the weakest points of the entire franchise. Season 7. Yeah, that's
one of the things one of the reasons why I never opened season 7, just because I always wanted to end on good Tales from the Crypt. Even though the series does end on a high note, the last episode ever, the 3 Little Pigs, is a good episode.
No, I mean there is good episodes, but you just notice a difference in it. You know, it's just, there's something about the way the production is, and it's probably the actors too, because I mean, throughout the early episodes, like there's just so many character actors in every single episode, and you know, and the directors that were used and stuff, and we'll get into that specifically as we go through this, but you know, sometimes there was like some first time directors, and then there was seasoned veterans who had directed, you know, bona fide classic films. It was just a brilliant series for that, because it was like one of those series where people were like, hey man, you know, Agent Wakanda, hey, do you want to do an episode of Tales? Hell yeah, I want to do an episode of Tales from the Crypt, man, because everybody was doing it, man. It was like you had every big name at the time, and just tons and tons of character actors. Like people, when you watch, you know, an episode and you're like, dude, I know like everybody in this episode. They're from like a million different things. I love that about it.
Yeah, it's always awesome seeing the faces and things like that. And you know, as time goes on, I've always wanted there to be like something like this that just kind of brought everybody together again. And honestly, the key to Tales from the Crypt though is honestly like the stories are good. For the most part, the stories are good, and that really helps with making all the other you know, confetti, the sprinkles on top with all the directors and actors and writers and stuff, having them all cool too wouldn't matter if there weren't good stories. So that's the thing too. You know, good effects, it's just good all around. I mean, there's really nothing bad about Tales from the Crypt, and even some of the not so good episodes of the first, you know, couple seasons are still, you know, passable.
Oh yeah, they're still definitely better than a lot of stuff that they do today. I mean, I'm always entertained. I mean, like I said, it's only when you get to the 7th season where you kind of feel let down even by some of the episodes. You're like, I don't know, man. Yeah. But you know, that's a long ways away. But yeah, we're starting off Tales from the Crypt season 2.
Yeah, 18 episodes, I believe.
Which actually is coming up. The first season was more of like a teaser season, as you can tell. I think there was only 6 episodes in the first season.
Yeah, it was like back when they used to do pilot seasons.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, so instead of just a pilot episode, they would do a pilot season to see how it went.
Yeah, that's right. I remember watching Tales from the Crypt like the first season. I was really young, but, you know, and back in those days, HBO was a big fucking deal, man.
Dude,
right? Like
HBO was a big deal for years in the 90s. I remember like when you knew somebody that had HBO or you had it yourself, like it was awesome, because that was like you would not be able to see a lot of movies, you know. It wasn't as simple as the internet is today. Like if you missed it in the theater, you know, you were waiting 2 years before it came on TV or, you know, to the video store, but sometimes HBO would get it way earlier.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. And yeah, man. I mean, I was one of the lucky people that had HBO. It wasn't exactly legal, but I had HBO.
I was one of those people as well, but not super early, a little bit later.
Yeah, like we had friends that, you know, had black boxes and that could hook them up. And
you knew Jim Carrey and the cable guy, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much, man. So we had HBO for years for free. It was amazing. And I'm thankful for that, because you know, I got to watch these Tales from the Crypt episodes when they were airing and stuff, and it's amazing. But HBO was always like a special thing. I'm like, I'm watching HBO tonight. It's like you have friends or sleepovers and stuff. You're watching Dream On. You're just waiting for the titties to pop out and stuff, right? Like HBO was the best channel ever. It was awesome, because in those days, like cable was pretty tame. Like you didn't get anything like that. HBO was the shit, and Tales from the Crypt was one of its star shows, and it really starts to show with this second season too.
Well, the thing about Tales from the Crypt is it even does this, you know, it has violence and nudity, and you didn't get that with any horror anthologies that were on at the time, right?
Yeah.
Like, because they were all on like ABC or, you know, NBC or whatever. So this is horror for adults, and you know, we talk about the 90s, and we're going to talk about the 90s a lot more, but Tales from the Crypt is one of the amazing bright spots of 90s. Even though it started in 89, it primarily ran its course through the 90s, and it's one of the Mount Rushmore-esque things of 1990s horror, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the standout ones for sure. I mean, most of the other, I think this is probably the only one that was on cable. I mean, really, all the other ones were general TV, right? Like Monsters and Tales from the Dark Side and stuff. Those were anthology horror-based series, but a little bit more tamer. Tales from the Crypt always stuck out because of its, you know, just, it was essentially rated R to the PG versions that you were seeing on just general network television, so. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. But we might as well kick this off here with episode 1, which is directed by Howard Deutsch. He's actually known for directing Pretty in Pink. That's what I knew him from. He also directed like The Great Outdoors, Grumpy Old Men, The Odd Couple 2, The Replacement, so on and so on. If you do notice a trend there, not horror. He didn't direct.
Horror. Which they've done that. They've done that a lot, and
it's kind of funny when you go through these episodes and you look at some of the directors and stuff, like even like Zemeckis and some of those guys weren't generally like exploitation or horror directors that did some of these episodes that did such a really good job, but this is like an exception. Like it's just crazy. Like so many, like I'd like to know how they got their jobs. Right, because if you have this history of directing like John Hughes movies and you're like, hey man, you want to do an episode of Tales from the Crypt? It's like, where does that come from?
Yeah, I just think it's like respected friends and talent in the industry just intertwined and working together. It reminds me of like the Tarantino crew and stuff like that you just get these people that are like all associates, and I got my boy Andy Walk will rate this one or whatever, and which Andy Walk whatever, however you say his name, he's primarily stuck with TV his entire career, writing and directing TV. This particular episode was based on Shock Suspense Stories number 6, which you often see in the Tales from the Crypt. They're very rarely actually based on a Tales from the Crypt story.
Yeah, that's true.
More so it's a Vault of Horror or Shock Suspense Stories, but Tales from the Crypt just seem to have the coolest name, so that's where and of course these are all based on comic book stories from the EC Comics in the 50s, I believe. And updated for modern at the time audiences, but this one aired April 21st, 1990. So
1990, I was 10 years old, man. So synopsis on this one. Kathy wants a rich and successful life and fast. She visits a medium who tells her that she will meet a man who will inherit a lot of money and die in a violent way soon after. When she meets grossly overweight Charlie, who informs her of his rich relative, she promptly marries him. So this one right here is starring, again, a lot of faces, man. It's got pretty young Demi Moore in it. Jeffrey Tambor, who plays the fat Charlie character, which I have to admit, the makeup in this is just phenomenal. Like, he literally looks like he's fucking ginormous. Like, it's amazing.
I was going to ask you, because I don't really know who the actor is. So he's not a fat dude?
No. He's not even Jeffrey Tambor, man, that dude's been in everything, man. He probably has a couple hundred...
Probably don't recognize him because of...
So I was just going to say, he probably has a couple hundred acting credits. It says 209 on here. So I was pretty much right. He's one of those dudes you see in everything, man. He's just one of those great actors that just does everything kind of thing. Troy Evans is in this as the club owner or the club worker, whatever. He's in fucking everything also. He was in like Fear and Loathing Las Vegas and shit like that. But that, again, starting out with season 1 with all these type of guys that you see in everything. Great cast and stuff. So, thoughts on this one?
So this was actually one of my favorite episodes growing up. I remember this episode quite well. I always forget that it's the opening to season 2, because if you remember back in season 1, the opening episode was, well, it depends. So it was The Man Who Was Death is technically the opening episode, but there's debate on whether All Through the House aired first. So,
oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But
I don't know.
This episode was one that I always really liked, and one of the reasons I always liked it was because of Jeffrey Tambor's performance. Like, he grosses me out for one, but he, like, the end of this episode has always scared me. By the way, I'm assuming spoilers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these are 25 to 27, 28 minute kind of shorts, right?
Yeah.
So,
but it's just a very memorable episode for me. I always remember, Demi Moore's character, who I really like, her as an actress in this role too. This gold digger, which you get a lot of gold digger stories, but it's because they work really well.
That's the common theme in this the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, and the fortune teller with her little Jack Russell named Trotsky.
Yeah. Well, actually, she was actually in Christmas Vacation. I know she's in Christmas Vacation.
Yeah,
but,
she is.
Yeah.
but Charlie Marno or whatever, Demi Moore got her accent going and stuff, and Charlie comes on super strong, but like you almost kind of feel bad for him at times too. You know what I mean? Because he's trying
super hard, man. Like for somebody of his appearance, he's trying way too hard because it's almost laughable, right? Like, are you kidding me? Like, look at Demi Moore, right? And look at yourself. Yeah. It's like, dude, like, what are you doing? Yeah.
But you have this sort of, she has these run-ins with him at first where she doesn't want to accept that this is the guy. And, the fortune teller tells her basically, hey, you're going to meet this, you're going to get fired from your job and then you're going to get rehired in the same day.
Well, at first she goes to this medium and then the medium starts talking to her and she's like, fuck, whatever. She's not really believing the medium to a certain extent. Anyway, she goes back to work and she was told by the medium that she was going to get fired and then she gets fired. So then she rushes back and she's like, oh shit, this stuff really happened, man. Blah, blah, blah. And then she gets all kind of more into it. And
and the medium collects $20 each time.
Exactly. So that's good.
Yeah. And of course, Demi Moore is only in this for the money, 100%. Yeah. So she wants to know right away, like, is this guy actually going to get money? So he asks, like, she asked casually, like, hey, is there anybody like rich in your family or anything? Yeah. And he's like, oh, well, my uncle, but yeah, I haven't talked to him in forever. So, you think that it's going to be like something to do with the uncle, but the way that it wraps up and reveals, it's a good twist. It's a nice little twist. Obviously you've seen it before, you're going to know where it's going, or maybe you kind of expect, when these things usually end in a twist, you'll probably see something along those lines. But I thought it was a nice little twist because everything she said was true. It just happened in a way that Demi Moore did not expect, obviously.
It's funny because she tells Demi Moore the way it's supposed to go down, but she knows the honest truth, though. She really does.
Exactly.
So that's even more it's like kind of like a double twist in a sense, right?
Yeah, he will inherit a great fortune.
Yeah.
And then he will die. Yeah. And it's so true because he inherited a great fortune because Demi Moore won all this money.
Yeah. I love the progression of this because it comes out of the blue too. Like she just goes shopping one day and then she's like the millionth shopper at this supermarket or whatever, and she wins $1 million.
It was like some kind of coin operated, like sandwich thing where in the glass. You don't see those anymore, but I remember when I was a kid, I'd see them every once in a while. But they have the like hot meals like behind a glass, and they would spin around, and you would pick your number or whatever and open the little door. Mm-hmm. She goes to one of those things and wins $1 million.
I know.
Which is such a high amount considering.
Well, yeah, man, for the time, like 1990 million, that's crazy, man.
$1990 million, and the fact that it's like this coin operated like hot pocket type mail.
yeah man, but I gotta say, man, I love the fucking part where when they first kind of meet at the club and stuff, and he's like coming on real strong and shit, and he's like, she starts walking away from him when he's talking to her and stuff, and she's like, oh, I get it, it's like, you're playing hard to get, and she kind of pauses
playing hard to get, and she's like,
she pauses and she's like, nah, I'm playing impossible to get.
Dude, and Demi Moore has got that like, listen, if I was Charlie Marno, I would have an insatiable quest and thirst for Demi Moore as well, because she's sassy, and I like that. Like, I'm a dude who likes to, like, it would almost makes me like want them more, that they're like playing hard to get, you know what I mean? But she's obviously playing impossible to get.
Well, they give her some great lines in this, man. They really did give her some great lines. So later on, they're starting.
Oh, dude, my favorite.
She's coming to like conclusion. Like she starts to kind of see him a little bit, and he's like, yeah, I know I'm a little overweight, and she's like, yeah, and Hitler's a little anti-Semitic.
That was my favorite one.
Just the way she comes back, like, man, the writers must have been
Hitler's
howling.
A little anti-Semitic.
They must have been howling writing those lines. I was like, those are fucking brilliant lines, man.
Oh, dude, it's written so well, and like even in the very end where she's like, I'm like, here, take this, dude. She goes hard on him. she's like, wash that stinking body you call a sewer of yours, you know?
How about before that, when she's out with her friend eating lunch and stuff, and she's like the dream sequence of how he's gonna die. She's fantasizing about him dying,
how he's gonna die,
and he's fucking. It's so funny too, man. He's like crossing the street, and he gets nailed by this huge fucking rig, and it's like this huge body just like goes flying everywhere, and then all of a sudden, and then she's like, well, maybe he gets run over, and then this other truck comes and runs him over.
Yeah, and she's like, he's disgusting, and he's just stuffing the meat in his mouth, and he starts choking on a piece.
Dude, that scene is disgusting too, man. Dude. It's fucking gross. It's almost as bad as like the fucking when they're eating their Chinese food. He's like, you know what I hate about Chinese food? And she's like, what? She's like, get hungry 20 minutes later? And he starts laughing like hysterically, and he's like, yes.
He's like, you know me so well.
You know me so well.
Dude, and how creepy is it when he's like, you know, he gives it, he's like, do you feel that? You feel that? And he starts waving his hands back and forth. Yeah. Like he's oblivious to the real world, man. And clearly she's just way out of his league, and she and he doesn't even have money, which is normally how those type of guys would get, you know, a Demi Moore.
Exactly.
But I think this is a great episode. It's one that I've always liked. It's one that I always think about when I think of Tales from the Crypt. So,
well, me too, man. And like I said, the thing that's memorable, obviously Demi Moore's, and that's kind of cool because she's super hot. Even though I wish she had longer hair in this, I'm more of a long hair type guy. But Jeffrey Tambor, man, just kills this episode. He's so memorable because he's so fucking disgusting, man. But like I said, you know, the effects on him, you know, making him that huge, like it legitimately looks like he's just super obese. In his face, oh, they fattened it up and they made crevices, and it's like his nose is all fucked up and big and bent and shit. It's weird, man. It's excellent.
Yes. Yeah, and he has like the little craters on the side of his cheeks and stuff like that. Just that
wetting off. They did such a good job, you know, like, I mean, you know, these episodes didn't have like $billion budgets and shit, but they did very good with what they had, though. For sure. And
even like the scene where after they get married and she's like, now I was able to play this off for so long, but now I actually have to have sex with this guy to actually make it like work.
Yeah.
And she's like out there like just mortified, like just does not want to go into the room and stuff. And you're like, you feel bad for her that she has to do that, but then you're like, wait, she's a piece of shit, you know what I mean? So like, yeah, you don't feel bad. I really don't feel too, like, you're supposed to feel bad a little bit for Charlie, but at the same time you're like, dude, you should know better. So it's kind of just like you wait to see what happens. I guess it's
been going on for months, like, and every time they go to have sex, like, she has a fucking headache and he's got to pop those aspirins and shit. Like, come on, man, like you gotta understand what she's trying to do here, man.
But yeah, great episode.
It is really, really good, man. Absolutely love that episode. So
definitely a high standard, because we'll probably rank these all when we're done with them. But
yeah, we're not going to individually rate these because shorts are actually hard to rate.
They are. That's where I think the 5-point rating works best.
It's funny. Yeah. It's funny that you say that because I have like tentative ratings on these, but I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, it's half an episode or like a third of an episode. Why not like a 5-star rating kind of thing, right? But yeah, either way, man. We'll just when we finish the 16 episodes, there's 18 in the season.
Yep. 18.
We'll just do a quick ranking, which is kind of like 18 episodes ranked is pretty crazy, actually.
I know, but I'm curious to see where they line up though, because I didn't really look ahead and see what episodes are in this season. You know, I see the next couple or whatever, but I'm trying to like, you know.
I'm the same way, man. I always forget. Like I remember specific episodes, but I couldn't tell you what season they're in or what what episode or whatever. But I mean, it doesn't even matter. Shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. So, but yeah, that's episode 1, Dead Right. Great episode. Great episode.
I agree.
She did buy the big one. And that Charlie, what a cut up. Still, he wasn't sad in the end. You see, when Charlie got his just desserts, he requested seconds. And now, I predict the future. Next week, you'll be in the same time, same place, same station, for another hideous, hateful haul of horror. Welcome hooligans. This is your shiver chef. It's disgusting what people will do to stay young.
What's the matter with you? Want to keep that 90-pound corpse for the rest of your death? Keep pumping. Now I tell the story. Tonight's story is about an old man who finds a new wrinkle in the fountain of youth. A twisted tale that we call the switch.
Okay, so moving into episode 2, which is titled The Switch, directed by Arnold Schwarzenegger.
What is he from? I never heard of him.
Like, so random. This was actually the very first thing that Arnold Schwarzenegger ever directed. It's pretty random, to be honest. Like, I mean, he only ever directed one other thing in his career, which is a movie called Christmas in Connecticut. That came out in 1992. It was a TV film, so, you know, he wasn't really doing much behind the camera and stuff. But again, I'd like to know the story on why he was either picked or maybe just volunteered to direct an episode. I don't know. I'd like to know the story on that, actually. It's pretty interesting. Because I just can't see Arnold Schwarzenegger directing. Like, doesn't it just seem odd to you for him to be... I don't know, man. He just seems like that dude.
Yeah. It seems odd, but at the same time, it surprises me that he hasn't done more in his long career.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of people in Hollywood, you know, do their whole careers either, you know, just acting or doing whatever. They don't branch out and do other things. I mean, he started to. Like, in 1990 and then 1992, and then he didn't do anything else. That was it.
Yeah. And then the writers are Michael Tav and Richard Tugel. Michael hasn't really done much ever. And then Richard has done pretty much nothing either, except for he wrote the screenplay for Escape from Alcatraz and then this and Tightrope, and that's it.
Random.
It's so random, some of the people that are involved in this. Like, there's some stars, but there's also just like random people that you're like, how the hell? So this one was Tales from the Crypt number 45 was the comic book, and this was actually April 21st, 1990 as well. So you know, a little spoiler here. The first 3 episodes all aired on April 21st.
Yeah,
so
that's cool.
It seems like they did a 3-episode block, which is kind of an interesting way to start your series, your season premiere, which I would appreciate if that happened more often.
No shit.
I'm down with that.
No shit. And this episode right here is starring William Hickey, who, of course, has been in like millions and millions of things.
You know, the thing he always sticks out for me, and it's so weird because he's only in it for like 5 minutes.
Puppet Master 3?
The Puppet Master 1.
Oh, in Puppet Master 1, yeah, not 3. Well, I don't know why it's 3. But yeah, exactly. I know, right? Yeah, it's random.
At the beginning.
It is random.
At the beginning.
Yeah.
I always just remember him shooting himself because he shoots himself and then the blood spatter on the back is delayed and it comes a little bit later. It's not much later, but if you've seen it a couple times, it's a little bit later.
Yeah.
Traditional full moon style. But yeah, you know, the opening to this one has, you know, which is just funny. Like the Crypt Keeper's like lifting weights of like a barbell with 2 skulls on the end of it, and Arnold Schwarzenegger looking jacked in 1990 is like, you know, chill out while I, you know, tell the story.
Oh, you know what I was actually even I like the fact that Arnold Schwarzenegger actually did like a cameo appearance in that too, but Rick Rossovich, who plays the younger version of William Hickey in this, actually was in The Terminator, so he actually worked with Arnold Schwarzenegger before.
I bet you I wouldn't be surprised if Schwarzenegger himself, you know, picked that guy or something.
Exactly. I mean, there's usually a lot of connections when you've done a lot of work and stuff, but I always remember him from Top Gun, Slider, which I'm not really a big fan of Top Gun, but I do remember him from that movie. It's just that dude. He just looks like a douche. He just has that douchey look to him, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. And of course, this one's also starring Kelly Preston, who is known for being married to John Travolta. Of course. Mom, John won't come out of the closet. I fucking love that shit, man. So pretty interesting cast in this one too. Quick little synopsis. A wealthy and elderly man subjects himself to a revolutionary new treatment in order to please his gold digger girlfriend. Unfortunately, becoming young again turns out to be very expensive. This episode always makes me laugh too because it's got like an incredibly hilarious twist to it. I just think it's so fucking funny and it's almost mean, man. I don't know what it is. It's just crazy. But
this episode's goofy. Like this, for some reason, this episode always stands out to me. Maybe it's because of the Arnold Schwarzenegger thing, but it's not one of my favorites. And it's just very stupid and silly.
It's not one of mine either. And like, this is why I've always been so confused about this episode because Arnold Schwarzenegger, like up to this point, really hadn't done a lot of comedy in his career and or horror. Right, so he kind of combines the two and does like a horror comedy. I mean, I know he'd done Twins just previously with Danny DeVito and stuff, but you know, I mean, you can argue the Terminator's horror, but you know, I mean, this episode just comes across so strange to me. The way it is super goofy. Like William Hickey's character is not really the goofiest, but it's the fucking doctor in this, man.
The doctor is super goofy, and the effect, like we talk about how great effects are and stuff, but it's just like the concept behind it, right? Like, okay, I'm gonna replace your entire face. Okay, now I'm gonna replace your entire torso. Like, it's like, wait, you're gonna replace the entire torso, like, but you're gonna leave the legs. It's just, it is ludicrous, this episode.
So basically, so he goes to this doctor from Eastern Europe who's perfected, you know, doing like actual human face transplants on people and shit, right? So he's explaining to him, he's like, yeah, this is what it's gonna cost. It's gonna cost you $1 million for me to make your face look really young again. And he's like, then he starts explaining to William Hickey, he's like, well, actually, the operation only costs about $100,000, and he's like, "Well, where's the other $900 going?" And he's like, "To the person."
Yeah, somebody got to donate their damn face,
right? So I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, "What the fuck? This guy's donating his face, but he's fucking getting $900,000." I'm like, "What the fuck?" So of course, you know, he gets this done, and he does. He has like this young face, and his face now is Rick Rossovich, right,
dude?
And so he goes to Kelly Preston's character, which is, her name's Linda, and she's like, oh yeah, but you know, you're still all old and decrepit and shit, right? So he repeats he repeats this process, right? He goes back, gets his whole torso done, and then he blows another fucking $1 million or something like that. And then this is where it gets really funny to me because there's a scene where, you know, he's at the beach, and then of course he comes out and he's like all beautiful head and buff body, and he's got these really small shitty old man legs, and so he's
like these skinny chicken legs with these wrinkles, they're all white and shit. So and I'm just like, of course. So he goes back to the doctor. The first thing, of course, I'm thinking is like, okay, so he got old man dick and balls too,
right? So then he's like, yo man, he's like, this is gonna cost you about $1 million a leg. And he's like, 1, 2, 3 million. He's like, what? 2? No, he's like, you know, you got to replace the most important part that she's really gonna be looking out for, obviously talking about his penis. Yeah. So he's like, 3 million. It didn't even make any sense. So his head cost $1 million, but then his legs and dick cost 3 million. I was like, okay, these prices are ridiculous.
But both of his arms, you know, and the whole torso was fine.
This is like absolutely fucking ridiculous.
But it's funny because you're like, he's like, that's all my money.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, I'll have nothing. And then, like, dude, I'm not joking. Like, this one always is weird to me because, like, typically you have, like, a you know, a person that you can identify who's going to get their comeuppance, right? Like, that, like, this person's bad, and they're going to get what's coming to him in the end. There's really nobody in this one that, like, William Hickey's not a bad guy. I mean, I guess the lesson is, like, you know, don't value your money and don't try to buy love, essentially. You know,
yeah, don't buy love. Don't be stupid, man. Like,
yeah, dude, but it's you feel bad for him because he's like really not. He's just like following his heart. You know, he's not really doing anything wrong.
I every time I watch this episode, I always get tripped out about the voices, like William Hickey's voice
dude,
over fucking Rick Rossovich's face, and it's just. And it's perfectly dubbed too, and it's so fucking stupid because it's like this old man voice. It even looks
like he has the same mannerisms where he moves his mouth as William Hickey. It's fucking creepy, dude. I swear, it's so creepy.
It is, man. I still think the one part in this where I'm just like, oh man, I don't know, it cracks me up, man. But So when William Hickey, which is his name is Carlton Webster, and he's talking to the doctor, and this is about his legs and his penis transplant and stuff, and the fucking doctor's eating like this cured meat, and he's just like hacking it up, and he's eating it, and it's like everywhere all over the desk and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know why that shit just cracks me up, man. Because it's he keeps cutting off pieces. He keeps cutting off pieces, but there's like 20 on the table already everywhere. I'm like, oh my god, this shit's so goofy.
I also think about like, wonder what what good old Rick Rossovich looks like with William Hickey's head in the first transplant, with his like chiseled body. And William Hickey's
dude, I was thinking the same thing.
They don't show it, but
I was thinking the exact same thing, man.
Oh, dude, this episode is just a weird one. It's not one of my favorites, but even what we were saying earlier, like, it's still like kind of fun and funny. Like, there's nothing wrong. Like, it's, even if you don't love it, it's like 24 minutes and it's gone.
I just love the part where he's doing chin-ups and it almost looks like a jail fucking workout gym.
Yeah.
He's doing these fucking chin-ups and shit, and he's like looking, oh man, it's just so fucking goofy, man, because all you're thinking is like, this is William Hickey. This is this old man, and he's doing these ridiculous chin-ups, man. It's so stupid. Oh god.
And of course, by the end, the woman leaves him for a rich old dude who is Rick Rock.
So he shows up to like present his full transformed body to Linda, and of course Rick Rossovich, who's now he's the fucking old Carlton Webster. She's with him. She got married because she wants to be with a rich old man. Or a rich guy.
Yeah, she don't care he's old because he's rich. So you're like, if William Hickey would have just been like, yo, I'm rich, but I'm old, you know?
It's almost like a ridiculous twist, but at the same time, it's so funny. It is absolutely funny as hell. Oh, man.
And he's still probably going to die in like 2 years.
Probably.
He's still technically old.
He's all looking old. He's all looking young, but he's like fucking super ancient.
When did William Hickey die anyway?
A few years after this, I think in 97.
97.
Actually.
Yeah. He was only 69.
He definitely looked a lot older than he was. Because
he would have been
62.
62. Dang.
He was 60
he definitely looks a lot older than
That is crazy, man. Yeah, because he looks like he's in his late 70s in this, and he's like in his early 60s. It's crazy.
Yeah. But he was in a ton of stuff. I've seen him so many times in just different things.
He's in so much stuff, man. I don't know if we can find the movie The Runestone. I know he's in that from 91.
Oh, yeah.
Which I've never actually seen before. But, yeah, I know he's in Jerky Boys. He's in a bunch of things I've seen, man.
Yeah, but he's in freaking Christmas Vacation, dude.
Yeah, he's in Christmas Vacation, yep. Which is, well, there's another odd connection between these two. Gold Diggers and Christmas Vacation. Strange.
Runestone is on YouTube, by the way. Man,
that scene where they're at the beach there, Kelly Preston in her Baywatch swimsuit.
Yeah.
Sexy, man. She looked really good in that.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, not my favorite episode, but again, it's fun. It's funner to talk about, honestly.
It is, because it's just so goofy. I don't know why I find him eating that cured salami so funny, but I don't know. It's because he's like getting more excited as he says $1 million. I think it was just bugging me because he wasn't eating the pieces that were on the fucking table. So stupid, man. Yeah. All right. So yeah, that is episode 2.
The Switch.
Poor Carlton. Looks like he blew it. But no pain, no gain. I like a body that's nice and strong. It's your lucky day, fella. We want to pump you up. You know, kiddies, after a night of slithering through the sickening slime of my crawly crypt, I take a tip from the Marquis de Sade. He likes to unwind with a little red-hot poker. Tonight's tale from my collection of terror tomes is about a couple of real sharpies who'll do anything for a stab at the jackpot. So, ante up, fellas. The game's about to begin.
All right, so moving along into episode 3, which is called Cutting Cards, and it is directed by Walter Hill. Walter Hill is actually a pretty interesting director, man. He has directed a lot of great kind of action films and stuff. He directed Hard Times with Charles Bronson, The Driver, The Warriors, The Long Riders, which is a really cool Western. Southern Comfort, which we've actually talked about on the show before. 48 Hours, Streets of Fire, Brewster's Millions, Red Heat, Johnny Handsome, another 48 Hours, Trespass. Like, this guy's list is...
Trespass is my favorite movie that he's done. I love that movie.
Yeah, like, he really did, you know, a lot of notable kind of action films and stuff, but oddly enough, he has
Did you say The Warriors?
Yeah, I said The Warriors, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oddly enough, he has served as a producer and an executive producer on all the Alien films, including the Alien vs. Predator movies, too, so... It's kind of interesting, you know, he dabbled in, you know, doing, or not dabbled, but his career was action, but then produced a lot of horror. When he also produced, actually, the Tales from the Crypt movies, Demon Knight and Bordello Blood.
Wow. And he also directed 3 episodes of Tales from the Crypt. The first one being The Man Who Was Death from season 1, the opener. And then he does another one in another season.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah.
Well, of course, because he actually serves as one of the 6 main executive producers on the Tales from the Crypt TV show. So, you know, it's kind of interesting, you know, that he didn't really do any exact horror movies himself, but then got involved with Tales from the Crypt, the TV show, directed a couple episodes, and produced Alien movies.
Yeah, and the writer, Mae Woods, she didn't really do a whole lot in terms of filmmaking. She's worked as like crew members and did a little producing, but she wrote 3 episodes of Tales from the Crypt. That's probably the main thing she's did, and this is her first episode, so she does 2 more later in the series.
You know what? He actually even produced Ritual, the third and unofficial third Tales from the Crypt movie, which is interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder if he produced any of the other original concepts. Like, I wonder if he produced like Peter Jackson's Frighteners or From Dusk Till Dawn, which both at one point were Tales from the Crypt movies in development.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything along those lines, but yeah, I don't know. Very interesting career, though.
This particular episode was based on an actual Tales from the Crypt story as well. Tales from the Crypt number 32. And again, it aired April 21st. So this is the third in the trilogy of episodes that came out on April 21st, 1990.
And again, if depending on what time zone you're in, it's the 20th here. It's the 21st where JP is. So it's actually technically the 30th anniversary of Cutting Cards.
Dude, that is just bizarre.
It is really bizarre. But yeah, getting into the episode here, quick little synopsis. Reno and Sam are a pair of hardcore gamblers who don't play for fun. They challenge each other in simple game of cards, and the end result could be deadlier than when they could have even bargained for. This episode is starring, you know, the one and only Lance Hendrickson as Reno, and the guy that plays Sam is played by Kevin. I think it's Tingy. I don't know how to say his name properly. I've seen him in like a million movies, man. He actually was another 48 Hours, but I remember him from Roadhouse and stuff too. But yeah, he's got like tons of acting credits also, like everybody in Tales from the Crypt kind of thing. So, you know, I mean, this episode is kind of interesting too, because the first 2 episodes are very standardized, you know, this for time wise, you know, 25, 27 minutes kind of thing. This one's actually shorter than a general, you know, like a sitcom television show on, you know, network television. This one only runs 20 minutes. It feels like a filler episode. It's very strange. It's very weird that it's so short. It's so short and to the point, and it like literally gets right into the point, man. Like Reno comes back into town, into Vegas, and he's apparently really broke. He's lost all his money and shit like that, and you know, he hooks up with Sam again, and of course they go head to head in this battle, and he knows right away when he goes there, and everybody's like, oh, you got to watch out for you know, whatever the character's name is, Sam Forney.
Fournier.
Yeah.
And he's like, you don't tell me I got to watch out for Sam Fournier. You know what I mean? He's like, I beat him plenty of times.
Yeah, so he instantly challenges them to game, and I think they're playing like, I want to say they're playing Hold'em or something, like, or 5-card stud or something like that. And
Dice is the first.
Oh yeah, it goes from dice to cards, and then of course, yeah.
It goes dice, Russian roulette, then back to cards.
Don't they play cards after the dice, and then they go to Russian roulette, and then back to cards? Yeah, I don't know. Whatever, it doesn't.
Maybe they do.
I think they do actually. I think they play some. Yeah, they play some no limit. I think, or they play some 5-card or something like that. But ultimately, you know, they're going back and forth, and Reno actually wins like the first round, and he ends up cutting off Sam's finger. Like, this is what they're playing for, kind of thing, right? Mm-hmm. And so that thing leads to another thing. You know, they kind of end up tying each other, cutting off each other's kind of fingers and shit like that. And they can't really settle this. So they say, fuck this, man. We're going to settle this once and for all with a game of Russian roulette, because, you know,
that's before.
Before
they do Russian roulette, then chop poker. Chop poker is the last thing they do.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm totally getting that shit twisted. That's right. Because the Russian roulette game, that's right. Because they start playing dice, they can't settle that shit. They go to Russian roulette, and it turns out that they're willing to die for this. They're willing to die, and it turns out that basically there's like a bum bullet in the gun, and they don't resolve anything. So now they're like super pissed.
Yeah,
but
the way that it plays out, that particular scene. So first of all, very, very well done scene, because if it's your first time seeing it, it's intense, like it's these close-ups on their face while they're about to pull the trigger. And of course, Lance Henriksen, who just kills this role, by the way, he keeps saying, like, I gotta think. And Sam is like, there's nothing to think about. You just have to pull the trigger. He's like, of course you got to think. You know what I mean? He takes this gambling and this thing so seriously that he thinks thinking is somehow going to influence what's going to happen. And it's just an interesting little tidbit with that character. And of course they go back and forth, and each time the odds get lower, right? First you're 5-1 and then 4-1. And
there's got to be nothing worse than knowing that there's only 2 shots left and the guy fucking clicks.
Oh yeah.
And then you're like, ah, shit, man, it's coming back to me. And then, and that's actually the point where he's like, yo, man, I got to think. I got to fucking, it was like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Like, you're done. Like, you're pulling the trigger. You're basically literally just committing suicide at this point. So,
and of course they blame each other. Like Reno is like,
yeah,
you set it up. That's why you wanted to go first. And he's like, you spun the chamber. How would I know how would I know that,
Yeah.
And they just have this distaste for each other so much, at first they're going to play for, money or something. But then he's like, I want to play for, loser leaves town, never to be seen again, because they both get on each other's nerves so much. And I've always loved this episode. It just cruises by, though. It's almost like too fast.
Yeah.
Because these characters, you just want to see them spend time at each other's throats because they hate each other that much. And you get it right off the bat. The performances are fantastic. I remember this always being a favorite of mine. I think this is also a fan favorite episode, where it seems like a lot of people consider this one of the best episodes.
It's funny. I never really did. I like this episode. It's not one of my like personal, like, I mean, I like the episode, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's like one of my personal favorites and stuff. I just find it just runs too quick. Like, I actually want more from it, even though, because, it's funny because how it runs, and it only runs 20 minutes, which is usually, 5, 6, 7 minutes shorter, but it's very noticeable. It's very, very noticeable. It's super fast paced. It's just over. And but I love the end of this episode. It actually kind of cracks me up.
Yeah, because these two people who hated each other so much are literally like hobbled and stuck together at this point because they lost all their limbs and appendages, and they're still at each other's throats, like in this hospital playing checkers
with their noses.
They have to use their noses. And at the end, the final little zinger on top of the episode is where he's like, pass the gum, and they put their heads together because they to pick the checkers up, they got to use the gum, and they're holding it on their foreheads. So they quite literally, these guys who couldn't stand to be near each other are literally glued together with gum at the end of this episode. And it's just fantastic.
The irony, right?
I think the performances are so on point with both of these guys. Lance Henriksen kills it. He's in this like cowboy garb and stuff.
I can't take him serious in that. Like, he just looks so funny to me, man, in this cowboy outfit. But he has this ridiculous kind of raper mustache too. It's just funny, man. He just looks so different in it, man. Yeah.
And he's like, well, you drop that redneck cowboy stuff, and he's like, you ain't got no style or something like that.
Played in the vein of pretty much what Tales from the Crypt is all about. I mean, none of these episodes are super serious. They're all tongue in cheek, but some are more goofy than others. But this one is it's got this level of irony to it that's just, it's very funny. It's just funny in more of a subtle way because, these guys are willing to die over fucking gambling. Like, really?
Yeah, and this one particularly, after the first two episodes, is not a gold digger episode, which is such a common theme, but like this one is literally like these two guys who just hate each other. And I guess the moral of the story is, don't hold grudges that hard because you both end up an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, if you will.
Yeah, man. Just being that competitive, man. I just, the scene where they're arguing about, that each, they're blaming the other person for the setup in the Russian roulette game. It's so brilliant because these guys are so competitive. Of course, they're going to just resort to that, right? Like he fucking purposely, put in a fucking bunk bullet and fucking, he spun. He wanted to go for like shit like that. Is just so ridiculous. These guys are just so ridiculous.
There is a moment in that particular scene that I really never paid attention to before, but so whenever it's the Sam's turn, I think like the second or third time, whenever that car pulls up and is like, hey, you want me to leave the keys in or whatever, the camera cuts away from Sam, so you actually there would be opportunity to mess with the bullet at that point had that been what they were thinking. But I always thought that scene was so weird that happens. Like, what's the point of having that interrupt? Is it just to interrupt the tension, or is it actually to put Sam off screen with the gun for opportunity?
I don't think so. I honestly don't think that there's intent to have them underline cheating and stuff. I think it's just a comedic approach to it because here's two guys that are being so silly. They're acting like little kids over gambling and shit like that. And this guy rolls up in this nice Cadillac and thinks he's the fucking valet driver. Right? Yeah. It's a moment of just comedic timing, really. It's just kind of funny because they're standing out where they would be parking cars. Right? They're playing Russian roulette in the fucking hotel parking lot. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And the two characters in the final, game that they play, the chop poker, where they play 5-card draw and, the loser loses a finger or something. Yeah. And that scene is done so well because, first Reno wins and he's like, all giddy and happy and stuff. And he's like, I'm going to, which one do you want me to take? And the dude takes off his ring and puts his pinky down and of course he chops it. And then the way that this episode is edited is really good because it cuts away from the finger and then it cuts back to his bloody stump all wrapped up, it like fades the black, it like cuts the black and then it comes back and he has his finger wrapped up and it's all bleeding and stuff, and then like the look on his face is like he's just all sweating and perspirating and like shaking, and then he loses again, it does the same thing and he's like, it looks like he's like sweating a gallon of sweat at that point. And then of course he finally wins one after losing 2 fingers, and Reno, the first thing he does, he's like, all right, let me make you a deal, Sam.
I'll give you back your finger, man.
He's like, I'll give you back your finger, we'll have the doctor sew it back on. And he's like, oh no. You know what I mean? The thrill, like he would rather lose his finger permanently than give this guy a chance to not lose one of his fingers.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean it's the end scene is just too funny, man. With them in the hospital stuck together, it's actually kind of a perfect ending. It's perfect because now they literally can't get away from each other. This is, you guys caused this, so.
Yeah, and they have like nothing. Like they have no hands, no arms, no feet, no legs, no fingers.
They're literally just stumps. They're mats.
Yeah. Oh, dude, what a horrible.
It's so funny.
This is one of the like absurd episodes where it's just like would never happen in a million years, anything like that. But it's just, it's zany and wacky and awesome.
It is fun. I mean, I had a lot of fun watching it. I actually didn't, like, when it first started, I was like, which one is this? I'm like, oh, it's fucking this one, man. So. Oh,
see, this one, as soon as we talked about it, I knew what this episode was. This is actually, to give a little spoiler of my list. This is one of my favorite episodes in the entire series.
See, I mean, I say it's not so far. I mean, fuck, we've only watched, like,
3
the first, like, 4 episodes, or the first 3 episodes kind of thing. But, like, once we get to the other ones and stuff, then we compile, a ranking and shit. It might be there. I don't know. I don't
know what's coming up either. Like, I haven't previewed it, but I do know that this is an episode I hold in such high regard. And that's what's interesting about this series in general is you don't. But there are so many, like, there's so many good episodes that people there's plenty to be your favorite. It's not like some anthologies where it's like everybody has like the same favorite ones.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Okay, so yeah, man, you got anything else? Cutting cards?
Nope.
All right, so that is episode 3, Cutting Cards.
I've heard of giving someone the finger, but this is ridiculous. But at the risk of going out on a limb, I've got to hand it to Creebus and Forney. They do anything to elbow their way to the top. Dinner time! Welcome to my cozy crypt. Have I got a story for you? A tacky tropical tale of love and lust, greed and ghouls, and my personal favorite, death. But I'm warning you, it's not a pretty picture. So, pack up your passport and prepare for this torrid tale of putrefaction in paradise. I'm sure you'll find it appealing.
Moving along into episode 4, which is titled Til Death, directed by Chris Wallace, I guess that's how you pronounce his name. This guy's kind of interesting too because he only has 3 directorial credits. He actually directed the sequel to The Fly 2 in 1989, the remake sequel, of course, and he also directed The Vagrant, which is pretty fun.
The Bill Paxton movie.
The Bill Paxton movie. That's all he has for,
which is a favorite of mine of the 90s too. But that's a weird filmography.
It is, because I think, I'm not really too sure why he got into directing, because he actually started, most of his career has been done in special effects. He obviously started out working for Roger Corman because he started on Piranha, and he did Starstruck, Up from the Depths, Humanoids from the Deep and stuff, which is all Roger Corman productions, right? Airplane and shit. And then he worked on Gremlins. He was like one of the creators of the Gremlins. He worked on the original Fly, he did House 2, Fly 2, Arachnophobia, Curse 3, which I wound up watching for 1991. He worked on Naked Lunch and stuff, but he worked on some pretty cool movies,
which
doing
is
effects
also 91.
Exactly, yeah, with the David Cronenberg Oddity. Very, very strange movie, but,
The writer is Jerry Barchelon. Barchelon. And they've done pretty much nothing. They've just pretty much wrote a few TV series episodes before this, and that's kind of it. A few producer credits. One being Street Fighter, which is weird. Going down the rabbit hole of people associated with Tales from the Crypt will lead you to many strange places.
Yeah, it really will. It really will. Okay, so getting into the synopsis.
Oh, real quick. This one was from Vault of Horror 28, and it aired just 3 days after.
I wanted to mention that. I wanted to mention that. What's with that? Why 3 days after? Like, you think these shows would be weekly? Because I remember even shows like Dream Honest. I just remember them being weekly, but I don't know. 3 days after, that just seems odd. I guess HBO didn't have as much programming back in those days. They're like, well, we've got this show, let's play it.
Yeah, it's very weird because it does go weekly after that.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Don't know what's going
maybe
on.
Maybe what they did was they wanted the premiere to be on a specific like night of the week, and then they did another one. I don't know. They wanted to change the day or something. I don't know.
It is weird, right?
Yeah.
Okay, synopsis. Getting back to, kind of what the first 2 episodes were about. The gold-digging landowner of a Caribbean villa attempts to woo a Huntley? That's weird. Rich young woman with the aid of a potion made by his ex-lover, a voodoo priestess. Of course, man. They're in the Caribbean. But troubles ensue when he ignores the warning about the potion. So...
Oh, I see what it was. Just to clarify this. So the premiere was on a Friday, and then they did it 3 days later to be a Tuesday, and then they're on Tuesdays from then on.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that's why.
Okay, so our main character, Logan, here, he is supposed to be wealthy. He's like on this kind of villa, kind of island type deal, and he wants to develop this place.
Where is this at? Does it say where it's at? Like Haiti or something?
Yeah, they're in the Caribbean somewhere. It just says Caribbean.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming like probably on some little small island type deal, but it doesn't really give you a lot of story with that. But we do know that he is wealthy. He owns land there, and he plans on developing more stuff. It almost kind of seems like it's like a plantation. Like, there's this dude that comes up to him, and it's like, it totally seems like he's a slave owner at first, man. It's crazy. This like dude comes up and he's like massa. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is so bizarre.
And he's wealthy, but not too wealthy. Like, it seems like he sunk all of his money into this land. What are they digging for oil or something? What are they doing?
Well, he just wants to develop it, but this is,
so they want to make it into some.
So like, he is wealthy, but he realizes very quick that, well, quick is actually kind of, bad pun at this point, but he realizes one of his, guys that work for him and stuff that informs him that the rest of the island is pretty much quicksand, and that it's going to cost them millions and millions of extra dollars to develop this land. So he's like, well, what the fuck? Like, I mean, obviously,
go figure. What a dumbass.
I mean, obviously,
you think you'd check that before you bought. I know,
right?
Land.
And that's the main problem with this episode. It's like, if you went so far to move to the Caribbean and purchase this island and stuff, and decide that you're going to develop on there, you might want to check the land first, instead of already being moved in and discovering it's like after you've already sunk millions of dollars into it. But anyways, he discovers that he's not going to be able to afford to develop on this place, because they're going to have to drain the the swamp and stuff like that, get the quicksand out of there. But of course, he meets this girl at this party that he's having, and she apparently is super rich, and she has the funds to potentially further his development career. But there's only one problem. She's a super fucking bitch. And he realizes right off the bat that he's going to have like absolutely no chance with this woman. So he's like, well, what the fuck do I do? So of course he has this voodoo priestess ex-girlfriend where he goes to see her, and he's like, yo, man, I need...
Yeah, what is up with that though, right? Because I was like confused. I'm like, oh, so this was... He used to date this woman?
Yeah, I guess. Like, this is his old girlfriend, I guess, and they've broken up. I guess they're on kind of civil terms. Right? I don't know why she would help him out. But anyways, he goes to her. She's a voodoo priestess, so she has this magic potion. And she tells him specifically, if you give her 1 drop, she will marry you. If you give her 2 drops, she will be with you for the rest of your life. He kind of takes that with a grain of salt. He's like, okay. So he fucks up, gives her a couple drops, and
like 6. He
gives her like way too fucking much. She goes insane. She goes absolutely fucking insane. One thing leads to another, and she ends up dying. And then of course she ends up coming back.
Yeah, they have a funeral and stuff, and then she's like alive.
Yeah, so
damn.
Yeah, he blames his girlfriend for it, and she's like, well, I told you to be careful with that type of shit, right? 1 drop, she would have married him. He probably could have got the money. So he's so pissed off because she dies before he gets a chance to marry her and basically exhaust her fucking bank account, right? So they have this funeral for her. And he's like fucking down at the grave, and he's basically confiding that he's like, shit, man, I didn't get your money and stuff like that. And then she fucking pulls this Evil Dead move and fucking reaches out of the ground and grabs him. He's like, what the fuck, you're alive and shit. And so she comes back to life, and that's what happens. The voodoo priestess had warned him, if you give her too many drops, she's going to be with you for life. And this is what she was referring to. She's going to come back from the dead if she dies and stuff. And then she basically just torments
she
him.
Can't, no matter what happens to her, she's gonna keep coming for him because that's the curse.
I actually like the scene though, like when she first comes back, he's like, okay, and then they're kind of all like lovey-dovey and stuff. She's talking
and he's
about
like,
having,
it freaking stinks in here.
yeah, she's like talking about fucking having sex with him and stuff. I'm like, man, these overtones of necrophilia right now are disgusting.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like, you know, doing this thing with his wife and stuff, and then he basically takes the doctor out for a lunch to tell him, he's like, dude, you kind of fucked up with your autopsy. It turns out that she was alive. And he's all laughing about it. He's like, no way. He's like, I know a corpse when I see one and shit. And she walks up behind him and decapitates him. It's fucking crazy. So then, you know, right then that, you know, her coming back from the dead is not going to be good for Logan at all. And basically, you know, I mean, it's a short episode, so like every like 30 seconds in the episode, she just looks more decrepit and dead and shit.
Yeah, she like dies again, and then
he shoots her. She dies. They try to kill her like a million different ways. She just won't die and stuff.
Sets her on fire, and that's the fun part of the episode. Is her body gets so jacked up, and she's actually scarier and more hideous each time. Like when she comes back, like the like second to last time, and she's like nearly or the last time she's like a skeleton practically. With all her face peeled away, I'm like, Jesus, this is frightening.
I love how it changes so drastically too. Like they're going outside, and she looked pretty fucking, you know, zombie-ish at this point, and then by the time the camera pans outside, she's like way worse. Like, this is rapid, man. This is crazy. But yeah, he like tries to kill her a bunch of times, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. Hence the curse, basically, that's been put on him, because she ain't leaving, man. She ain't leaving. So it's fun, man. It's a fun little. This is another episode that I was like, I always used to kind of like it and stuff, but this one's really fun because it's got really good atmosphere. It has like ridiculously stupid characters. Like, and it's got this odd kind of like under overtones. I don't even know how to explain it with the kind of like the plantation type slave thing going on. It's weird, man. Yeah. It's very odd to kind of read exactly what they were going for. Maybe that was just kind of done by accident, but the dialogue is very, it's very kind of like head scratching, you know, you're like massa, like what the fuck is that about? But it's fun, man. It's very atmospheric.
And even like the doctor is like comes off like mad scientisty, like way overacting and stuff.
Totally, yeah.
But yeah, I think this is one that like I didn't remember. I looked at the title and I'm like, Til Death. I was like, that one sounds like all of them. You know what I mean? Like,
for sure.
It doesn't stand out. And then even when we started watching them, I got it confused with another one that's set in like in the Caribbean. I think there's another one that's set on like an island.
No,
or a
I think you're right. I think
you're
you're right too, man. Because I wasn't sure which one it was either until it started. I knew I remembered right away. As soon as I saw her, I was like, oh, I remember this episode.
It actually took a little bit for me to even remember fully. It took me until she died to remember. I was like, oh yeah, she's the one that comes back all decrepit over and over again. But yeah, I think Tobe Hooper directed one that was on a plantation or something like that. It's something similar.
This is like the first episode in season 2 that doesn't really have like, you know, any big names or like, you know, just, you know, general character actors and stuff. Like I don't really know a lot of these people like D.F.
Yeah, I don't
Moffat.
know any of these people.
Like I know he's been in stuff, but I'm kind of like going through the filmography and I'm like, okay, he's been in a lot of things, but nothing I've like really, you know, heard of that much and stuff. So kind of an interesting episode. So
and this one is, you know, it's a fun one. I enjoy it, but it's one of those that I forget about. Like it's not one that stands out that I remember all the time. Mm-hmm. But watching it this time, I'm like, oh yeah, this is a really fun one. I totally forgot that this one's fun.
I mean, really, in retrospect, when you kind of go into this one, you're like, okay, and like, you know how we discussed, you know, Chris Wales, his, you know, what he did before. He was a special effects artist. Now the episode makes complete sense because the whole episode is pretty much the progression of effects. And stuff.
It's a special effect. It's a
special effects episode, but he does manage to capture some really good atmosphere. It's actually got some pretty good cinematography in it too. It's actually really, really well done. I mean, for the sake of filmmaking wise, this is probably the best made episode out of the one. It's kind of interesting, man. So, you know.
Yeah, it has. I like that voodoo plantation, you know, swampland atmosphere, Caribbean type thing. It's nice. It's a nice little spot to set a Tales from the Crypt episode, and it changes it up too. You know, you get these different locations. Like none of these look like they're filmed in the same place type thing.
Do you think, like, what do you think the idea was, or is this purely coincidental that 3 of the first 4 episodes have to do with like gold digging people, 2 being a woman and 1 being a guy? Like, do you think that was just random? Like, how this came? Like, how does that happen?
Well,
3 out of 4 episodes. It's really random, man.
By the time we're done with this season, I imagine we'll have a few more gold digging episodes, because that was quite the common theme with the Tales from the Crypt.
It really is, though.
Series.
Like, it's funny. Like, I just always wondered, man. You have these scripts and stuff. Like, I don't know. It's just weird. I guess it's an easy thing to kind of develop from that type of narrative. So, I don't know. But it is interesting. 3 of the first 4 episodes having to do with a very similar theme. It's kind of cool and funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a classic theme. They go back to it a bunch. I think even the first season had a couple of those. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so that is
Til Death, episode 4.
Well, Psyche can work that old black magic on me anytime she wants. And how about Maggie? Girls like that are pretty hard to dig up. Anyway, looks like poor old Logan's got himself a zombie. I think I'll have one too. Hello, party animals. Are you ready to bop till you drop? Dead, that is. Tonight, I've chosen a fiendish little tale from my hold of moldy oldies. We've been invited to an anniversary celebration of holy deadlock. You know, to love and to perish, for richer, for horror, in sickness and in stealth, till death do us part. This is one anniversary the husband will never forget.
All right, so moving along here into episode 5. This one actually aired May 1st, 1990. And it is called Three's a Crowd, directed by David Burton Morris, who actually pretty much worked in like TV for the majority of his career. He didn't really direct anything horror, so this is kind of one of those oddball episodes where someone is directing an episode that really never dabbled in horror at all, never produced anything horror, never wrote anything or directed, except for this random episode in Tales from the Crypt season 2.
Yeah, and the writer, Kim Kettleson, literally did like this and one other thing. Like their entire filmography, including like, you know, some of them will have like miscellaneous crew and like they'll have a bunch of other credits. Mm-hmm. This person has 2 credits ever. This episode of Tales from the Crypt is the first thing ever, and then they wrote the Philadelphia Experiment 2, whatever that is.
The Philadelphia Experiment 2. That's right. There was a sequel. The Philadelphia Experiment was actually produced by John Carpenter, the original one. It's actually based on this kind of like real story. It's actually really fucking trippy.
Really?
That's crazy that they did a sequel. Yeah, John Carpenter actually produced that movie. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, actually, the story itself is really interesting, man. It's like this huge kind of conspiracy theory and shit. You got to look into it. It's actually pretty interesting. But
that had to be someone's wife or something. Right? like how do you just walk on to episode 5 of season 2 of Tales from the Crypt with no experience?
You know, I even think that like some of these episodes were, you know, they were just kind of short on budget for that episode, and they're like, well, we got to get some people that we can just pay very minimally or something, right? Like, it's weird. But you know, this episode's kind of strange because it doesn't have any really big names in it. Actually, Gavin O'Hearley, the main star in this film who plays Richard, he actually is I recognize, you probably just watched him in Death Wish 3 also. He's the main gang leader in Death Wish 3 from this episode.
I did not notice that until you just said it. Yeah. And now
so yeah, I started watching, I was like, holy fuck, it's like I just rewatched Death Wish 3 a couple weeks ago, and so it was like fresh in my mind, and I'm like, holy fuck, it's that guy, because I don't really remember him from a whole lot of other stuff, and I personally love Death Wish 3. It's like my favorite in that franchise, so it was kind of cool to see him in this role. But
yeah, that's cool. He has a very distinctive look to him because he's like kind of almost gingery a little bit.
Yeah. He almost looks like he's a little bit tubby, but he's not. He's actually like quite built in this. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. But this one is based on Shock Suspense Stories number 11.
Mm-hmm. Okay, quick little synopsis. A married couple is trying to enjoy their anniversary. However, the husband is sure his wife is cheating on him. Actually, there is a common denominator in these episodes tonight. It's kind of like Tales from the Crypt. It's like they group these these themes together in the seasons. It's really kind of strange. Like, I mean, through the first 6 episodes, there's like a common bond in almost every single one of them. It's interesting. Relationship. It should be like Tales from the Relationships.
Yep.
It's kind of fucking bizarre. But yeah, no, this episode it's pretty simple. It's about Richard and his wife Delia. He's pretty damn convinced that his wife is cheating on him, right? And we find out like pretty much in the beginning of the episode that she actually may be cheating on him and probably is cheating on him just from a phone call that she receives. They have this rich friend named Alan who actually brings them out to his. I guess he's kind of got like a huge kind of cabin mansion on this island. They actually take like a boat to this island to celebrate their anniversary and stuff. And of course, Richard is very convinced that they're cheating on it because they keep talking about things and the way they're the way they're moving around. They just seem suspicious about the relationship. Even at one point in the episode, Alan even touches Delia's leg and stuff. So this is kind of like setting off Richard.
Yeah, they're very crazy. Handsy and stuff, yeah. And man, I'll tell you what, dude. This is a pretty well crafted little episode here. The way that it's just like kind of unfortunate once you realize what happens and stuff. Because
this is
like,
one of my
kind of
favorite episodes, man. Because it's such an interesting one. Because when you're watching, you're just like, okay, like you're kind of waiting for it because it's a little bit slower. The narrative's a little bit slower. It's a little bit repetitive. It's Richard just being convinced that they're cheating, and he's just kind of like, he just watching him and hawking at him, and it's like this one runs about 28 minutes, so it takes about 24 minutes to kind of get to this awesome twist in this one, but it's a little bit slower. It's constructed a lot differently than all the other episodes. Like most of the other episodes are very fast paced and stuff. This one is it's a slow burn, a slow burn in a short. Isn't that kind of strange? But
a slow burn in a short that has a great payoff, though.
And see, that's what makes this episode so brilliant, man. I think the acting's great too. And it's just,
Richard is fantastic because you feel for him because you can tell that he feels like somewhat inadequate a little bit because he's not balling like his friend is, and he's having a little self-doubts with the pregnancy thing, and he's very observant. He's waking up and seeing them, and look like every movement that the guy makes in the back of the car and stuff, like grabbing her leg and stuff, he's very aware of it. But he's holding on to that hope that their relationship is strong and stuff like that. But as it keeps going, you feel bad that how it all played out for him, because anybody would have like felt, a lot of people would have been on the same page as him, right? Like if you've never seen this episode before, like, and you're not thinking of any kind of twist or anything, you're just taking it for what it is. Like you're like, oh, like I thought, you think it's going to be another like cheater episode, like where, somebody is at like she's a cheater, So, but yeah, he gives a really good performance.
The thing I like about this episode too, for the most part, Tales from the Crypt is, like I mentioned before, that it's very tongue in cheek. This one actually kind of plays it straight. This one seems like it's kind of straight up.
Yeah, there's no goofiness in this one at all.
No, like it's dead serious. Like you can tell right from the start that Richard's pissed off. He's very paranoid, and he keeps that kind of composure, like that element of, just potential disaster through the whole thing. There's just no tongue in cheek in this one at all. Even when he's ringing out Alan for, buying his wife like this jacket and stuff, he's like, how much did that jacket cost? Like 5, 6, 8 of my paychecks, and he's fucking freaking out and shit. And it's actually well crafted, man. It's really, really well crafted. So
yeah, and you know what, man? I think one of the reasons that this episode hits so hard is like, and this isn't one of my favorite episodes, but it is now. Like I've always known about it, but I've never really watched it critically, and it didn't ever stand out for me because it's like different. Like it's not goofy, it's not over the top, it's very reserved and very slow burn, so it's not one that I always thought about like rewatching. But watching it from a critical eye, it's very good. And the fact that it's not like a bad person, this is just somebody who like unfortunately just like was like looking at the wrong cues for something. You know what I mean?
But the
like,
construction of the narrative does it perfectly, though, because it gives them every opportunity to think that way. Like it's pushing him to the limits. It's pushing him over the edge at every moment. Like as a viewer, we're like, man, you know, if you were married and you were going through these times, like you have this rich friend who's obviously kind of annoyed you because, you know, he takes your wife out and does these things and stuff, and you feel inadequate and stuff.
Furs and stuff.
Right? Like, I mean, you're going to react like this. You're going to be a little bit, you know, apprehensive towards him in general. Right. Mm-hmm. And, you know, and when you witness some of this stuff, of course, you're going to react like that. But I think the build up, I think the way the narrative does itself, like I said before, it is a slow burn, but everything is calculated. And that's what makes this episode so great. There is one little kind of, I guess, tongue-in-cheek moment where, you know, involving a crossbow and somebody hanging from a wall, and he's like, no, he's just hanging out. But and the way he fucking says
they gotta sneak one in. They just have to sneak one in no matter what.
And he does, but it's the way he says it too, because he says it fucking dead serious, like he's not even cracking. Right? It's just brilliant, man. So it's a really well crafted. And I think this is actually one of the best twists, like in Tales from the Crypt, man.
Oh
like,
yeah, 100%. It definitely is, because it's kind of shocking. Like you're like, oh damn, like okay, because not only and obviously this is spoilers, like not only was she not cheating on you, you know, but it was actually, you just killed your baby too, because she was pregnant, which is what the secret was. And it's like, I feel kind of dumb.
Yeah, exactly,
dude. It's so messed up because, and the best part is that like there's like a lot. It's not too long because it is a short episode, but you know, there's this process of him dragging the body from one cabin to like the other one. You know,
no, it's the boathouse. I think it's like the boathouse. Yeah.
I almost wish that would have been extended a little bit, and we actually saw him like dragging, like actually seeing a lot of it, because it kind of cuts to each little spot. Yeah. But it would have added to like the opening of the door. Yeah, he's dragging her body, and he opens the door, and everybody's like, surprise! Oh. And he's just sitting there in shock.
They were there, fucking. It was a surprise party, man.
Definitely one of the best endings in the entire series.
It's just crazy too, because he's like standing there and he's still kind of holding the body, and he kind of like lets it limp down, and everyone's still like, congratulations, and then they slowly realize that like she's fucking dead. It's like,
yeah, it's kind of a mean-spirited ending.
It is super mean-spirited, considering she's fucking pregnant.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's brutal. Yeah. It's actually fucking brutal.
One of the more surprising, you know, good, well-constructed, one of the better episodes, one of the best made episodes in terms of, like, screenplay and just the performances and just the payoff. It's very good. Oh, I forgot about this one.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely one that, like, at first I was having a hard time remembering while I was watching it, and I was about halfway. I think there was the moment where he's starting to really kind of lose his mind when he fucking looks up at the deer on the wall, like the head up on the wall, and he just starts downing booze, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember this episode now. Like, for some reason I was having a hard time remembering it, but because maybe it wasn't one of my favorites, I don't know. But again, you know, that's why we revisit these episodes, because they do things like this to us. Pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
Pretty awesome stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, that's pretty much episode 5.
That's what I call dragging your wife to a party. I guess Richard was the guest of horror after all. Just goes to show you what can happen when you let your imagination run away with you. Here's to your bad health. See you next time, boys and ghouls. Oops. Looks like you caught the old crypt keeper checking out one of his ghouly magazines. Which gives you a little hint about tonight's Dead Time story. It's all about the way some guys just die over a pretty girl. But don't worry, kiddies. If it starts to reek a little of rotted romance, I think the title of our nasty narrative makes no bones about where its heart is really at. I call it The Thing from the Grave.
All right, so moving along into episode 6, directed by Fred Decker, and it is called The Thing from the Grave. This one originally aired a week later on May 8th, 1990, so now they're starting to get into weekly. I don't know what the hell was going on with this show. But it's got a pretty interesting cast. It's got Terry Hatcher in it, who's insanely beautiful. Absolutely love her. Miguel Ferrer, he's been in tons of stuff. He's that fucking dude that is like he's always a douche in like everything he plays in. He's that guy, man. He's got that douchey face, but I always remember him from RoboCop, man, because he's Morton in RoboCop. But again, if you were to go through his filmography, he's been in like 130 things. It's crazy. He's just
very, very familiar face. The thing I always remember him from is probably because it's one of the first things I've seen him in, and that is the Night Flyer, the Stephen King Night Flyer.
That's right.
He's also in more episodes of Tales from the Crypt. He's in like 3 episodes.
Yeah, he's also in The Guardian, also the Freakin' film. The William Freakin' from 1990. Yeah. So he's in
The Stand as well.
Yeah, he's dabbled in a lot of like different genres, comedies. He's been in comedies. He's been in fucking TV movies, TV shows, action films, horror films. Like he's just kind of one of those character actors. He just kind of does all that type of different stuff, which is cool.
Yeah.
But most serious stuff that he's in, he's always the asshole douche, which is amazing. Terry Hatcher, man. Oh, dude, this is when she was just like so fucking beautiful, man. Oh, damn, because she was Lois in the Lois and Clark Adventures or whatever the fuck that TV show was back in the day.
Oh, yeah, and then of course written and directed by Fred Decker, which you mentioned. But Fred Decker, we know him mostly, I would probably say, from Night of the Creeps and the Monster Squad,
which are 2 of my favorite all-time films, 2 of my personal favorite films. I've mentioned that many, many times on this show. Fred Decker is actually kind of an interesting dude because, like, in my opinion, it's kind of a shame he didn't do more films because, he did a couple short stuff, but Night of the Creeps, Monster Squad, and then, a couple years later, he did RoboCop 3, which is definitely the bastard child of that series because RoboCop is classic, Part 2 is amazing, and Part 3 is like, it's a really, really bad film, but it's super fun. It's just, it's just pure entertainment value. It's a shitty film, but it's fun.
Yeah, but he also, he wrote the American version of Godzilla 84, 85 or whatever.
House.
And then he wrote House. And then he also
recently
wrote 4 episodes of Tales from the Crypt or more.
And most recently, and I thought this was very, very strange because he hasn't really done a lot since he did the RoboCop film. He worked on Star Trek and stuff. He did he wrote like a TV movie and shit. But more recently, something that we've actually covered on the show, he penned The Predator.
Which I remember when we were reviewing that, and I, either before we did the episode or during the episode, I saw that it was written by Fred Decker, and I'm like, well, I know the name Fred Decker, but it's probably not the same guy. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, it was the same guy.
I know.
And I was like, what? Like, how did that happen?
I know. It's so like I said, though, he hadn't really done a whole lot in the last almost 20 years. Right? Like,
yeah. 20. Well, he had that huge gap between 93 and 2015.
Yeah. That's that's like 22 years. So yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. And they're like, because didn't we joke about it before? It's like, hey, let's maybe give Fred a call, see if he wants to like pen this new, this new Predator film. He hasn't been working a whole lot. Maybe he wants to do it. It's fucking strange. Okay, so yeah, The Thing from the Grave.
Tales from the Crypt, number 22.
Synopsis: when an abusive agent learns that a sexy model of a girlfriend is cheating on him, hence the theme, with a photographer, he kills him and later kidnaps his girlfriend, and soon learns the love is more powerful in death. So this episode's actually constructed a little bit different. We get one of those. We get a scene in the beginning of the episode that's actually one of the scenes. It's not really the end, but it's more of like in the middle kind of thing. In the actual narrative, if you were to straighten out make it a linear narrative. It's something I'm not really a big fan of, and I've mentioned this many times about movies and stuff, when they show a scene from the end of the film and then they go into the film, they go into present time and shit like that. And this one, it actually does work because it's not technically the end scene. It's a scene that plays into the narrative actually quite well. I really like it, actually. So I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah. And that guy, man, he's just an asshole. Miguel, his what's his I don't know his character's name.
Oh, Mitch.
Miguel. Yeah. Dude.
Yeah. So he's so the opening scene is basically Terry Hatcher's boyfriend, played by Miguel Ferrer. His name is Mitch, and he's a fucking douchebag. Like, he thinks he's hot shit. So the opening scene is basically Mitch shooting Devlin Crates, played by Kyer Serrer. He's the photographer that he's obviously sleeping with Terry Hatcher. So the opening scene is him shooting him and fucking burying him in this grave. And then it cuts into kind of the backstory where, Mitch is at this photo shoot with Stacy, played by Terry Hatcher. And he can obviously tell that there's something going on with, Stacy and Devlin and shit like that. And he's being kind of cocky about it and things like that. And, he says he's douchey, but then we learn that he actually is a douche. He's like her manager / boyfriend and stuff, but he's really just kind of sponging off her, taking advantage of her, taking all the money and shit because he doesn't really make any money and stuff. So obviously Stacy wants to leave Mitch, but she hasn't really had the opportunity to tell him and things like that. So then it kind of cuts into the scene where, he ends up shooting him and stuff, buries him. He ends up kidnapping her, and then shit goes down from there. Which, it's kind of one of those episodes where you're like, it's kind of a head scratcher a little bit. I mean, I guess you would chalk it up to the power of love made him return from the grave, I guess, kind of thing. Right? Because
kind of just one of those unexplained, these things happen in Tales from the Crypt things.
Right?
There's no voodoo potion for this one or anything.
Yeah, this is a short episode too. This is, from the last one, like I said, 28 minutes is kind of a slow burn. This one is actually really fast. It's one of the shorter ones. It only runs about 21 minutes. So it's very fast paced. It has to kind of get to that point. So we get about halfway through, and then, as he kidnaps his girlfriend, this dude's all buried and stuff, and somehow he resurrects himself right out of the grave and stuff, and then goes and, gets some revenge on Mitch. I do like the way he looks in this, the actual effects and stuff. I think the zombie looks pretty cool. I like the fact that it's just a zombie film, essentially. It's this love triangle kind of cheating relationship thing, but it just turns into this zombie film out of left field. It's not very well written, to be honest, but it's super entertaining. It's atmospheric as shit, man. And I don't know, Terry Hatcher, there's a scene where she's actually tied to a bed, and she's wearing this blue kind of one-piece sexy lingerie thing. But it's so fucking strange, man, because the scene where Mitch actually ends up running outside and shit, she breaks free from being tied up. And before she goes outside, she manages to put her pants on. I was like, well, that's kind of a damn shame. What the fuck's up with that? Who does that? Who does that?
Yeah.
Right? In movies, that never happens. People always either run out naked or run out what they're wearing or whatever. In this case, she put on her big fucking 1990 pants and made her look super fat. It's just kind of a weird thing, but that's when it gets really good. The last 4 or 5 minutes when you get this little bit of zombie action and shit, and it's cool.
Oh, you know what? I totally forgot about this, but I just remembered. He gives her the necklace, and the necklace is a Mayan thing about holding on to your promises or something like that. So when he says I'll protect you no matter what, that's what it is. Oh, that's right. How he comes back.
That's right. I forgot about the necklace.
I forgot about it too.
Because it's super quick in the episode. It's literally just that. He gives it, and it's never even brought. Yeah, it never even kind of goes back to it at all.
Yeah, normally there would be a shot of it close up while he's getting buried or something,
Well, but, even have her kind of holding it or something like that. It was the power of it was the Mayan necklace. Yeah. It held the power, but you actually I totally forgot about that because it's very quick. Like I said, it's a short episode. It's 20 minutes. It's kind of the one with Lance Hendrickson too, man. It's just very quickly paced and stuff, but it's kind of fun though. I kind of like it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a super simple episode. It's, I think that it's I think the highlight is probably Mitch, because he's such a bastard, and he's even gets a little rapey at one point.
I know that's kind of implied, right? Because like, what is he do? He's getting revenge on his girlfriend by kidnapping her and raping her, but it doesn't really go that far. I mean, but I guess that's implied that's what he was going to do, or was he going to kill her? Like, I don't really. It's kind of a strange scene, actually.
Yeah, this one's only 21 minutes. It cruises by almost a little bit too fast because it's so simple. It's such a simple one. You know what I mean? And I think the difference between like this one and like the other Lover Returns from the Grave one from just 2 episodes ago or whatever with the
Til Death.
The plantation
Til Death
is that one was. One, the effects were better, and 2, it was like it kept coming back. This one's the same thing, but with just a different setup. You know what I mean?
Pretty much.
So instead of the woman coming back to kill, to be with the husband, this is the guy coming back to protect the girlfriend. But it's the same thing. I don't know. It's fun. It's not bad at all. It's a good episode. But, nothing super memorable or standout-ish.
So when the zombie first comes into contact with Mitch there, did you notice anything? I had to bring this up because he does have worms in his face. Did he have bad worm placement? Because he had worms in his eyes. There was worms coming out of his mouth and shit, and there was some maggots and stuff. But he looks better in that shot.
They weren't all in the same spot.
Well, they're not all in the same... Well... Not really, kind of, but not really. But it's kind of interesting too because when the zombie first comes out of the grave, it actually looks like it's a mechanical zombie at first. Like the effects are kind of strange, but when you see it up close, you can tell it's like, it's practical on there. Like I'm not trying to lean towards CG. This is all like 1990, but it definitely looks different when he comes out of the grave at first. I don't know if you noticed that, but he looks better up close, which I thought was kind of interesting because usually that doesn't work like that. Maybe it's just the way they shot it or something. I don't know. But I thought he looked actually kind of cool close. But just a really quick episode. Cool. Yeah. Just a really quick episode. I would have preferred to seen Terry Hatcher a little bit more naked throughout the episode because that's what she's there for, and we only get a quick little glimpse. But so yeah, I mean, I they must have done this purposely or something, man, because they have like a long episode and then like a short one. I mean, I guess we'll figure out the rest of the, the way the episodes play out in the season. But it is kind of funny how that happens. They'll have like a long one and a short one. I don't know. It's weird. I feel like it's designed and planned like that. But 20-minute episodes seem really short, man, compared to like a 28. Like I watch these obviously back to back, and it's like 28 minutes. It's also the construction of them too, because last episode was more of a slow burn.
It's insane how much 8 minutes can feel. In it, like, because we always say when we talk about movies about it's too long, it'll be like an hour and 48 minutes or something. Mm-hmm. And then when you look at what 8 minutes can change and in terms of speed, dude, when you're looking at these little things, 28 minutes versus 20 minutes or 22 minutes, it's just insane.
It is. I always wondered too why the episode. I mean, I understand in HBO there was no commercials and stuff, but like the producers and whoever was in charge of the episodes, and so they must have given like a time, like a time kind of bookend. Like, okay, so you need to be between like 21 minutes and like 28 minutes or something, and just do what you can in that and make something that time. Like they didn't say, hey, we need like a 25-minute episode, because a 20-minute episode to a 28 is like, it almost seems it's like a world of difference, man. It's just kind of strange, right? Because the way they did their blocks, I mean, when you have network television, you have 22-minute sitcom episodes for a reason, because they have usually 8 minutes of commercial time to make up that, that half an hour, right? But with HBO not having commercials, a 20-minute episode seems very odd. If you're having, shows that are 30-minute shows on there, you have all this empty space kind of thing. I always wondered how the producers worked it. Like, to me, if they submitted that episode, I've been like, man, can you put like an extra 4 minutes into there? Kind of make it like 24, 25 minutes, like make up some time here. Because our last week episode was 28, man. It seems like we're short.
Who knows? Maybe it was 30 minutes, and they're just like, you know what? I think we can cut this down, and it just this stuff's unneeded.
Next coming, the uncut box sets of Tales from the Crypt, and every episode is like a full-length episode.
Yeah.
Do you
Oh, the
imagine?
Crypt Keeper cracked me up in this one too. He had the Playgirl or
no,
the Play Dead
the
magazine.
The Play Dead magazine. Yeah, it's awesome. So good.
He's like, oh, got me. But yeah, all right.
All right, so yeah, that's everything for episode 6, The Thing from the Grave.
Wasn't that romantic? Blah! I would have called tonight's fear fable a boy meets ghoul story. Except the boy was the ghoul this time, right, kiddies? Which leaves poor little Stacy fresh out of boyfriends. Oh well. I'm sure she'll dig one up somewhere. I am Newt, ladder of cobra, and whisker of a rat. Oh, hi, kiddies. I was just rustling up a sickening snack for a ghastly guest. Let's see. I need the blood of a sacrificed goat. Whoops. It's got to be a virgin goat. Guess you're off the hook, Nellie. Tonight's story is about a different kind of sacrifice. A sacrifice made for love.
All right, so moving along into episode 7, titled The Sacrifice, directed by Richard Greenberg. Not really a whole lot of directing he's done in his career. He's actually responsible for doing the movie Little Monsters with Fred Savage. Do you remember that one?
Oh, really? Yeah, I do remember that one. That was a staple of my childhood. I haven't seen it since my childhood, but I used to watch it all the time.
Yeah, he needs, Little Monsters needs a high def release or something, man. Because
that seems like a Shout Select.
It really does. It really does, actually. I mean, considering they just did The Wizard, right? So they need to put out Little Monsters. That would be pretty awesome. But yeah, Richard Greenberg did that. He did this episode in like a documentary, so not a whole lot of directing. This episode aired May 15th of 1990, and it's actually one of the longer ones, running about 28 minutes also. So cast includes Kim Delaney, which I always thought was super hot. I always remember Kim Delaney from NYPD Blue. She was awesome in that show. Kevin Kilner's in this episode, and the great Michael Ironside. So it's got a pretty interesting cast.
Yeah, and it was Shock Suspense Stories number 10. The writer was Ross Thomas. Do you know anything that Ross Thomas did?
Ross Thomas wrote Blood In, Blood Out, actually, which is just an amazing kind of gangster. Starts out as you've seen Blood In, Blood Out before, haven't you?
No, I don't think so.
It's like a Mexican kind of street gang film, and then it's a long film. It's like over 3 hours, but then it's kind of half and half. It's like street stuff, and then it goes to jail, and it's like organized crime in jail, and it's really awesome, man. It's amazing. From 1993. That's actually one movie that I've been waiting for a Blu-ray release forever. And actually, if you talk to a lot of people that are into those type of movies, that's the one that always gets brought up. That is very surprising that it doesn't have a release. But yeah, so the guy was responsible for writing Blood In, Blood Out, which is a fantastic movie, just amazing stuff. So
yeah, he's also an actual writer. So he wrote like a bunch of novels too.
Nice. All right, so quick little synopsis on this one. An insurance salesman murders an obnoxious tycoon to get his seductive wife and his fortune, but later is blackmailed by a rival. Yeah.
I could not remember this episode for the life of me when we were, looking at it, and I couldn't remember even when it started. It wasn't until the seduction on the boat that I started remembering it.
Dude, I was kind of in the same boat as you. Not literally, because that wasn't the part that I started remembering. It was when they toss him over the ledge of the apartment. That was the part right away, because I remember instantly, like when they go to toss him over and he's looking up at him, he's like banging off his hands and shit. I'm like, oh, that's brutal, man. Right? It's like poor dude just like looking out into the Hollywood Hills and stuff, and he's like fucking getting tossed over the railing. Like, how brutal is that, man?
I know we normally don't talk about the openings, but the Crypt Keeper was really funny in this one because mentioned about, he's like, you know, I need to sacrifice this goat or whatever, and he's like, he's like, I need a virgin goat, and I was like, did he just insinuate that he has like banged that goat or whatever? Like I didn't
right?
understand that. But I thought it was so funny. But yeah, so this one, man, this is a good episode too because I like the it's kind of funny because there's not a protagonist in this one, really.
Technically not. No.
Yeah, like even the guy that you're supposed to feel bad for, the guy that has all the money.
Yeah.
He is kind of a douchebag because he's like just a rich asshole. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like he doesn't give a fuck, right? He really doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. So there's really not somebody to root for, but I really like this one because of the reveal of like the neighbor. You know what I mean? Like how that whole thing plays out. Mm-hmm. Oh, dude, it's so it's so like chilling. You know what I mean? He's like, he does it. You could tell he's enjoying it because he reveals it slowly, bit by bit. He's like, yeah, you know, I was really into her. And then I shouldn't have never brought her around this guy. And he's like, in fact, I was so into her that I even got an apartment across the way just so I could catch a glimpse of her every once in a while. You know, and then he
take pictures from
it.
Take pictures from my patio, and then all of a sudden James's face kind of like his whole look changes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've always loved those stories of like the neighbor, like you see, either way with the rear window thing, like either you seeing the murder or like somebody watching you. Like I think someone's watching me. I think the John Carpenter film, I think there was like somebody across the way that was watching, you know, and there's I love that dynamic of like, you know, seeing your neighbor do something or like, you know, witnessing a murder from her. Like there's another episode in Tales from the Crypt about a woman who sees somebody get murdered across, like it's from her point of view this time though. Yeah, it's like she goes like mute or something like that afterwards. I'm sure it might even be in this season, I don't know, but yeah, I love that little concept of the murder across the way thing.
Yeah, and you know, of course this one has, you know, a little bit more twists and turns in it also. I like the way this one develops, though. I really do. You know, you would basically get introduced to our main character, James. He's obviously this very sly kind of salesman. He's the best of his company and stuff, which we learned very fast into the episode. It basically starts out with him in an elevator, and he meets Kim Delaney's character, Gloria. And he sees her, and he's obviously like smitten by her because she's super fucking beautiful, right? So anyways, he gets into this where he's supposed to be with this rich tycoon dude, and he starts talking business with him, and the dude basically says to him, because the tycoon is, you know, he's a sly asshole too, and he cuts a deal with him. You know, he's like, you know, if you want to sign me, if you want my business, my insurance, you know, you're gonna have to pay me like 30% of your commission. It's like this guy's going to sign a deal with him, you know, to you know, do something with his insurance and things like that, but then he's taking his commission from him. It's like,
dude, it's
like, are you kidding me? Like, this guy doesn't have to be there. He doesn't have to sign this guy, but this tycoon's worth so much money that it's actually worth him to pay him all this commission just to sign him up, right? Yeah. So of course, you know, he does it because he's like, it's so much money for the company and whatever. And so he ends up going back to his houseboat, and then right away, Gloria meets him there, and he's like, you know what? You're not the first one ever to meet me at my houseboat after, you know, working out a new insurance deal, because they want to know who the new beneficiary is, or what the contents of the new insurance policy is, right? So of course they hit it off, and they start having sex and stuff, and then they devise this plan to knock off the tycoon, and which essentially they do. They kind of kill him, right? And then, which we talked about before.
It happens a little fast. You're like, okay, like these, like...
It's almost the sex. It's literally the next scene. Because they have the sex. And then, like, I guess in that conversation, like, or that part of it, they devise this plan. And it's fucked. Because it is. It seems like it's the next day. right? And so they go to this apartment, and it's super fast. Like the dude's like, he's fucking looking over the hills, and he's like, yeah, man, money and pussy and bullshit, capital of the world and shit. And then she's standing in the corner, and all of a sudden this fucking James comes up behind him and just like tilts him off off the balcony, right? It's just so brutal. The thing that's kind of cheesy about the whole scene, though, is after she has to play the part of the the disgruntled widow now, right? So the police officer's there and stuff, and of course James is outside on the deck, kind of like looking and waiting for the police officer to finish questioning her and stuff, and then he leaves, and I'm like, it really wouldn't go down like it just seems very fast, and like, I don't know. But of course, they start their plan and stuff. And then, like we mentioned before, Michael Ironside is the neighbor, who his character is Jerry. And, he kind of shows up at the apartment, and he's like, and he's very sly about it and stuff. And one thing leads to another, and he ends up basically telling them that he has pictures of what happened. And he uses that against them to blackmail them into basically using Gloria for sex and doing a whole pile of crazy, weird, absurd shit that they have in dialogue.
Yeah, but it's weird. He says that he wants to. He's not like, I'm taking Gloria. He's like, I want to share her.
Yeah, and he does like weird things, like they'll pay people to watch them have sex and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like so bizarre. It's really strange, but
and then you find out that this guy, like, he actually did like really love this girl, and he wasn't just doing it for the money either. Like, he was doing it more for the girl because of like what eventually happens to him. You know what I mean? Normally, like, they're both doing it for the money or something like that, but he's like super depressed and like bummed out that his wife's like banging this other dude the whole time, and he has to like deal with it. And like, but meanwhile, like, the twist is that she wanted that the whole time. They're just probably not doing anything. She's coming home with these exaggerated stories of like, it's so awful, like they're making me, and it's just like, wow, this guy got screwed over bad.
Yeah, like they make James feel so bad, and it's so paranoid and so depressed about the whole situation and stuff like that. He ends up like knocking himself off, and then they basically just win. They walk away with the fortune and the girl and stuff.
There was a little tiny part with the birds though, where you're like, they said they're like repeating the shit that they were saying. Yeah. Actually, I like the fact that they got a little bit smart with the writing too, because there is a point where the police officer's talking to Gloria, and he's like, the police officer says to her, he goes, "Did you know that he had just taken out a $10 million life insurance policy on you?" And she's like, "Oh," and the cop's like, "Well, yeah, but you're not collecting it because he never got a chance to sign the papers before he fell off the balcony." And she's like, "Oh." And I'm like, I'm thankful that they put that in there, because it's true, right? Because the policy is what would have linked them, would have given her a motive for the murder, right? So I'm like, that was kind of cool that they put that in there. What was the motive for the murder?
Well, basically, I mean, the number one thing in, marriage murder and stuff is usually life insurance policies and stuff, right? So if there is a policy out on you and your husband or wife ends up getting killed mysteriously or something, they always look at that, right? So, but in this case, they hadn't signed.
She just inherited the shit that he had.
She was already probably the heir to the fortune anyways, but this was just an extra policy, because if he dies or whatever, it was like $10 million for her, kind of extra, right? So it was an extra bunch of money, but then this kind of depletes the motive, which I actually thought was pretty interesting in the writing that they threw that in there, because I'm like, oh, nice, because like I'm a Dateline whore. Like, I watch Dateline every fucking day. Like, I know shit like the back. Dude,
I watch Forensic Files like so often, and that's often the reason.
Oh, it is, man. And like it's always like, if a spouse gets murdered or killed in some kind of mysterious way or something, they always look at insurance policies right away. Do they have one? Do they have this? But it was cool. It was written well in that aspect, because you're like, oh, they weren't collecting the insurance policy, it was about the actual money, so it kind of throws them off a little bit. So that was well done. I thought that was pretty interesting. But this one, this episode kind of sticks out too in the first 7, because it's not exactly tongue-in-cheek at all, really. I mean, this one's kind of plays straightforward a little bit. It doesn't have a lot of comedy in it, which is good. I like how they kind of switch these episodes up, because the next one is like literally laughing. I laugh so many times in the next episode. It's crazy. But this one, it plays itself pretty serious, which, I like. It's a change of pace, right? So
yeah. I've been ranking these as we go, because we're gonna rank them at the end, and it's starting to get hard. So I started assigning them ratings.
Yeah, dude, I already noticed that too. I was kind of doing the same thing, and I'm like, oh shit, I didn't rate any of these things, man. I don't know. So
yeah.
Oh well.
So, but yeah, this one I really enjoyed this one, man. I thought it was, a good like thrilling, mystery, like reveals. It's one of the reveal heavy ones where like it has punches to it. So I dug that about it. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think the main twist in it doesn't pack the punch like some of the other twists do. Like especially
the first twist packed the punch more than the last twist.
Yeah, I think so too. Actually, I really do. Yeah, I really do.
Like the one with him across when he reveals he watched him, like that to me was more impressive than the end twist.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as impactful as like Three's a Crowd. Like that twist in that episode is just like it's like a gut punch beyond gut punch. Right? It takes you right out, man. But I mean, it is interesting. They managed to pull off two pretty good twists, and I mean, it's still effective. I like it though, man. For one of the longer episodes, it doesn't actually drag, which is nice. So, but that's cool, man. So, that's it.
Yep.
All right, that is episode 7, The Sacrifice.
Excuse me, kiddies. Be with you in a moment. So this is suicide? Somehow I thought it'd have more punch. Oh well. At least Jim's big finish had a bright side. I hate to see a guy throw his life away without some dame getting a laugh out of it. So remember, if your ladies' evenings are all booked up, do what I do. Drop her. I always wanted to play guitar, but I could never quite master the fingering. So I won't be a rock star. I'll just have to settle for being a shock star. My groupies. Tonight's little riff is rife with sex, death, and rock and roll. Now that's entertainment. You'll meet a putrefied promoter of pop with an ear for a hit. I don't want to kill it for you. Let's just say we come into the story just when his career is getting real hot.
Alrighty, moving along into episode 8, directed by Jerry Price. Now, this is the only thing that Jerry Price has actually ever directed before, which is kind of interesting. This episode was released on May 22nd, 1990.
Yeah, he has done like some other random stuff. Like he's done some writing and things like he wrote some cartoons. He wrote Wild Wild West, actually.
He wrote Who Framed Roger Rabbit, actually. He wrote
Who Framed Roger Rabbit, yep.
He wrote Doc Hollywood, which I like that movie too. That's cool.
Yeah, and then the writer on this one also, what did he do? The writer. Peter S. Seaman.
Seaman? Maybe he wrote porno.
Yeah. Oh, he did... Oh, wait a minute. Is it the same guy?
That would be weird.
It is the same guy.
Stephen Dodd. Stephen Dodd also wrote, I think he's Tales from the Crypt too. But you know, it's actually kind of interesting. Jeffrey Price is...
Dude, it's the same person. Jeffrey Price and Peter S. Seaman. Oh, it's a duo. Okay. They do they just do everything together.
Oh, I see. Jeffrey Price is actually writing the sequel to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which is coming out in 2022. It's kind of cool. I didn't actually even know that was even greenlit.
Me neither. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
But yeah, Shock Suspense Stories number 15 here.
Nice.
May 22nd, 1990. We got Did you give a synopsis yet?
No, synopsis. A greedy rock promoter tries to steal the money raised at a benefit concert when his conscience intervenes.
His conscience is voiced by Sam Kinison.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, man. It's pretty awesome. And he's so good. The voice is so good, man. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one, our main character's name is Marty Slash. Of course, it's Marty Slash, right? But it's played by Lee Ehrenberg. And if you know who he is, if you're not sure who he is, just look him up right now. You probably recognize him right away. He's been in like a million things. He's like a little short, kind of not fat, kind of stocky dude, but he's just super intense and like he's perfectly casted as the dirty, slimy rock promoter.
Rock promoter, yeah.
Perfectly casted. Like I think he does such a great job in this. We got Kathy Segal from
Katie.
Katie Segal from Married to Children and stuff. She makes an appearance in this, and Iggy Pop actually is the rock band that's performing throughout the whole episode, which is kind of cool too. But this episode starts out really, really funny, man. It's so weird because, like I said, like the last episode was kind of played straightforward, and this one starts out like completely ridiculous with with Lee Ehrenberg's character Marty. He's literally running into the electric chair and he's trying to strap himself in like super fast. He's like, "Come on, guys, let's get this shit over. Let's do this." It's like, what the fuck is going on, right? So you know right away that's got to be the end of the episode. So then it cuts to him at the ear doctor, and he's getting his ears checked out, and he's complaining that he's hearing like this weird noise coming out of his right ear. And the doctor's like, I don't see anything wrong. He's like, what kind of noise? Is it like a ringing? Is it a buzzing? He's like, no, it's like a,
It's like a,
yeah. And he's like, he goes, I think you have ear damage because you are a rock promoter and you need to put earplugs in because the loud music is making you go deaf. You've done ear damage to him. And he's like, I don't fucking know. So he gives him a bunch of shit. And he's like, dude, if you want to save your hearing, you need to get out of that business. He's fucking Marty turns around. He's like, is tonight too early? Whatever he fucking says, so goofy. And you're like,
know. He's just such a good
he's perfect in
casting. It's just so great.
It's almost like makeup didn't even have to make him sweat. You just kind of figured that he was actually profusely sweating through this whole episode. But it's so awesome, man. So we get to the rock concert, and yeah, it's a benefit concert. They had raised $1 million to give to the Amazon, to save the Amazon and stuff, which I find highly unlikely that they would have raised $1 million with Iggy Pop playing. But come on. But anyways, he has this whole plan where he plans on ripping off the money. And so the concert kind of ends, and he's backstage. Or the concert doesn't end, actually. It's still kind of going on, but he goes backstage, and he's getting ready to, like, you know, steal the money and shit like that. And all of a sudden his conscience kicks in, like, the voice starts screaming at him, like, no, you can't do this. What are you doing? This is ridiculous.
Marty, what are you doing?
Marty, what are you doing? You know, you can't do this, man. You're stealing money from the Amazon. That's bad, blah, blah, blah. And it kind of plays out from there. Like, his conscience is just killing him, man. He's just, you know, he doesn't really know what to do, right? Because he's not sure if it's like really happening to him or if he's just like, so he's in this battle. You know, he wants this money, but like his conscience is screaming at him so bad and shit. I really like the way this one plays out because it's actually really well written. There's a really interesting twist because there's a point in the episode where, you know, the narrative starts to make you think that, you know, the voice is actually super real and that other people can hear it. There's this really, really great scene where, you know, he's in the bathroom and he's going to take a piss. And at this point, he's super agitated. He's sweating. He's just like losing his mind. He doesn't know what the fuck to do. He can't get away from this voice. And he's going to take a piss. And he kind of looks over and the voice is screaming at him like, man, they can hear you. They can hear you and shit. And this person looks at him and bolts out of the bathroom. Next person looks over and bolts out of the bathroom. And then there's this like tranny taking a piss. Looks at him and bolts out of the bathroom like, I told you they can hear me and shit like that. It's great, man. And there's a pretty cool twist with that too. But man, such a fun episode, man. I absolutely love, like, Lee Ehrenberg makes this episode because every scene he's so intense. He's just so agitated. He's just, oh man, it's just such a fun one, man. Such a fun one.
Yeah. Yeah. And even Katie Segal is pretty awesome in it because she plays like this bank lady and she's like dresses up in secrecy and then she just wants the damn money too, and then he kills her. He's like,
actually, which is like a really great scene though too, man, because yeah, Kathy Segal plays a banker where she finds out about, you know, what he's doing, and she says to him, she's like, you know, I can kind of cook the books, like we can get this, and, you know, says something about the money and the bank and shit, and she's like, I can cook this up, but I want half the money. And he's like, half the fucking money? That's ridiculous, right? And he's like, and it just starts fucking, the voice is just screaming at him the entire time. It's just so great. And he's kind of making his way over to like this guitar, you know, like this axe and stuff. And he grabs this axe and he fucking beats her to death with this shit. It's such a great scene. I love this fucking scene.
And then like even the stuff with the cop, like how the cop comes in, he's like, or like they open the door or something, and he's like pretending he's playing guitar and stuff.
I love the I don't know, man, the hand, one of the helpers back there, and he's like, dude, he's like, he's just singing, man. It sounded like you were killing somebody in here, man. And he's so agitated. The voice is still screaming at it. It's like, it's so fucking entertaining, man.
It's super agitated because it like never shuts up. He's trying to talk to people, and it's like, Marty, and he's like, he's talking louder, so people are like, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
Yeah. There's actually one point in the episode where he's in his office, and the thing is just screaming at him, right? He's like, and he's trying to shut it up any way he can. He's like shoving Q-tips in there. He's like putting an ear plug. Nothing's kind of working, and he grabs this ear ointment drops or whatever, and he's fucking starts spraying it in his ears, like just ridiculous amounts, right? And then the voice screams up. He's like, man, that shit's like 80% alcohol. It's time to party. And he starts screaming louder. It's so fucking funny, man. And
then like the best part is at the end, whenever, you know, he got caught for the murder and stuff. And he's like, the thing's like, all right, a Jewish man, a rabbi, and a Jesus walks into a bar or something. He's like, stop me if I've told you this one before. And he's like, hard to believe it's been like 2 years or something. And you just picture like, wow, this fucking thing has talked to him for 2 years while he's in prison and can't do anything else but listen to it. Yeah. And he's like, you could tell he's just like so over the whole thing. He's like running to the electric chair and shit. He's like, let's get it started.
I love that shit though, man, because he basically tells everybody what he was doing, and he really didn't have to, because the voice totally tripped him the fuck out, like
with the Q-tip.
Yeah, like so.
And he's like, wait a minute, Marty. He's like, you don't think that maybe that's why they were all looking at you? And you're like, oh my god, this thing is demented. But it's funny because it's supposed to be his own conscious, but it's a very creative episode. No, it's super creative.
It is, man. I love that shit with the Q-tip though, man, because people are kind of looking at him like, what the fuck, like this guy, what the hell's wrong with him, kind of thing. It turns out it's just because he had shoved this Q-tip so far in his ear, he had like blood coming out, and it just didn't look right? And he basically tells everybody, right? Oh man, it's so good. It's so good.
And it's cool too, because like I know that twist. Like I've seen this episode probably more than any other, but I would say this is like top 5 most watched for me. And I always watch the camera because like they do hide it. They shoot it to where you can't see that side of his head, so it could have been in there, you know what I mean? So they do a good job with that too.
Yeah, there's actually points in this where, like, I think when he's talking to Katie Seagal, there's actually points where, like, when the voice was screaming too, like the camera would actually shoot from like his right side of his ear and shit, like it was the conscience screaming at her. You know, like, because we're getting that conversation too, but it's not really happening. But the camera work, like the cinematography was actually smart too, right? And there's a lot of really great close-up shots of like when it needs to be, and you know, it's kind of focusing on him. He's freaking out, and it would pan back like it's the conscience, you know, coming back here and stuff. I was like, wow, this is actually a really good episode, man. It's awesome, really, really good stuff, man.
I thought it was an awesome episode. It's definitely one of my favorites. So. Yeah, I knew as soon as this one came up, I was like, oh yeah, this is a good one. But yeah, so that's For Crying Out Loud. And yes,
you know, the whole, actually when you first get to see Katie Seagal, I'm like, because I'm thinking like this is like 1990, this is like about 3 years into Married to Children. I'm like, where the fuck, if they had just had Al somewhere in there, that would have been the funniest shit ever. Like just have him in the crowd or something, that would have been so funny. Actually, one thing that we didn't bring up, actually, this episode actually has tits in it. It actually has titties. A girl shows her tits in the crowd.
That's right.
Yeah, so it's the first episode I've noticed with tits. So I thought that was kind of
Was there not tits in the Demi Moore episode?
No, there actually isn't. I think the girls are cut. They got those little suction cup things on there. Yeah,
little suction cup. Yeah, because the very first episode of season 1 has mad tits in it.
Yeah, man, they started with a bang for sure.
Yeah.
So
yeah, all right, cool.
All right, so Yeah, that's For Crying Out Loud. Episode 8.
Well, headbangers, wasn't that one a real smash? I know it was for Miss Kielbasa. As for Marty, he was right about that noise in his head. He probably wished he was deaf, but he got death instead. Well, until next time, Fright fans, ears looking at you. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. Blah! What do flowers know about love anyway? Well, hello there, boils and ghouls. Just getting in the mood for tonight's tawdry tale. A story of love and lurid lust in the dust. Sure to arouse the sickies amongst you to some heavy breathing. A tale I call Four-Sided Triangle.
All right, so moving on to episode 9, titled Four-Sided Triangle, directed by the one and only Tom Holland. Yes, yeah, Tom Holland is responsible for JP's favorite vampire film of all time with Fright Night.
Fright Night? Nah.
Actually, probably not. No, I mean, you know what's funny, man? Tom Holland's kind of one of those household names, but, in retrospect, he hasn't actually directed, like, that much, like classic films. Like, he did Child's Play. He obviously did Fright Night. He went on to do a couple of, I wouldn't say more favorite Stephen King adaptations in The Langoliers. He did the miniseries. He also did Thinner, which is a film I do like. I'm not, like, overly stoked on that one. But yeah, he did some Tales from the Crypt and stuff like that, and he came back later.
He wrote a lot too. Like The Beast Within, The Initiation of Sarah, Psycho 2, obviously The Langoliers, and he did another. Did you know there was a remake of Initiation of Sarah?
Yeah. And sometime in the 2000s I think it was remade.
Yeah. And then he did like the Twisted Tales thing and stuff, and he acted in Hatchet 2, which is probably one of his bigger roles.
Yeah, and actually recently he was even in Digging Up the Marrow. He actually had a cameo.
Was he digging up? Oh yeah, he was.
Yeah,
that's right.
So yeah, but I always think of Tom Holland as somebody that directed a lot of horror films, but he didn't really. It's kind of strange, but a couple of very memorable ones and stuff. But
this is his second episode of Tales from the Crypt. His first one was in season 2. Or season 1, sorry.
Yeah,
Lover Come Hack to Me. And then he has another one in the future as well, but did 3 total. And then the writer, he hasn't really done anything.
No, Stephen Dodd, I think he just did like these episodes on Tales from the Crypt. I think that was about it. So this specific episode came out May 29th, 1990.
From Shock Suspense Stories 17. So they used Shock Suspense Stories 10, 15, and 17 all in a row. Actually, we're on a run of Shock Suspense Stories. It's kind of interesting.
Nice.
But yeah, the cast though.
Yeah, man, it's got Patricia Arquette in this episode. I can't remember exactly how to say the dude's name properly, but it's like, what is it, Chelsea Ross? Is that actually how you pronounce his name?
I think so.
He's a guy you see in a lot of shit, man. He plays the kind of the hillbilly farmer in this one, but you definitely recognize that guy from a lot of stuff. But yeah, Patricia Arquette, of course, from Nightmare on Elm Street and stuff. But yeah,
you know who the Suzanne Blom Merritt. I recognize her right away from one specific movie. Do you know what it is?
Yes, Pet Sematary, I believe.
Yeah, she played Missy Dandridge, and always creeped me out as a kid because of like just how sickly she looks because she's all in pain and stuff, and she hangs herself.
Yep,
that's how I know her.
That's right. Okay. Yeah. That's one thing I like about the Tales from the Crypt episodes, man, because, you know, they were never like super high budget and stuff. So they always had small casts. So when you introduce these episodes, you're like, yep, 2-3 people and that's it. I always like that. So, synopsis. Farmer George is attracted to Mary Jo, the newly young woman who helps out with the chores. The problem is she's in love with a scarecrow. This episode, man, when it first started, I was like, which one is this? Oh, yeah, it's the one with the scarecrow. It actually took me a minute to figure out which one it was, but
I knew this one right away. I'm very familiar with this episode.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting and odd, very, very odd, with a cool twist in it. But yeah, Patricia Arquette basically plays this. She's like a farmhand. She works for Charles Yates and his wife, played by Chelsea Ross and Susan Blomard, whatever her name is. They're definitely like, I want to say maybe Southern hillbilly farmers and stuff. They're just, they're an odd couple. They're very abusive. It almost seems like they have something on Patricia Arquette's character or something like that, because she hangs around and still deals and, kind of puts up with all the abuse. Like they like literally physically abuse her and mentally abuse her and stuff like that. But she seems to do her job and shit. The thing is, George actually has it. He's kind of smitten for her. He wants to really kind of get with her and stuff. And of course, Patricia Arquette's character, Mary Jo, is like, no, I have somebody else kind of thing. And this one specific day, she's in the barn and, I think she's milking the cows, and he kind of takes advantage of that. And one thing leads to another, and she's not having it. And he ends up kind of like knocking her out and, kind of confides his wife that he's technically killed her, but we know that Mary Jo is not dead. They find her, she kind of got away from George and stuff, and she wakes up and then she's all like kind of talking this love stuff with the scarecrow and shit like that. It's like a really, really strange episode and shit. So yeah, what are your thoughts on this one?
Oh, I really like this episode. Would you say his name is George or something?
Yeah, George.
Yeah, he's super creepy, super handsy, super rapey. Very rapey. Dude, they sexualize Patricia Arquette so much. And honestly, I never was a huge Patricia Arquette fan, but she is smoking in this episode.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's
really hot.
It's her attire in this, man. Like she's wearing
the tank top.
Yeah, the tank top with and she has really, really big boobs, and her nipples are hard the entire episode. And it doesn't even seem like she's wearing a bra, because they're like just everywhere.
She's not wearing a bra.
But yeah, they do sexualize her a lot. I mean, George is very, like you said, rapey. He's got eyes for her. He's checking her out in every angle and stuff. And there's a scene where she's in the kitchen in the fridge and stuff. And she's cooking on the stove, and she's wearing these ripped up jeans, like with no underwear and stuff. And her ass cheeks like hanging out, and he's just like he's like drooling over and shit. It's kind of
fucking funny. Then when she's in the hay and she's bent over and like her boobs literally look like they're gonna fall out of her tank top, and I'm just like,
exactly.
I'm like, dude, like Patricia Arquette's like making me lose my words here. Yeah. And look, I know her from Elm Street 3 mostly, but she's even in she's in Lost Highway, right?
Yep.
And she's naked, all naked in that movie, but I never found myself attracted to her as much as in this episode.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah,
she's like super smoking.
Honestly, man, if you were George and you had his wife in this, like, wouldn't you be attracted to that? I mean, you could not help but, be trying to going after, Mary Jo every chance you possibly could and stuff.
You get a sense that she's like a runaway or something, where she just has nowhere else to go, and like they're taking her in for it's old school. It almost feels like it could be taking place, in an earlier time period too, like not super early, but just like where it's a more simple time, maybe I guess it looked like the clothes they wear and stuff is normal, I guess, but and she's kind of just like has nowhere else to go, and they give her room and board, and she just has to work. And even the wife is like, we can't it's hard to find good help type thing. You know what I mean? Like we can only abuse her so much.
Yeah.
We can punish her, but we can't make her not able to work, essentially. Like we can't, hurt her too much.
She basically says in so many words, killing her won't get us any help, you know, kind of thing, right? So, you know, if you kill her, she's not going to be helping out around there. But yeah, so after she gets kind of knocked out and stuff, she comes to and she's like talking all this crazy love shit and stuff. And like George is like trying to get with her.
Seems to have maybe gotten some brain damage.
Yeah, a little bit, right? And, you know, George is like trying to get with her and stuff. She's like, no, we can't do this. You know, like I have a boyfriend, and she's telling people that she has somebody, and, you know, like he wears a hat and he's very tall and stuff and wears a suit and it seems like she's kind of fucking lost it.
She's like, he's gonna come one night and make love to me or something. The wife gets super mad. She's talking about that stuff, and you know, she smacks her with the broom or whatever. But then you have the wife, you know, like George is like, you know, I would never cheat on you, you know, and she's like, I know you haven't yet, and like, you know that she knows like hardcore, you know, it's like, yeah. Like, she's not dumb. She knows that like this hot young thing walking around is gonna entice anybody. But boy, dude, like this one, the end of this one's kind of like super, like that guy is super sleazy, but also just like, oh shit, you know how what happens is he dresses up as the scare, because he knows that she's like obsessed with the scarecrow, so he's like, well, if I just pretend to be the scarecrow, I could essentially have sex with her.
Which is actually kind of an odd part of the story too, because it actually proves that she actually legitimately was either crazy or brain damaged or something, because she was like trying to get with the scarecrow that was actually not him at first, but then he takes advantage of the situation. He's like, well, if I dress up like the scarecrow, I can totally just trick her, kind of thing. Right?
There's a moment in the very end where she says like, now we're free. Mm-hmm. And I almost took it as like this whole thing was a setup, but I don't like it if that's the case, because it just seems like a ridiculous, like, just leave, you know, type thing.
I just kind of took it as like she was just saying that shit because she was like legitimately crazy, and at this point it's like, like it's a little bit confusing.
I think that she actually has brain damage. Like that's what I think about it.
For sure.
But it's, you know, he dresses up as the scarecrow to basically seduce her.
Yeah, take advantage of the situation. Yeah.
And then the wife is all pissed off because she hears that, you know, her down there and
the jealous
and shit.
Wife.
And she comes down there and stabs she's like, it's not real. And she stabs the shit out of him with the pitchfork.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just like, priceless. That's what you get, you old fuck.
Right. I mean, oh man, you try to take advantage of the situation, get stabbed up with a pitchfork. Yeah, it's a fun episode, man. It's I mean,
good performance. I think that Patricia Arquette plays like the brain damaged teen pretty good, and she's like singing that song "Chicken Pot Pie," and like whatever accent she has, like, because she doesn't have that accent in real life, right? That she did that for
we'll either do the farm couple. You know, so like their accents and shit, like playing that hillbilly shit. I just like everything about this episode, like the whole wardrobes, the accents, everything. Everyone kind of plays the role so good in this, and
even just the farmhouse and stuff. It just it just looks good.
Oh, it does, man. It clips along too, man, because I like the fact that they actually introduced the fact that you know she is crazy and, you know, this and that. Like, I mean, all these short episodes kind of do that to you and stuff, but I think this one works well. I think it does actually work quite well that, you know, he takes advantage of the situation, and I just like the way this one develops and shit. It's pretty awesome. So
I do too.
But yeah, so I guess that's probably it for Four-Sided Triangle, episode 9. All right.
Yep.
That young lady certainly knew how to make her point. But what a shame for poor George and Louisa. They thought they had their labor problems all sewed up. But Mary Jo formed her own union with the Scarecrow. And just when George was going to reward Mary Jo for all her hard work with a big bonus. Now that is definitely not what you call safe sex. Tune in next week, kiddies, for another terribly traumatic tale. Good evening, Fear fans. You're just in time. Contents: one ventriloquist dummy, Hackme Novelty Company, Battle Shriek, Michigan. Oh, goody. Watch this, kiddies. You won't see my lips move. You know why? I don't have any. Well, hello, Dickie. Would you like me to tell a tale from the crypt? No thanks, Death Breath. Then how about sitting a little closer to the fire? That's better. Now I can dole out a diseased little ditty about the schizophrenic nature of showbiz and how to hack your way to the top. So grab hold of your guts, kiddies, cause tonight you get to rub elbows with the Ventriloquists dummy.
Alright, so moving along into episode 10, titled The Ventriloquist Dummy, directed by Richard Donner. Seems like we've been talking about Richard Donner quite a bit recently. Of course, we did the Omen franchise a while back, and he, of course, directed the first one. And he actually acts as, I'm probably sure that we've mentioned this, but he acts as one of the main executive producers on Tales from the Crypt.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this is is this the first episode that he did, or did he do one in the first season too?
Richard Donner with Tales from the Crypt, he did, I want to say that he did do one in the first.
He did actually.
He did find it.
Dig That Cat. He's real gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he did do one in the, okay. And then he actually does another one. So overall, he does like 3 episodes. But if you're not familiar with Richard Donner, of course, he did The Omen, he did Superman, the Goonies and shit, which we've mentioned, Lethal Weapon movies. Very prolific type directors. So, when you see Richard Donner's name attached to an episode of Tales from the Crypt, you get pretty damn excited because, let's face it, man, he was definitely heavily involved in this, being one of the main executives.
He did The Omen.
Yeah, that's what I said. And he did The Omen, of course, and stuff. So, but yeah,
and then the writer. Okay, good. What was you saying?
Yeah, no, this one premiered on June 5th, 1990, actually.
But the writer is also somebody big.
Who did Frank Darabont.
Frank Darabont, yeah.
Yeah, nice.
So, Frank Darabont wrote the screenplay to Dream Warriors?
I think, I don't know if or was he just one of the guys that did,
Says he wrote Dream Warriors, The Blob, and The Fly too.
He did the screenplay. Is there multiple screenplays? Oh yeah, see, there's multiple people on it, because I know Wes Craven wrote the story, Bruce Wagner was on it. There's a bunch of writing credits on here, so I'm thinking it was probably a collabo maybe on the story and screenplay. So yeah, he's one of the names that's definitely attached to it for sure. Yeah,
but
yeah,
he also did Godzilla. He did do Godzilla, but Shawshank Redemption and The Green Mile and The Mist.
Yeah,
and big Walking Dead guy, and then he also directed The Green Mile, Shawshank, Buried Alive, the TV movie, The Mist. Mm-hmm. Very, very talented duo here.
You do notice that with a lot of directors / writers and stuff. If they adapt one Stephen King novel, they do more.
Yeah,
they come in bunches. Like
Mick Garris is like the king of it.
Yeah, and Mick Garris did all the crappy ones though. I always associate Mick Garris with being like, he did the not so great adaptations.
He's done some good ones.
I don't know. I guess it all depends on how you look at it.
The Stand. What about The Stand?
I mean, The Stand is okay. I mean, it's so dated now. I mean, I'd like to see an updated version of The Stand for sure.
You would like to see? Did you know that it's like done?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it comes out.
It's coming to. I think it's almost done, but it's coming to CBS All Access.
I mean, we've talked about The Stand, redoing The Stand for I think a few years now, even in the news bits and stuff. So.
Do you know who the old black lady in The Stand is? The new one?
No.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah. But, anyway.
Okay, so The Ventriloquist Dummy, this one's actually starring Don Rickles, which is like one of my favorite comedians, man. That dude he really just kind of plays himself in this, man. He's just that, that smooth-talking, one-lining guy, always screaming and yelling and shit. And also Bobcat Goldthwait is in this one also.
His name's hard to say, isn't it?
Goldthwait? Yeah, Bobcat Goldthwait. It's like because you're constantly moving your mouth back and forth.
It's so hard to add that TH in there.
It is.
Tales from the Crypt number 28, this one is. So back, actually, an adaptation of one of the Tales from the Crypts.
All right, synopsis. Amateur ventriloquist Billy Goldman. It's funny that his name is Billy Goldman in this too. Learns that being a ventriloquist might not be the best career for him. So this episode starts out with Don Rickles is like this famous ventriloquist, and he's getting older in his career, and the episode starts out where Billy is actually like a young kid, and he's seeing him, which turns out to be Rickles or Mr. Ingalls' last performance, because something actually happens to him after that show. So Billy sees him as a young kid. He's like 12 or 13 years old or some shit. He gets to meet him backstage, and he's like just totally in love with Mr. Ingalls, man, and the whole idea of being a ventriloquist. So he gets his autograph, and he decides at that moment like he wants to be a ventriloquist. So basically cuts to like 15 years later, and when he had met Billy, Mr. Ingalls had told him that he's like, later on in life, you can kind of look me up and shit. And of course, Billy takes advantage of that. He shows up at his place one day and stuff, and he's like, I've decided I want to be a ventriloquist, and for my very first show, I want you to come and check this out. And so, of course, Mr. Ingalls is like, he's grumpy, he's old as fuck and stuff like that, because what had happened on his very last show, after the show, there was like a fire and shit like that, and something happened to him, and it kind of ended his career. He fucked up his hand, he got all burnt up and shit like that. So now, it's all these years later, and he's all grumpy and shit like that, and because his career was all ended and stuff. And so he's asking him to come and see him and shit, and he's really reluctant to do that and stuff. And then of course Billy gets on stage and totally completely bombs, which is fucking amazing.
He sucks.
It's like the worst fucking ventriloquist fucking show of all time. I swear to God, it's just brutal. And then of course, Mr. Ingalls actually does show up, and he sees him bomb on stage and shit like that. And but yeah. Let's kind of leave it at that point. We'll get into the rest of it. But this episode is fucking fun, man. I absolutely love this episode. Like, it's just Don Rickles playing himself, essentially. Just anybody that says anything out of the crowd, he just comes with his quick remarks with the heckling and shit. And but where this one goes is fucking awesome, man. I love this episode. It's so beyond goofy and shit, because it kind of sets it up like that. The ventriloquist doll is actually like a killer kind of doll. Because like I said in the beginning of the film, there's something that happens after Rickles' show, and there's like this fire, and these people die and shit like that, and it's kind of leaning towards it, like it's a fucking killer doll. I love this. I love this episode, man. It's so much fun.
Yeah, and you know what? It's the damn performances, and it goes like full blown ridiculousness once the reveal happens, and like they're fighting and shit, and the little half brother, like the stuff that he's saying is just ridiculous.
Oh, I know. It's so funny. So basically what happens here after, Billy has this total bomb on stage, and Mr. Ingalls sees that and shit. Ingalls actually leaves the club and stuff. And then, something happens outside. There's like a woman that's found dead and shit like that. And Billy kind of sees this and kind of puts two and two together and shit. And he's like, I think Ingalls did this. Like, I think he's a killer. He did something to this woman. So he confronts him at his house, and where Mr. Ingalls, he basically tells Billy that, it's the doll. It's the doll. It's the ventriloquist that did this. It's not me and shit like that. And of course, Billy, he goes and grabs the actual doll, and she's like, no, it's just a fucking doll. It doesn't do this shit. And then we get this reveal that Mr. Ingalls' hand actually it's basically like basket case in a sense, but his like twin brother is actually like attached to his hand. And of course, if you're going to have that type of deformity, you might as well use it as, a ventriloquist doll, right? It only fucking makes sense. But it turns out this thing is like actually like evil and shit, and it does bad things and stuff. Oh, it's fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, of course, once the reveal happens to Billy, they're all like, holy shit, this is fucking crazy and stuff. And then Mr. Ingalls has had enough, and he takes like a meat cleaver and he cuts his fucking hand off, to get rid of this evil ass, his evil ass twin brother that's attached to his hand kind of thing. And essentially Ingalls dies. He fucking dies. So Billy takes advantage of the situation. And he's like, well, since I suck so bad at being a real ventriloquist, I'm going to steal this fucking, his half brother, attach it to his hand and shit. And he goes and does the set and shit. It's just, it's absolutely ridiculous episode, man. But like, I love after Rick or Mr. Ingalls cuts it off. Like, it's this fucking like head, arm thing you want to call it, whatever, is like when he's just standing there talking and shit. I'm like, oh my God, this is so stupid. It's ridiculous. But
oh, dude, it's hilarious. And then when he has it in the like meat grinder, he's like talking shit to it, like, he's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, and then he's like, wait, like, I got an idea type thing. And it's just like ridiculous because it's probably gonna end bad for him. But but what was weird is like when he's talking shit, Bobcat,
yeah,
I feel like some of his lines were dubbed in afterwards. Did you get that, or did you not notice that?
Oh, like when Bobcat was actually talking on stage?
No. Like when he's like fighting with the thing, like the audio seems to not match the room for some of them.
Oh, weird. I didn't even really notice. And it's something usually I would notice, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've noticed it before.
It could be, yeah. They might have changed the dialogue after, maybe just kind of dubbed in something. Yeah, weird.
Yeah, like they came up with some better lines or something, or extra or more lines, and they just like kind of dubbed them in afterwards.
But man, that whole scene when Billy confronts Mr. Ingalls about the murders and stuff, and it just goes haywire, is just absolutely fucking hilarious, man. It just goes like from point A to like point fucking D in like 2 minutes. It's awesome. It just it just gets there so quick. I love it, man. It's just so unexpected too. This is actually one of my favorite episodes. I love the way this one goes, because it totally does lead you to believe that it's like literally this like killer Chucky doll kind of thing, right? And then it takes you in this totally different area of this like kind of Frank Henenlotter type-esque, Siamese evil twin type thing. I love that shit, man. It's great casting. Bobcat's great in the episode. Like when he's on stage and he's just fucking sweating it so bad he can't deal with the crowd, the lights are in his eyes and shit, he's just mumbling everywhere, he's sucking so hard. I think his performance is excellent there, man. It's awesome. Rickles is always great in everything, man. He delivers all his lines with so much fucking hate charm. It's brilliant. Everything he says in this episode is funny. Like even when he's just that typical old grumpy ass man / comedian that just seems to work. It's great casting. It's
dude,
totally
my favorite part is like Bobcat's like, and Bobcat's voice is like, it sounds like an animation voice. Like I know he's done like tons of animation voice work, but it's just like his voice is so unique. But he's like, couldn't you use your left? And he's like, left. You asked me if I could use the left. Of course I can. He's like, he gets so upset. He's like, left. Of course I can't use the left.
Yeah. Fuck. But I mean, Rick, he has a point. Mr. Ingalls has a point there, and he's like, yo, man, he's like, you just couldn't use your other hand. He's like, no. He's like, he says something. He's like, this is what you do with this hand, and this is where all the magic is in this one. I'm like, kind of makes sense, actually. Like, I don't know if you could
especially once you realize what's going on.
Well, exactly, right? But even in reality, right? Like, it's like, you tell someone to drive a stick with their other hand, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know if I could actually do that. I don't think my arm functions like that. So, but, such a great episode. Actually, one of my favorites. I mean, it goes full blown like craziness, absolutely crazy. But it's the performances, man. It's directed so well. It just clips along. It's a shorter episode too. It only runs about 24 minutes, so it gets right into it. Even though we have like a bit of a backstory with Billy as a kid and stuff, this one clips along. It's fucking great, man. Awesome episode. So,
yeah.
All right, so that is going to conclude episode 10, The Ventriloquist Dummy.
What do you say, folks? Billy deserves a big hand, don't you think? Sheesh, the things some folks will do to get ahead in show business. Oh well, next time somebody tells Billy he's no dummy, he can say, wanna bet? Hello there, Fright fans. I've just been sitting here waiting for my blood pack to harden. My cosmetologist said I was starting to look a little lifeless. Much better, eh? Which reminds me, tonight's poison parable is about a couple who take their appearance very seriously. Needless to say, they're going to end up trying to save face. I call this one, Judy, you're not yourself today.
All right, so moving along into episode 11, titled Judy, You're Not Yourself Today. Directed by Randa Haynes. I don't know if Randa Haynes actually did anything horror. I'm looking at the filmography here. A lot of TV work and stuff. Nothing really horror related. Actually did an episode of the Hitchcock Presents series, the 80s series. Did the pilot, actually. So that's really about it for horror directing.
Yeah, and then the writer is Scott Nimerafro, who's done mostly some producing. What'd you say?
Yeah, I think it's Nimmerfro.
And he's done the Hannibal TV show, mm-hmm. But he wrote 11 episodes of Tales from the Crypt.
Nice. This specific episode came out June 12th, 1990. It's actually one of the longer episodes. This one runs about 29 minutes.
And it's Tales from the Crypt number 25 adapted from.
Yeah.
So, good.
Synopsis. A housewife stressed out by her husband's reckless behavior welcomes an elderly cosmetic salesman into her home, only to discover that the old hag has another more devious mode of the old hag. It's so funny. Yeah, this episode right here, man, has got Frances Bay in it, man. That's totally awesome. She plays like the cosmetic salesman / witch in this. If you're not familiar with Frances Bay, man, I mean, she's been in so much stuff. Probably
the one movie that I always picture her from
Happy
is
Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore.
I know.
Yeah, I can't unsee it.
Yeah, she plays the Happy's grandma, so most people can probably put a face to the name now. Also starring Carol Kane, and she's another kind of character actress that's
her face is so familiar, and her voice.
That's what she's known for, her voice. I mean, if you don't know the name, just look her up. You'll see the face. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah. She's been in a ton of things too as a character actor. So kind of interesting.
I know her most from When a Stranger Calls and When a Stranger Calls Back in terms of horror.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but she plays the mom in License to Drive as well. I also know her from that. She's in Transylvania 65000. You've seen her before.
Oh, you've seen her and you've heard her. You can't miss the voice. So, yeah, the episode, man. She basically plays kind of like a housewife, and she's kind of tripping balls on her husband, who's like this kind of all-American gun-toting type of husband and shit.
But he's fake.
But he's technically like fake as fuck and shit like that. And she's that type of person that is just kind of a free spirit. She, when someone comes to the house, she's willing to like let them in all the time and shit. And he's kind of giving her shit about this. Like, you got to stop doing that. Cause some shit, he's basically saying to her, like, some bad shit's probably going to happen to you someday. Of course, she makes that fatal mistake of letting someone into the house when, the salesman kind of shows up at her door. Played by Frances Bay. She lets her into the house, and what Frances Bay's character is up to is that she basically kind of wants to switch her body because she's old and decrepit. She's like this really old witch, and she has this amulet, and she ends up kind of taking Judy's younger body, kind of switching bodies and shit like that. So I kind of like the premise of this one. I think it's kind of cool. And so yeah. So your thoughts on the episode?
So yeah, this is one that I know, but I've never been a huge fan of.
Yeah.
But it's funny because this one's like quirkiness is like starts right. It's just like the music and the way that it's like done. It's like quirky, and it right away you could kind of get that vibe.
It's one of the notes I have. I'm like, the music is hella goofy in this episode. It really is, because it just. It has that kind of goofy tone to it. Like, you can tell right away that the husband's, he's a little bit fake and shit, and she's just kind of eccentric a little bit and stuff. And then the music kind of plays into that little narrative perfectly, but it is really damn goofy, man. It almost sounds kiddish goofy. It's a strange kind of tone to the episode. It really is. So
Yeah, I dig the witch and the switch and stuff. My favorite part comes when, well, first of all, like there is some good scenes, and it's not my favorite episode, but because the competition is so high, you know what I mean? They're like when you're talking
for sure.
Ventriloquist Dummy, for crying out loud, like those episodes and stuff, it makes like an episode that in a regular anthology show, this would probably be like one of the standout episodes, but Tales from the Crypt doesn't mess around. But like when he comes in, like it was actually smart, right? So he knows that what I like about this episode, I'm going in multiple places right now, but what I like about this episode is you expect it to be this long drawn out process where the guy doesn't believe the wife.
Yeah.
That she's been switched, but he kind of rolls with it right away. And he's actually pretty smart because he locks her in the closet so that when he switches, she'll be stuck in there. You know what I mean? So he goes and finds her, and she's like leaving town and stuff, and he's like, Judy, you got to accept that the cancer is spreading and they can't do anything to stop it. And the witch, of course, is like, what?
Well, that's the thing, because like when he comes home, he comes home and he's thinking he's coming home to his young wife, and he sees this old hag in there, and he's like, what the fuck? He's like, so he basically tackles her, puts her to the ground, and asks her all these personal questions that only his wife would kind of know. So I do like the way it's written. It's written fast. It doesn't waste any time with beating around the bush, like, oh no, you're not my wife, and kicks her out, and then this is long drawn out process. I totally agree with that. But yeah, like he kind of essentially almost beats it out of her, and then locks her in the closet. It actually is decently written. And then he gets a call from his buddy, right, who sees his wife at the train station, I believe, and she's sitting there drinking out of character, and like she's taken off, kind of thing, right? So I like that premise, man. Yeah.
So I think that the another one of my favorite aspects is when they're like up and because I didn't remember what they do with her, because this whole thing happens with like still like half the episode to go when they get the switchback, and I'm like, where the hell? I can't remember where it goes from here. So they bury her in the damn basement, which is creepy as hell. Would you think about that, right? You have a witch in your house, right?
Yeah.
You have a basement. Like, would you be able to sleep at night knowing you have a witch buried in your basement?
Well, that's the part of the episode I don't understand. So yeah, so they essentially get them together. They get the switch back. They end up killing the old hag, and but like, yeah, why would you think it was a good idea to bury like really anybody in your house? I just think that's a bad idea. And the idea that she is a witch and she could possibly come back, doesn't that just seem logical that something's probably going to come of that?
Yeah.
Right? Which it does. Which it actually does. So
yeah. And it's she comes back. Dude, they do a good job of making decrepit people returning from the grave look awesome in this series.
Yeah, no, I thought the effects are really good on this one.
Yeah.
Actually, I like the whole basement scene is actually really great, man. It's lit really well. It's acted well. It's still a little bit goofy, but yeah, the effects on her look really damn cool, and it kind of takes you through some more twists and turns at that point too. I mean, of course, it's going to come to that aspect of like she switched it out again. I'm Judy, but there is like a really great moment in this too, which is kind of predictable because just given what like their living situation and stuff, and she comes back from the dead, and she's claiming, and the young woman is claiming it, it's her, no, it's her. They're basically having this battle, and it's like of who's who. No, she's Judy, I'm your wife, and stuff. And the husband, as ridiculous as he is and how phony he is, actually comes up with a pretty good plan. He's like, hey Judy, he's like, he throws her the keys and is like, can you bring the Jaguar around so we can get out of here, kind of thing. She grabs the key, starts walking away, and he's like, honey, we don't have a Jaguar.
A Jag.
And it's like right there. He
honestly, there's some underrated comedy beats in here too, because he's all like, he goes to shoot her in the closet, and he is like dude, it is such a dork thing. Like, he just like turning his head and firing the gun and hitting all kind of plates, and I'm surprised he hit the closet one time.
That's the weird part about that scene. Yeah. So like after they do the switch and she's locked in the closet and stuff, like I don't even understand. Like, I get it. Like, he's a fake gun fan and stuff, and he doesn't even really know how to shoot and stuff. But what the fuck is with him shooting everywhere? Like, it's like he literally starts shooting, but then he can't control it, and he's shooting everywhere. But the weird thing is,
he's turning his head, so of course he's like not looking at what he's shooting.
But like the funny thing about how she dies, she doesn't even get fucking shot though.
She doesn't?
No, she actually dies of a heart attack, man. She comes out of the closet. He never even shoots the closet.
Well, how does she come out then?
I don't know. I think she might.
I thought she had a bullet hole in her chest, dude.
No,
I'm pretty sure she did.
I don't think so, man. I don't think he ever shoots her. I think that when she comes out, like she actually has a heart attack and falls through the door and onto the floor. Because I'm like, I don't think he ever got her. Because if you look at the way the bullets are raining around, like he shoots the roof, he shoots the side of the door, he shoots the wall. Like I don't think there's actually one shot that goes through there, but I think that she comes out and actually has a heart attack. Because that's how fucking
Maybe, I don't know. I thought I saw, like, honestly, 2 holes in her chest, but I could be wrong. We'll have to notice that when if we ever rewatch this episode. But,
which I think it makes it funnier that he didn't hit her and then she dies of a heart attack. And then
it would be, but you know, and then of course he's like, that felt sick. He's like, I fucking blew her away, and he's like, it reminded me of that scene in Full Metal Jacket where he's like, I fucking blew her away. Yeah. Like, and I'm like, what? This fucking guy's an idiot. But yeah, it's actually a pretty funny episode. It's a little underrated. Like you watch it and you're like, oh, that was okay. But you think back on it and you're like, there was some funny moments in that.
I just honestly think that, you know, the way this one, you know, how this one progresses, its narrative and stuff, I think it just could have been a little bit better. I don't know, man. Just like, cause there's so much potential for like really intriguing switches and stuff. And I don't know, man. I think this one just kind of plays itself out a little bit too obvious, I guess. I don't know. It's a decent episode. It's definitely not one of my favorite ones, but I enjoy it though. I think it honestly runs just a little bit too long.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, because there is a point in, you know, like after the witch dies and stuff and then bear, it actually takes place 3 months later. And I was just like, oh, really? Like she just decided to, you know, kind of rise after 3 months. Like I was just like, what? Why 3 months? Why wouldn't you just do it like 2 days later kind of thing? I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing, but definitely not one of my favorite ones. Got anything else?
Nope.
All right, so that is episode 11, Judy. You're not yourself today.
I still think diamonds are a girl's best friend. You'll be glad to know that witch gave up door-to-door sales and joined the Peace Corps. Poor Donald. You can't really blame him. He was only trying to give his marriage a shot in the arm, and in the leg, and in the head. Sometimes I crack myself up. Until next time, kiddies. Pleasant screams. There you are, sports fiends. You know, dead people like me make excellent point guards. When we can't get off a shot, we simply pass. Away, that is. Speaking of which, allow me to be your fear leader for tonight's halftime show. It's a putrid playlist about my personal favorite sport, being a mortician. I fittingly call it Fitting Punishment.
Okay, moving into episode 12, titled Fitting Punishment, directed by Jack Shoulder. I think that's how you say his name.
Jack Shoulder. I don't know who he is, but wait, did he do Henry?
Like direct it?
Or am I thinking of am I thinking of that did Henry?
No, you're thinking of oh my god, dude. I can see the guy's name right now. He did the Borwer too. No, this guy right here, you know the name because he directed Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge.
Yeah, that's right.
Then he went on to do The Hidden, which is another really good movie. But
Alone in the Dark.
1982, he did the amazing Alone in the Dark. Yeah, he also
Wishmaster 2, which is a favorite of mine.
This is actually kind of funny. He actually did that TV movie in 1995, The Omen.
Oh yeah, dude, you know what's stupid to me? I just said all this last week.
Yeah, and then he actually did that giant killer spider movie Arachnid in 2001, which I actually don't mind that movie. It's actually not too bad. I think it may have been a TV movie. I'm not sure, but so you know, at the end of the day, this guy's done a fair share of horror movies. He's done some classic horror movies too. So I did,
and the writer
Wishmaster 2 also. So
and I like Wishmaster 2 a lot. But the writer, one of the writers, good old Don Mancini.
Yeah, Don Mancini, crazy.
Yeah, of course, from the entire Child's Play fame.
That's right. Yeah, this one was June 19th, 1990. It first premiered.
Vault of Horror number 16.
Synopsis. When funeral director Ezra Thornberry gets his very polite young nephew Bobby as a roommate, he eventually learns that his rude, harsh behavior towards him could be fatal.
That's a shit synopsis.
Yeah, right.
He never learns that at all. He never
read to the end of this, man. He's still being a fucking prick.
Dude, this is an episode.
This has always been one of my favorites.
When I first seen it, I didn't. I just thought it was like lame.
Oh, really? I love this one.
I love this episode now.
Yeah,
I don't know what the hell I'm smoking. It's first of all, I love the setting, like this urban setting in the funeral home and stuff. It's an entire black cast. You have this like great performances both by the nephew and the uncle. Like he's just a motherfucker right away, dude. Like he's like,
dude, this guy's such a motherfucker that he didn't even know who his own nephew was. He's like,
and then when he goes to tell him like, I'm your nephew, uncle, and he's like, will you tell my no good sister? And she's like, she's dead, uncle.
Yeah.
And he's like, she hit head on collision on I-95, and he's like, probably was messy, good for business. And I'm like, Jesus, dude.
He's got some great lines. He's just the grumpiest. He's the grumpiest, cheapest fucking criminal fucking ever, man. Like this guy.
I feel like he's a millionaire. As much fucking penny pinching he's done for 40 years.
Oh, I know. He's just, oh man. Like, what an asshole.
Everything, dude. He goes up to show him the room. He's sleeping on literally an rollaway autopsy table that's metal as fuck. And he's like, turns out the light. It's just this shitty dark room. And he's like, God said, let there be light or something. He's like, of course, light costs electricity. Electricity costs money. And he turns it off.
What do you think? Water grows on trees? I like the part where he comes downstairs and the kid left the tap kind of dripping. And he's like, what do you think? Water grows on trees?
Yeah, he smacks the shit out of him. And then the other one, what does he say? He's like, well, like it says in the Bible, penny saved is a penny earned. He's like, didn't Ben Franklin say that? And he slaps the shit out of him. He's like, don't you contradict me, boy. Yeah.
I just love this, man. He's
dude, is he scary? Like I picture myself being like stuck living with this asshole like as a little kid, and he's trying to do his best, you know what I mean? Well, and this dude's like just a motherfucker. Like the moment, and he's so fucking fake too in front of everybody else, right? Oh, yeah. Like when he's like doing his job, he's like, my heart bleeds, Mrs. Jones. And then they leave and he slams the dude's fucking piano. He's like, stop playing that racket.
Fucking cheaping out on the coffin. Like this guy's so scandalous. This guy's so scandalous that he's cheaping out on coffins. He's using he's even burying people in the fucking shipping boxes and stuff. And he's like taking out the gold teeth, and
he's not using any damn embalming fluid. He's using water. Water.
He's doing everything in his fucking plausible ways to save every dollar, and just, oh man, it's just a bad dude. He's a bad dude. Like right from when you get introduced to the nephew, man. Like this guy doesn't know who his nephew is. He doesn't care about his sister. He puts him to work. The kid can't do anything right. He starts abusing him, beating him and shit. It's just fucking brutal, man.
Oh, dude, yeah. And
it's to the point. Yeah, to the point where he starts abusing to the point where he realizes that the kid is costing him money and shit like that, and he's like, okay, man, I'm probably he doesn't. You kind of get the intention he's going to do something about this. So he ends up beating him with a crowbar, which ultimately kind of disables him.
The one thing they kind of fuck it up a little bit because they're like, he'll never be able to walk again, but he's able to walk with crutches. And I'm like, well, I don't know about never be able to walk again.
Yeah. And so,
but the severity of the, scene is tough. He's like, damn fool boy, I told him not to run in the house. This is a product of his own stupidity or something. I'm like, Jesus, dude, you're you're such an ass. And then to probably the coldest thing that he did to this kid was he sold his Jordans.
See, I think they totally did fuck up with that, because even to use that angle and stuff, they had to have him like, you know, that he could still kind of walk on them, and right, because he needed to be asking, because he needed to be asking for his shoes, and they kind of play into that. It actually plays out through the rest of the narrative, actually. But it's just so brutal. Like, dude, he's like all fucked up, and he's on these crutches and shit, and then he ultimately ends up like he ends up. What does he throw a basketball at him? Right, he throws a basketball. At him.
He like, so this kid's down in the basement still after like a day after his fucking traumatic, life-altering spinal injury. He's down there fucking working, cleaning bodies, and he walks over to the steps, and he's just like, the way that it's shot, you just see him look up like, this is gonna take a lot of work to get up these bad boys. And the scene even goes pretty long, where it shows him like climbing up these long ass steps, and he gets to the top, and his fucking uncle's standing there with his basketball. He's like, "What are you doing with my ball, uncle?" And he just whips it at him and fucking hits him, and he falls backwards down the steps, and you're just like, dude. And then on top of that, he's too fucking short to fit, he's too tall to fucking fit in the coffin, so dude cuts his legs off. It's just, dude, like, this is a fantastic episode.
Like, he doesn't even waste any time, man. He knocks him down the stairs, throws him right up on the table, fucking drains him out, and then he's like, oh shit, breaks out the hacksaw or the fucking power saw, cuts off his legs and shit. I love this scene though, man. So it kind of cuts to him putting him in this box, and then they're putting him in the ground and stuff, and the priest is like, he's like, yo, that seems like a really short box for such a tall boy. This is fucking brutal, man. Ah, shit, man. Such a great episode, but I love it though. So Ezra's back at the funeral home after the funeral and stuff, and he's doing his shit, and he's downstairs, and all of a sudden this fucking ball comes bouncing down the stairs, and it's like totally chainling-ish, right? It's totally the chainling. I love that shit, man. It's great. And then we get this shot of just his feet in his fucking they're actually in his Nikes too, aren't they?
Yeah.
Walking down the stairs, and it's just his feet, and then it's followed by this body being held up by crutches without the feet and stuff. And it's great, man. It's great, man. That whole end scene is super dark and like super atmospheric, and even the nephew looks super awesome. Like the makeup on him, he just looks deathly. It's awesome. It's great. It's simple, but it works. It's very effective. But
100%.
Yeah, man, I love the way this one. Honestly, man, it's a super dark comedy, because really, you know, the character of Ezra is just like it's so overdone. I mean, are people really like this? You know, just not willing to accept family like that, like cheap bastards. And
dude, I could tell you right now, man. I had a great grandfather who was a motherfucker, dude. He was so mean. He reminded me exactly of this dude. My pap didn't even go to my grandfather didn't even go see him when he was dying in the hospital. Yeah. Like, because he was such a bad human being. I
mean, it makes sense, you know, like if you own your own business and stuff, and you're just money hungry and shit. I mean, that's probably your attitude towards everything. You don't give a shit about the bottom line, the dollar and stuff. And like, I just love him. There's a scene where he's like scraping off the Made in Taiwan sticker off this thing and shit. This just fucking cracks me up, man. He's just a bad dude. Just a bad dude, man. But you know, he gets it in the end. It's honestly, it's always been one of my favorite episodes. I mean, like you said right off the beginning, the setting is amazing. Great characters, great atmosphere, great effects. Just straight up dark black comedy in there. It's awesome. Great episode. So that's going to do it for episode 12, Fitting Punishments.
Well, looks like old Ezra learned raising a teen is no walk in the graveyard. Now he's going to need one of his cheap coffins for himself. That's what he gets for having a name like Ezra. As for poor Bobby, he got a pretty nasty case of athlete's foot, didn't he? I mean, I've heard of footloose, but yikes! Oh well, I guess the next best thing to making a goal is becoming a ghoul. Right, kiddies? Oh, hi there, fright fiends. How do you like my Rancid rendering, not bad for an amateur. Hopefully it'll give you an inkling of what tonight's fungusy photoplay is about. Because long before my eerie offerings appeared on your silver screen, they were a magazine called, get a load of this, Tales from the Crypt. So tonight, let's take a behind-the-screams look at a struggling artist named Jim Korman, who one day got a little too drawn into his work.
Alrighty, so getting into episode 13 here, and it is called Korman's Calamity. Yeah, directed by Rowdy Harrington. That's a great name. I don't know what it is about that name. I like it, though. He actually directed...
Rowdy Harrington.
Rowdy Harrington. It just sounds awesome. He directed Jack's Back. That was actually released by Scream Factory. Actually did that Blu-ray. And most famously, he did Roadhouse, actually, which everybody knows Roadhouse.
And Gladiator.
He did Gladiator with... Was that the one with Cuba Gooding Jr.?
That's the...
Yeah, I think that's the boxing movie. Yeah.
That's a boxing movie.
And then Striking Distance, I believe, is with Bruce Willis. Yeah, I actually saw that movie in the theater.
And the writer, Terry Black, he wrote Dead Heat.
Nice.
And 5 episodes of Tales from the Crypt.
Nice.
And he actually had writing on Tales from the Crypt, the animated series, the Tales from the Crypt Keeper. He had some writing credits on those too.
Mm-hmm.
He's been around a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Korman's Calamity. Synopsis.
June 26, 1990. This one was from Tales from the Crypt 31.
That's right, June 26, man. Okay, a cop learns that an illustrator at Tales from the Crypt might have the power to make his monstrous creations come to life due to his shrewish wife. Yeah, man, this one right here has actually got Harry Anderson, who plays Richie in the TV movie It. Actually, there's kind of a connection here. I think in the next episode, is there somebody that's actually from It also? I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I believe so. He's the guy that plays Richie.
I didn't even recognize him. I did not know that until you just mentioned it.
Yeah, and I was just trying to think. I think they're actually maybe in the next episode, someone else is from the It TV series also, so that's kind of interesting. But yeah, Harry Anderson. I mean, he's been in like a million things. Very recognizable face and stuff. But Korman's Calamity. Jesus Christ. This is a fun episode, man. I like how they incorporate the actual brand of Tales from the Crypt, the comic and stuff, and he's like this illustrator for the magazine and shit, and it's a really kind of simple story. He plays this guy who is pretty much oppressed by his wife. His wife is played by Colleen Camp, who's been like a million fucking things too. She's kind of one of those character actors you see in everything. And she's quite the bitch, man. Like, she kind of harasses her husband Jim at work. Like, he's sitting there trying to work and shit, and she just comes in talking a whole pile of crazy shit, and he's obviously getting quite annoyed.
Embarrassing the hell out of him, talking about his infertility.
Yep. And actually, speaking of, his fertility stuff, he's actually taking these drugs to help him, produce, I guess, spermies so he can they can get pregnant and stuff.
But it's funny because he's like, but they don't even know if it's me or you.
Exactly, right? But like, she's that type of woman where she's like, no, it's
definitely not me.
It's your problem. It's definitely your problem. But these pills are actually kind of magical a little bit because, he's taking these pills and it makes him, draw these crazy monsters and stuff. And it makes him like his imagination kind of go crazy. And if he really believes what he's drawing and stuff, the shit actually comes to life. I really like
experimental pills. So like that kind of gives you like it could be these things because they're not approved by the FDA and stuff like that.
Right? Like, why would you ever be taking pills like that weren't approved by the FDA? Like, that just seems crazy to me. Like, fertility shit, man. I'm like,
right?
No, I wouldn't be fucking around with that shit, man. Because that just...
literally the only thing I would take that isn't approved is like if I was dying and it's like, well, these pills might save you. And it's like, all right, let's try them.
I just feel like when you're fucking around with fertility and that type of function in your body and shit, like, something's definitely going to go wrong. Right? It's just a recipe for a disaster, really. So he's, he's pretty on the fence about his wife. He's obviously not into her that much anymore. He's, late night, he's down at the laundromat, and he runs into this police officer, this very attractive police officer and stuff. And there's this awesome scene with this crazy ass monster that comes out of the washer, right? It comes out of the washer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Comes out of the washer.
So he ends up leaving this laundromat, and she's in there, and this dude kind of like breaks in and he's harassing this police officer. Anyways, this monster like comes out of the dishwasher and or out of the laundromat or washer and fucking just annihilates this dude, like basically eats him and decapitates him and shit like that. so one thing leads to another, and she's a police officer, so starts to investigate, and you know, they investigate a little bit further, and there's been other people that have claimed that these type of monsters have been cited and been responsible for certain other crimes around the city. And she's like, what the fuck? This is like absolutely insane. Comes across the Tales from the Crypt comic book and stuff. She kind of puts two and two together. And so that's when she, you know, gets reintroduced to Jim. And she has this crazy theory that his drawings might actually be linked to these monsters coming alive and stuff. Fun episode, man. I think this one is great. I think like I really like all the monster kind of effects and designs and stuff in this one. Like they're meant to look
it's definitely the coolest part.
It is. The
wife one reminds me of House.
Completely. I actually was thinking the exact same thing while I was watching this, man. Yeah, because like he obviously draws his wife as how he thinks of her. And like this great scene where she comes in wearing this like blue polka dotted dress kind of thing. He's just like hugely blown up and just this manly beast. Yeah, this is what you think of me. It's great, man. It's great. But yeah, I mean, there's a few different monster designs in this one. There's this random scene in the episode where I think it was kind of a misstep actually, where you know, there's these kids that are playing these war games and stuff, and this monster comes out of this refrigerator and shit. I actually really like the setup to it though, because there's like this green slime that's coming out of it, and this monster comes out. But I was kind of hoping that the monster would, you know, do some damage to one of those little shits.
Rip some arms off or something.
Yeah, like nothing really happens in that scene, so it's like, and it's kind of like thrown in there because it's really kind of subplotty too, which is kind of strange for a short to have something that random in it. But you know, I mean, overall, I mean, it's a fun episode. The monsters are the main focus here, but I like it that they actually incorporated this episode, like Tales from the Crypt. They kind of rebranded in your mind, and then going into the next episode where it kind of leads into, you know, the Crypt Keeper and stuff. It's kind of cool how they did it. So.
Yeah, I like that, you know, it has that meta aspect, like, oh, the Tales from the Crypt comic was a real thing, and that's where I'm getting all these stories, and you know, and I always wondered, like, you know, because I have read zero Tales from the Crypt comics or Vault of Horror or any of those old EC comics, but I always wondered if like this particular one was the same thing, like about one of the creators of Tales from the Crypt, you know, like was the story referencing Tales from the Crypt as a comic too, you know what I mean?
I don't know for a fact, but I would assume probably.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a pretty good episode. It's you know, it's definitely not my favorite story wise. It's kind of a light story, but it's just kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really have like, you know, crazy twists and turns and stuff in this one. It's pretty straightforward, which, you know, most of the episodes that's pretty much the first thing that you anticipate when you click onto a Tales from the Crypt episode is that, you know, what's the twist going to be kind of thing, right? This one's a little bit more straightforward. It's goofy, it's silly, but, you know, I mean, it's fun though. I mean, it's about the designs. I think they do a good job, you know, like I said, you know, with a lot of these episodes, yeah, they're lower budget, but they managed to pull off some pretty interesting stuff. And I think that Colleen Camp actually kind of steals the show in this one as the bitchy wife, because she pulls it off so good. Like her acting is just great.
You just want to,
oh dude, she's just so
run away from her.
Yeah, she's so believable as the bitch. So but yeah. Anything else?
Nope.
All right, so that's Korman's Calamity, episode 13.
Well, how's that for a sappy ending? Was it a little too graphic for you? Oh well, next thing you know, Jim and his new gal pal will be walking down the easel together. I guess you learned that life imitates art after all. As for poor Mildred, she learned that death imitates art too. Maybe if she'd been nicer to him, she wouldn't have ended up a monster piece. Shh. Oh, there. Isn't he just so cute that you wanna? Whoops. Crypt Keeper here, kiddies. And speaking of kiddies, tonight's sickening saga should be subtitled A Tale from the Crib. Yes, dear fans, I've got a real nursery crime for you this time. It's all about the humble beginnings of my favorite horror hero. So call the babysitter and break out the bath bags as I narrate a nauseating novella with a very special place in my heart. I affectionately call this one Lower Birth.
All right, so moving along into episode 14, titled Lower Birth, directed by Kevin Yeager? Is that?
Yep. You know him from being a makeup effects artist. He did films like Friday the 13th, Part 4 with Savini. He did Nightmare on Elm Street 2, 3, 4. He did 22 episodes of Freddy's Nightmares. He did Trick or Treat, the 86 version. He's done Bill and Ted. He did The Burrower from 91. Some Children of the Corn 3 with Screamin' Mad George. I know he was on there as well. And he, so he did a bunch of I mean, the list keeps going, but
Rumpelstiltskin. He actually directed Hellraiser Bloodline. So,
as Alan Smithy, because he took his name off of it. So his first movie was for Dimension, and it was like horrible experience. So of course he took his name off of the project.
I mean the fucking Bloodline. I mean, you guys want to know our thoughts on that one? Just click on the Hellraiser franchise. But he also did the effects for The Hidden, Cherry 2000, both in '87, which are cool films. But his filmography with the effects is actually pretty good. The Dentist.
Yeah, he actually wrote Sleepy Hollow. He was one of the writers on Sleepy Hollow, the Tim Burton.
You know, he actually has quite a compelling list of effects. Like, I mean, he worked on Conspiracy Theory, Mission Impossible 2. He did Blow, Masters of Disguise, The Fan. That's pretty cool, man. Face Off. He did a bunch of crazy movies, man. Cradle to the Grave. Wow, pretty interesting.
Yeah, and his I guess newest, or not out yet, but he came back to do Bill and Ted, the new one.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for that new Bill and Ted movie when it drops in like 2025 because of Corona. So
yeah, and of course it was written by Fred Decker, who directed episode 6. Mm-hmm. And of course we already talked about what all Fred Decker had done.
Mm-hmm. This one aired on July 3rd, 1990.
Yeah, and it was actually based on a Tales from the Crypt story, which I was hoping that it was, number 33.
Yeah, I would hope this one was, to be honest.
Yeah.
It just kind of makes sense. But it's kind of, I mean, this isn't coincidental that previous episode kind of correlates with this one. I mean, they're not related narrative-wise or anything, but it's just, Tales from the Crypt and the Crypt Keeper, but we'll get into it. Synopsis. Enoch, the two-faced man, an attraction at a sideshow, falls in love with a 4,000-year-old mummy, eventually leading up to the conception of their bastard child, the Crypt Keeper. It's like, actually, like, narrative-wise, it's like ridiculous.
Oh yeah,
it's so ridiculous, and it doesn't.
And my mommy was my mommy.
Yeah, my mommy was my mommy.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, so funny. Oh yeah, it's a true tale from the crib. Yep.
He's a dork.
It's so stupid, man. This is a fun. Honestly, man, the coolest thing about this episode really is. Just the aesthetic and the atmosphere of this one, man. They capture like the circus, kind of, the circus
like 1940s or 30s or 20s or somewhere around there. It feels.
Yeah, it really does capture it quite well, man. Like the costumes, the acting, just everything, with the people and stuff. It just all kind of feels right in this episode. So, it's just really cool. So we got this guy, Mr. Sickles, who actually has this kind of sideshow with Enoch, the two-faced man. That's what he's involved with, the circuits and stuff like that. He's pretty much, it's kind of implied that he's having like financial problems, or like I think he's just kind of suffering with it and stuff. And anyways, this dude comes and meets him. He's actually, I don't think they introduce him as a doctor. We find out that he's a doctor later on in the episode. But this guy basically comes up to him and says, he's got this mummy, and like this mummy could help him out financially, and he basically wants, he'll kind of split the money with him, 60-40 kind of deal if you take this mummy and put it into your show. And of course he's reluctant at first because he's like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like, who would just come to me with this fucking mummy and like give me money just to put it in my show kind of thing. So, but there is this kind of catch where there's this this kind of like necklace type deal on there, but he tells Mr. Sickles that it's just for show. It's just for show. It has nothing to do with anything. So he just kind of does whatever, goes on with his show, and weirdness ensues. Such a strange episode, man. It's really strange. What are your thoughts on this one?
Honestly, this was my least favorite episode of season 2 for the longest time. I definitely liked it more this time watching it. Mm-hmm. I think that if you don't have that Crypt Keeper connection, it's almost bland as hell besides the cool set design.
Yeah.
Because it's just like you don't really get much out of the two-faced guy. I mean, it looks cool, but you don't really get much out of him.
See, the funny thing about the two-headed man, Enos, is that he's like this kind of tragic character, right? Like he's very sad, and it's like a very serious episode too. It's totally not comedic either. I mean, it's comedic in the end and stuff, but like it kind of plays out serious wise. And like you see this like two-faced man that's like stuck in this cage like an animal, and it's like all sad and shit. Like you feel sympathetic towards him, and it's like, I don't know what it is. To me, it's a little bit off-putting. I guess that's probably me personally, though, too, because I don't like zoos, and I'm not a big circus fan, of caged animals and shit like that. Like I just really don't like anything caged up, and it just kind of hits me in a different way. But I just feel like it's almost sad, the way they portray this character in this, and it's like, I don't know.
No, I mean, definitely, like they abuse him and clearly exploit him just for the
it's
the money,
tragic.
which is a long-standing history with sideshows in general, right? That's kind of a common theme that you get anytime you're dealing with sideshows.
I just never
freaks and stuff like that.
Yeah, I never support them because of that shit, man. I don't.
I know. I just feel super exploitive. Even the ones that are like, no, I like this is my livelihood. This is what I do. Like, it's just, I don't know. It just feels kind of dirty. Like, what am I supposed to do? Look at them, and I just can't look at them. With curiosity, like it's just, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to be like, oh, look at this thing? Like, what I mean? It just feels wrong.
The whole episode just feels kind of, like I said, tragic and scummy at the same time. But it's like, it's weird because when you're watching, you're like, man, this episode isn't really the greatest one, but it does have some of the greatest like production value to it. Like I said, acting, set wise, everything is really, really well done in this episode. Just with the exception of like the actual narrative, and it's kind of a shame too, because it's like literally birthing the Crypt child or the Crypt Keeper.
I know, right? You almost expect a little bit more from the episode because it's such an important episode. It's like the only episode that has any type of in the entire series that has any type of connection to anything else in the series, right? Like usually they're just standalone in their own bubble, but this one actually connects with the outside of the the show type of thing. Yeah. While, no episode connects with each other type of thing. So it's kind of interesting that it's like the only episode, but it just, I don't know. It's like not bad, but it's just not anything special to me. I do think the very end where you actually see the birth, like I actually do think that that's a pretty cool effect, and it does look like a baby Crypt Keeper. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it actually does. I do like the aspect of like if you remove, because it turns out like the amulet kind of chain thing around the mummy actually is real, but it comes with a curse, and the curse is actually kind of funny because if you remove this thing, it actually essentially castrates you. Like it literally cuts your balls off. It's like this fucking totally bizarre curse thing, but I thought that was actually kind of funny. But I just feel like I wish they had gone into a little bit more. I understand it's a short and you can't really do that and stuff, but that was actually the funniest, like the coolest thing about the episode to myself was like the castration and the curse and stuff. It's bizarre, very bizarre. So, but yeah, I mean, really, when it comes down to, we got this two-faced man and we got this fucking 4,000-year-old mummy, and like See, the thing that's off-putting about the episode is that, you know, it plays itself pretty serious, and then all of a sudden you get this scene where you have this like circus freak and this mummy who have obviously just made it and had this child laying in this bed, and you're like, how do you fucking take that serious? It literally makes no sense. You know, it's like so ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just funny to me, man. It just comes off as being serious but goofy, but I don't know, man. I know this one has always been kind of one of my least favorite episodes. I was hoping I was going to like it more, but it's entertaining.
I liked it a little bit more, but I always, like, you know, a little history with this show for me. I watched it all the time growing up. Like when I could, when it was on HBO. We didn't always have HBO, but we did sometimes. Mm-hmm. And then when it started airing on TV on AMC, I recorded every single episode and I watched them all. But of course, those were kind of cut. So I watched them all, though. And I would replay some of the good ones like all the time. And then I got the DVD sets, and I probably went through season 1 through 6 probably at least 3 times on like the first 2 seasons, and then maybe 4 times on the rest, or 3 times on the first 3 seasons or first 2 seasons, and then like just like probably once with the other ones that I didn't mention. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so, and this one was always one that I would like not look forward to. Like this was always the one in season 2 that I was just like, eh.
Yeah, I feel like I was probably in the same boat as that also. I don't know, man. Just as soon as I clicked on it, I remembered exactly what it was, and I was like, I hope I like it a little bit more. And I'm like, it's definitely one of my least favorite ones. I mean, we still have a couple episodes to go, but, you know, I don't know. It's okay for what it is.
Yeah, it's okay.
So, anyways, that is episode 14, Lower Berth.
Oh, sorry, kiddies, but that story just makes me go all to pieces. I was a cute little terror type, though, wasn't I? As for Enoch and Myrna, I guess you figured out by now where I get my good looks. Old Two-Face was my daddy, and the mummy was my mommy. Oh, if they'd only lived long enough to see me become a star. We never even got a chance to play hide and go shriek together. Good evening, kiddies. I just had quite a scare. I actually thought my heart was beating again. Tonight's twisted tale is a villainous voyage, a murderous medical madness that screams out the crypt sequences of getting too nosy with your neighbors. So the next time you stare into someone's window, remember, curiosity killed the cat.
Okay, so moving along, episode 15, titled Mute Witness to Murder, directed by Jim Simpson.
Who pretty much did nothing.
No, he this was the very first thing that he directed, and then he did a movie in 2002 called The Guys, which I don't know if I've ever heard of.
Yeah, probably the most famous thing he did was he was the set production assistant on Event Horizon.
Yeah, right.
And as far as the writer goes,
he was an assistant director on Spice World. That is correct. The Spice Girls movie.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
The writer, Nancy Doinay, did an episode of Tales from the Dark Side, this, and then pretty much nothing else, really. Which, funny, so she did, 1990, she did Tales from the Crypt, and then she wrote the screenplay for What Mazzy Knew in 2012, which is such a long time. And then in 2020, she did an adaptation / book. I don't know what that means, of Bad Therapy. Oh, they adapted. She might be a writer in real life, like a novelist or something. But she has 2 things in pre-production right now as a writer, which is just hilarious because there's nothing and then all of a sudden something.
Mm-hmm. That is strange. This one aired July 10th, 1990.
And it is based on Crypt of Terror 18, which is the first of the Crypt of Terror, I think the first ever Crypt of Terror adaptation. So, and this is the one I referenced earlier in the show, where I was like, I think there's another one with a mute, like a witnessing something across the way type thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, synopsis: young woman Susie looks out of the window of her apartment and witnesses a man murdering a woman in the apartment directly across from hers. Who the fuck writes like that? Who writes this shit? That was like the worst grammar. Susie is so traumatized by what she sees that she's rendered mute. Anyways, I'll just leave it at that. That's good enough. Yeah, I mean, you can't help but notice this is straight up Alfred Hitchcock's Rear Window. It's literally the same beginning, James Stewart witnesses something across the way, and yeah, it's even shot the same way, where it kind of goes from window to window and stuff. And then, so basically our lead actors here, Patricia Clarkson, Susie played by Patricia Clarkson, which I love her. I've always loved Patricia Clarkson. She's such a great actress. She's in her apartment with her husband. They're celebrating their wedding anniversary, I believe. And he goes off to do something, and she's looking out the window, and she sees this dude across the way smashing up his wife with a fucking lamp, and she gets so scared.
Was it his wife?
Or I don't know. It was
a girl.
Yeah, it was just a woman. I would assume it was. I don't know. I don't think they even say. But anyways, he kills some female with a lamp, and it renders her mute. She's like freaking out and stuff. So they call up the doctor, and he basically says that she's gone into like psychosis kind of thing, so they're gonna have to admit her to the hospital. But the twist is that it turns out that the dude that killed the woman across the way actually is this doctor. So now she's like stuck,
and he knows that. Oh,
because he saw her.
She's seen something.
Yeah. He saw her. So when he showed up, it was like now she's like even more traumatized. So
lucky for him that she was like found this new muteness, basically. You know what I mean?
Right. So he admits
her to the... Is that a real thing? Can you just go mute all of a sudden?
Yep. And that actually is a real thing.
Really?
Yeah. It actually happens a lot in like, war-driven, third world countries and stuff where, kids see shit like that, like bombs and bullets going by, like they'll just stop talking. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's kind of sad, actually. I mean, I guess in this case, being a fully adult and, just witnessing something so horrific, I mean, it's probably pretty uncommon, but I wouldn't put it past someone to actually happen to him. So for sure. But, again, it's, he's lucky, right? If you can't talk, how do you tell the police if you can't talk? I guess charades kind of thing.
Yeah. Write it down. But he kind of prevents her from doing that by like keeping her doped up and putting in a mental hospital and basically just saying like trying to keep people away as much as possible from her.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much the whole episode. He's got her locked in this room, and she's trying to communicate and stuff. But yeah, like you said, he's doping her up and he's keeping her sedated and stuff, and keeping her down so she can't reveal the honest truth and stuff.
And of course, the husband does eventually sort of like figure it out, like where he's like, "What could have happened?" Which I'm not necessarily sure I would have put all that together myself, but
yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm bad with charades because that's really how she translated the information to him, and I was like, man, I don't know. I don't think I would have been there out either. So, but yeah, so I don't know. What are your thoughts on the episode?
I mean, I've always enjoyed this sort of Rear Window-esque story. I mean, we've seen it with Rear Window, obviously, but Fright Night, which you're a big fan of, as well as Disturbia, which I'm a big fan of. It's a cool concept in it. I always think that like, spying on, your neighbors or whatever is a cool concept. And The Burbs is a great one, right? I mean, it's kind of a used story that happens many times. The twist to this one is like the mute thing though, which I think is cool because it separates it from just being a standard, spying on my neighbor thing. That's such a ripoff of Rear Window. But this one kind of separates itself. It's kind of a little like all this stuff working out that way is a little bit contrived and stuff, but it's a fucking Tales from the Crypt episode, so I'm not going to be too harsh on it. But yeah, I've always found this one to be a cool little thriller.
Yeah, it is fun. I mean, to me, this one is a little bit predictable on where it's going to go, though. I don't know. Oh. I just kind of remember this, and I'm like, really? So we have this. The best part
is the shock of the doctor being, the guy that just murdered the girl, like, and that happens really early.
Yeah, really, right? Yeah. I mean, it kind of plays out pretty standard wise. I mean, it's supposed to be this twist and stuff. What happens with, our lead character and the doctor, Susie and the doctor. But I mean, it's still fun though. I actually, the driving force in this episode actually is Dr. Trask, man, because the guy that plays him, Richard Thomas, does such a great job in this, man. He just looks super evil and conniving. It was great casting on their parts, man. I love that so much. And Patricia Clarkson is a great victim because she just kind of has that she has that look to her, man. Again, great casting. That's one thing about these Tales from the Crypt episodes, man. I just over and over again say the same thing about the casting, but I think they do a great job. And that's probably something that we should start even noting is, who was doing the casting director for these episodes. Because Christ, man, they really do a great job with picking, these people to play these characters, because that's what these episodes are. They're just full of characters that these actors have to play. So they go and find these character actors, and they always pull it off so well, man. It's great. It's really, really great. So it's a fun episode. I'm a big fan. I'm a huge, massive fan of Hitchcock, and Rear Window is actually one of my favorite movies by Hitchcock. And, I remember doing Hitchcock in college in film class and shit. And it's just so interesting when you really break everything down. It's so incredible. But when you take that type of story and you put it into this and twist it up a little bit and shit, it's fun. It's one of those narratives, like you mentioned, that you can always do and have, you can, just have that starting point, but then go with it. Right. Like the Burbs is a great example of that, really, great. So
yeah, there's a handful of them out there.
Oh, there's lots.
Those type of stories.
Did you ever see I think it was actually called Rear Window, or maybe it might even be a different title, but I think it was, was it Christopher Reeves plays, I think it was a TV remake of it with Christopher Reeves, who was Superman. Did you ever
I know about it. I've never seen it though.
Yeah. I mean, I actually remember seeing it on TV, but, yeah, it's kind of interesting. I just always thought it was kind of interesting that, at the time, like, James Stewart's character was kind of like stuck in a chair, and then Christopher Reeves ended up playing this type of character where he, eventually ended up being paralyzed.
Yeah, there's a lot of ironic stuff with Christopher Reeves.
There really is, right? Like,
it's messed up.
It's kind of crazy.
The Man of Steel, right?
Right? Like, what kind of fucking world do we live in when the fucking Man of Steel, aka Superman, can't even walk? Like, what the fuck is
I would never damn play Superman ever.
No, man, it's like bad luck or something.
It's like the Madden curse.
Right? Yeah, man, I don't know. This episode's a fun one. I think I don't know where it's going to fall in my ranking. I'm thinking somewhere. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I like it. I don't love this one, but it's still fun though.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that is episode 15, Mute Witness to Murder.
Where's Houdini when you need him? Well, that was quite a scream, wasn't it, kids? And what a surprise for poor Dr. Trask. There's a villain with a heart. A cat, that is. Just when he thought he was going to silence Susan forever, she walked all over him. I suppose you're wondering what became of Susan. If you give me a scream, I might just tell you. Hi, Mom. I just love home videos, don't you? Especially when the home is haunted. Tonight's twisted tale, my dear couch potatoes, is filed under T for television. Or should that be terror? Mr. Horton Rivers is about to find out, so stay tuned to this totally titillating tube.
Alrighty, so moving along into episode 16, titled Television Terror, directed by Charlie Persini. Yeah, I think this guy was actually...
done anything?
Not directing wise, but this guy is actually a stuntman. He has about 370 stunt credits to his name, and it's just like he's worked on everything. It's crazy. I think
368. Wow.
So he did direct. He's got 21 directing titles. He mostly worked in TV up to this point, just random kind of television stuff. But he also directed The Bleeding, a full-length feature in 2009. I remember that film because it had DMX and like Michael Madison in it and like a few other faces and shit. I'm just like, but now looking at his filmography, it's so random. Yeah, it's so random. This guy just like comes out of nowhere and does this kind of random movie. I have seen it before, and I think it was terrible. I think it was full of CG and shit, like really bad CG. But yeah, no, it's kind of an interesting thing. This guy is a stuntman who did some directing. Very odd.
Yeah, and the writer, Randall Jansen, he really didn't do much either. Yeah, just nope. He wrote The Mask of Zorro. I guess that's his big film.
Wow.
And then he did another Tales from the Crypt episode, King of the Road, which is probably in season 4, probably.
Yeah, we'll eventually get to there. I hope.
Maybe it won't take like 3 years.
Yeah, this one's starring Morton Downey Jr. No relation to Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. I didn't know, but then it wouldn't really make sense. Morton Downey Jr. Right? Like,
right? No, I'm just yeah, definitely not. He's just one of those dudes. He's like, he hasn't been in like a ton of stuff, but if you saw what he looked like, again, he's one of those, he's those faces that you just recognize from this time period. Yeah, like I mean, I know he was in, I think he was in Predator 2. He was in a couple other things too, but
he's there's that guy.
For sure.
Where you see somebody and you're like, oh, there's that guy. But like there's a bunch of actors like that where you just see them in a bunch of stuff, but they're always like bit characters or, not too, big characters, and you see them a lot.
I'm surprised he didn't really do more because he had that kind of unique, look to him, and he was a pretty decent actor and stuff, but yeah, I'm surprised he didn't do a lot more. But I know he was known for like smoking, like chain smoking constantly. Actually ended up dying of lung cancer too, but it's pretty crazy when you're known for just that guy that chain smokes all the time and got really big teeth.
Yeah, July 17th, 1990 on this one, and it was based on Haunt of Fear number 17.
Yeah. Synopsis: a TV shock journalist gives an on-air tour of an eerie haunted house. And I think that this role here, because he plays the shock journalist in this, and I think this role is just like perfect for him because he has that look. He has that kind of scummy, dirty look to him and shit, right? He just looks like a fucking douchebag. I love that. And his name is Horton Rivers. Like, that's a great like journalist name right there. I don't know. Yeah. This is a great name, man. Yeah, basically the setup of this one is, he's this journalist. He kind of does this kind of shock, live TV type shit where he goes and investigates like, Al Capone's tomb and shit like that, right? And it's usually all kind of phony. This is one of those,
all about the ratings. They're not, their journalistic integrity is nowhere to be found.
Absolutely none. I mean, this is like non-factual shit that they're reporting on. Just, it's super cheesy type things. This is one of those episodes that's like, it feels like a filler episode to me because it only runs about 21 minutes. I mean, for the narrative in this one, given what we get, I mean, it's like a perfect length for it because there's not really a lot of twists and turns in this one. It's pretty straightforward. Right from the start of this, you know exactly what's going to happen. You just don't know how you're going to get there, kind of thing. So it does definitely feel like a filler episode, but it's okay for what it is. It's okay.
Yeah, it's super simple. I like the little concept there of the TV documentary crew going in. This is well before we saw a lot of that. I think that when did because there was Night Watch, it came out, and then there was like the McPherson tape and stuff before this, but it's kind of that like haunting that turns out to be actually real thing, except for obviously they don't portray this as realistic in like our world, but it's cool. I like the little setup that it is. It feels very cliche, like that it's been done a bunch, but I don't know if it had at the time. You know what I mean?
No, and I was thinking about that too while I was watching this. I'm like, just by chance, I've happened to watch a lot of kind of found footage type style films
we just
like
watched
this.
Wreck.
Yeah, like movies like that and stuff. And it just seems like I even watched McPherson tapes recently too. So I've been watching a lot of stuff like this. But yeah, I mean, for the time this came out, I mean, it was probably kind of fresh. I mean, you got to remember, this is 1990. Found footage, like this style of film and, kind of TV episode and shit like that wasn't really that popular. So it probably was a little bit fresh, but, to watch it, 30 years later, it's very stale because, like I said, even this one doesn't really have a lot of twists and turns. You pretty much know where it's going. So, it doesn't stand out at all. It's just kind of like, okay, when's it going to happen? But I do like this whole kind of idea where they throw it in there like, something evil has happened in this house and they kind of walk through this time vortex, right? And basically what happens is, they're in there and, they get to see some of the murder scenes. And then, of course, these ghosts and stuff are coming after. I mean, it's okay for what it is. It's really not that bad. But I always like that kind of, they broke the vortex type part of the narrative, and they're kind of stuck in this bubble, like this time bubble, right?
Yeah,
so,
and of course, nobody can help him because the ratings are too high.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, part of the narrative that's kind of interesting too, because I love this character, man, this fucking Horton Rivers, because he's a dick, man, and his producers hate him too. Like, he's sleeping with one of them, and there's a dude that's producing the show, and he's just, every chance he gets, he calls him a douche or an asshole and shit. So they really don't care what happens to him anyways. But, I mean, by the end of it, I think it's like, okay, well, that just happened, but our ratings are going to be fucking sick. So,
right, yeah, right, yeah. It's an okay episode. It's definitely not one of my favorites of the season.
No, it's definitely not either, man. I remembered this one right away too, and I think the ending is kind of cheesy to be honest. But I don't know. I guess it kind of makes sense where it kind of goes, but it's okay. It really is. It's just it's a filler episode that's pretty much okay. So right. I don't really have much to say else on it. I mean, I think some of the ghosts and stuff look okay. There's not really a lot of gore and things. I mean, I guess there's some blood. There's some decent effects and
you
stuff.
know what? Now that you say, I just was remembering, like, I looked up a picture of the episode, and he reminded me of, like, Vince McMahon or something from wrestling.
Yeah, kind of he very much has that kind of personality, too.
Yeah, and a little bit of the look, just like a douchebag.
Yeah. So, yeah, anyways, that's television terror.
Oh, that Horton. He's a real swinger. He hangs out at all the right places. No wonder he's such a hit on live. Or is it dead TV? Are you alone tonight? Well, consider yourself lucky. There could be two of you, and imagine what a frightmare that could be. Just a reflection. Not so for tonight's stars, Frank and Eddie, two brothers who are touchingly close. When a woman tries to come between them, she finds herself caught in a tangled web of jealousy and intrigue. I think you'll find it a twinning combination. So without further ado, I bring you my brother's keeper.
Okay, so moving into episode 17, titled My Brother's Keeper, directed by Peter S. Seaman. I believe that we've seen his name come up as a writer. Yeah, I think he was a writer on a previous episode, but this is the only thing he's ever directed, is this episode of Tales from the Crypt, though. But I think he is credited as a writer in previous episodes. I can't remember exactly which ones. But yeah. Yeah,
the hell was I going to say? Oh, the date. Sorry. July 24th, 1990. And the shock suspense story is number 16 for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, and this one right here is starring Timothy Stack, which I always liked, man. Timothy Stack he's another one of those dudes. When you see him, you recognize him. But he did this show in the early 2000s called Son of the Beach. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It was an HBO. It was a short-lived HBO series. It was kind of like a parody of like Baywatch, but like super goofy and silly, with really fucking hot chicks, man. Like, I think there was even some Playboy bunnies in there and stuff, but he kind of plays like the main lifeguard in it. And like, if you see him on this episode, like how kind of goofy and awkward he is, he's like this, but like times 100, right? It's hilarious, man. I think he's just one of those great kind of character actors. Definitely, if you see him and if you see his face, like you recognize him, man. Jonathan Starks actually plays the other kind of brother in this too. Remember him from Fright Night, and I think he was in House 2 also. Among things, I think he's been in a few other things too. I'm not 100% sure, but a face that you'd recognize if you're into this type of genre stuff. But
then the other star, I didn't even realize this until now, but it's Jessica Harper.
Yeah, Jessica Harper. Yeah, she plays Marie in this.
And of course, she was Susie in Suspiria.
Suspiria, that's right. Yeah, Jessica
Crazy.
Harper. Yeah, I know.
I not even know that.
It's just such a random thing, you know. I mean, that's the thing I like about these Tales from the Crypt episodes is that, you know, you have faces like that pop up in this. You know, that's great. It's very, very cool.
Yeah.
Because I mean, really, when you think of Jessica Harper, man, I mean, if you're not thinking Suspiria, you're maybe thinking The Evictors.
Right.
Right. That's pretty much like
Lee Pierce movie.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so My Brother's Keeper, synopsis: Siamese twins, one timid and kind-hearted, and the other reckless and sadistic, must make a decision on whether not to allow an experimental surgery to have them separated, even though one of them doesn't want to be split from the other.
Another Siamese twin episode.
Yeah, man. I mean, it kind of makes sense, you know. I mean, this narrative kind of makes sense, you know, have the Cain and Abel, the good and evil brothers, right, and shit like that kind of. But I think this is a great episode. I actually really, really like this one. It has some pretty interesting twists and turns. Actually, it's got like two really decent twists in this. And
yeah,
I like the development of it though, man. I mean, the brothers, I mean, it's just put yourself into this position. When you're forced to do something, you have to do it with him. That is just a crazy idea, man.
Super annoying.
I like the setup. You know, it's this, you know, this kind of, you know, just kind of normal dude. You know, Frank, one of the brothers, he's kind of like the normal dude, and he, you know, meets this girl in a bar named Marie, played by Jessica Harper. And they kind of hit it off and stuff, and then one thing leads to another, and they go out and they start dancing, and their secret is exposed because they're fucking, you know, they're attached, you know, they're Siamese twins and shit. And of course they freak out and they're like, ooh, gross, and everyone sees it and shit. And then, you know, they kind of fight about it, right? Because, you know, they call each other freaks and, you know, shit like that. They're just always kind of down, and, you know, they just have different personalities about it and stuff. But they have some really interesting parts of the narrative too. I like this because with Eddie's character, he's kind of the mean evil brother. He wants to separate and shit like that because, you know, he wants a life, you know. He's the wild and crazy one. But I like the fact that they throw in there because Eddie's kind of wild and he likes to drink. So when he drinks, Frank obviously gets drunk too because they have the same blood flow, right? I like that.
It's funny because like this particular Siamese twin, they're like attached. It's kind of ridiculous. They're attached by just like some extra skin looking stuff at their hip, which is just hilarious because it's funny. I was looking up Siamese twins after I watched this, like real ones. Mm-hmm. And there's like the very famous ones where it's like the two girls and they're like literally like perfectly like two heads on a body type thing, but each of them controls one half of the body. It's nuts. It's like it's just strange that something like that could happen. Mm-hmm. And you know, and even them, you know, like whatever they eat and stuff, you know, it's funny. It's funny, you know, because it does go into your same body.
it does seem comical, right? Because it almost seems like they have separate lives, but they really don't. Right, they can be doing two different things. Where, like, how you just described the, you know, the girls with the basically two heads on one body. I mean, that's That's
and they're technically two people. Like they're like legally they're two different people, and it's strange. They drive, but and they like coordinate. Like one can it's like perfect. Like normally you get like these anomalies where it's like, you know, someone growing out of someone's like foot or something. You know what I mean? Like in the first Siamese twin episode with the ventriloquist dummy, like it's the hand or something. But these people are like perfect, and they each control one half of the body. And like even if they like scratch, if they take their right hand and like scratch their left shoulder, like the one that's controlling the right hand doesn't actually have feeling in that shoulder. It's just strange.
Mm-hmm. That is very odd. Very, very odd. But I like how that actually plays into this narrative too, you know, about, you know, them. Well, I don't really want to spoil the whole thing because this is actually a really good episode.
Right. It is a good episode. And I think that like just them bickering at each other is like a really well written aspect of it. And you know, even when they're in the club and the song that's playing is like Stuck on You or something like that. Oh, that gave me a nice little chuckle. And then they you know, how they like, if they play it at first, like you can't tell that they're like together if you haven't seen this episode, and then like it's just revealed and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's totally with, you know, the setup is great though, man. It really is great because, I mean, eventually, you know, Frank actually kind of sparks up a relationship with Marie and this stuff, and then that plays into the narrative too. And I think this is one of the best written episodes of the whole season, to be honest. Like it does kind of go into places where you're like, oh shit, and then I think it's got one of the greatest endings too. But you're right though, man. Just the interactions between the brothers is just fantastic, and the way this thing develops is just fantastic too, because it kind of makes sense, right? It completely makes sense, and I love that. I absolutely love the way, you know, it actually makes sense, you know, for once. Some of the twists are like, okay, whatever, you know, you can kind of blow them off a little bit, but this one, it just, you know, I mean, when you're kind of driven to that point, you know, when he's abused you, you know, it felt like Frank was like, you know, he was that younger redheaded stepchild that was just abused his entire life and just finally fucking had enough. But there's some really great scenes, man, with Eddie being super obnoxious, like the opening scene when Frank meets Marie at the bar and shit, and you know, and they start talking and stuff, and he kind of leans over and he's just being super obnoxious and saying all this wrong shit and stuff, and he's like, I love that setup. It's just so fucking perfect, man. They don't beat around the bush in this. Really good stuff. Yeah, very fun episode. I enjoyed this one a lot. Yeah, awesome stuff. But yeah, definitely one I highly recommend. So yeah, that's episode 17, My Brother's Keeper.
Well, Maggot Meisters, how's that for a cheeky little tale? Frank sure picked a deadly time to sever all thighs with his brother, and poor Eddie suffered the unkindest cut of all. A real split personality. The boy of a twist. What? So where's the twist? And I had such great expectations. Now here is a story you can sink your teeth into. A toothsome tale of Tommy Rot, guaranteed to scare the dickens out of you. Lean in, Fright fans. I'm going to let you in on the secret.
All right, so moving into episode 18, which is actually the last episode in this season. Which is, season 2 is actually the longest by quite a few episodes, but you know, it's been a fun ride. It has been a very, very fun ride. This episode is called The Secret, directed by Michael Riva? I think it's just Riva, I guess. I want to say. J. Michael Riva. He wasn't really known for directing that much. He did like an episode of Amazing Stories and Tales from the Crypt. What he's known for is actually being a production designer, and he worked on tons and tons of films. I was kind of looking up his his filmography here, and he worked on stuff from like The Hand, which is a great movie. You ever seen The Hand before? Directed by Oliver Stone.
Is that the Oliver Stone? Yeah, I've seen. I'm actually a pretty big fan of that movie. I first seen that movie on Monster Vision as a kid, and really, really liked it because it was just something cool. Like it was like kind of scary at that age for me, like the dude's hand coming back to life. And then, of course, I didn't understand the whole psychological aspect until I was older. But I did grab remember the old Twisted Terror collection from Warner Brothers?
I still have it. Yeah,
I do too. A great collection. Had a bunch of films that weren't available really anywhere else in there. And that was one of them. It was such an oddball collection because you had like the Amicus film, and then you had like Dr. Giggles from the 90s, and then like a Carpenter and a Craven film. It was very, very bizarre little set there.
Yeah, a couple of them have got Blu-ray releases, but you know, some of those movies need releases, man. Like this is one of them. Dr. Giggles would be cool.
Right. Yeah, and The Hand, The Hand needs a Blu-ray from like Scream Factory or something. I really like The Hand. It's an underrated film that not many people talk about. Especially, it's weird because it was done by Oliver Stone. But for sure. I dig that film.
Yeah, I think Eyes of the Strangers in that box set too.
It is.
Yeah,
also good.
Yeah, he also worked on Halloween 2. He did the Bad Boys movie in '83, which is a great fucking movie. I worked on The Goonies, The Color Purple, The Golden Child, Lethal Weapon, Scrooge, Lethal Weapon 2, Tango and Cash, Radio Flyer, Few Good Men. Like, this guy worked on some serious shit. He somehow didn't work on Lethal Weapon 3, but he worked on 4. He worked on Hard Night, Congo, or Hard Raid, I mean. And his last movie he did was Django Unchained in 2012. And he actually died. He died at the same time. I don't know if he finished the movie or not, but he died in 2012. So,
jeez.
Yeah.
And the writer there, Doug Ronning, he did Just This and one other episode of Tales from the Crypt in season 3, I believe. So it's kind of interesting, and we've mentioned this a little bit, but how like there's some really big names attached to these episodes, whether it's writing or directing or acting, and then there's some no names as well. It seemed like they were just like, you know, people who worked on movies as like production or something, or set design or something, getting an opportunity to direct an episode. So it seemed like this whole big thing was like a huge like family affair of like just people giving other people opportunities, along with a mixture of like friends working together that were big stars. And that's what I think a lot of like heart comes from this series as well.
I think that would be the appropriate answer that you would want to believe, but I also think it was probably budget constraints too. If they could get this guy, J. Michael Rivera, to direct this episode, he's just a production side. They could probably get him for nothing, give him kind of a base salary. Like, here you go, man. Here's a script. Direct this thing. But yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying. I would like to truly believe that, actually, because I mean, really, when you look at that, there's so many people involved in this. I mean, you look at a lot of TV series, and you will get writers that will write so many episodes. They'll stick on those shows.
Anthologies.
Exactly. And this one really does change it up almost every single episode. It's pretty cool. So, synopsis: orphan boy Theodore is adopted by the Colberts, who are in an eccentric rich couple with a very dark secret. They aren't the only ones.
Yeah, and it was like you said, the final episode of season 2, July 31st, 1990, based on Haunted Fear number 24. Kind of crazy. It seems like, a horror show, but it was really a summer show. This was.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep. This one's starring a couple of very familiar faces. We got the late great Larry Drake. Wow, that just completely rhymed. Larry Drake, man, he's just another one of those guys, man. If you don't know what his name is, that's kind of a shame.
Well, hell, Dr. Giggles.
Exactly. We were just talking about Dr. Giggles. When I think of Larry Drake, man, I always think of Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. It's just really hard not to put his face into that.
Bubba.
Yeah, I do remember him from the Darkman movies too. He's been in lots of things, but he just looked like, I don't know, I just always see him as that character. It's weird. It is weird. What's her name? Grace Zambrisky? She plays the mom in this, Miss Colbert. Oh man, dude, I always think of her from like working with David Lynch. Like, man, she is such a weird, eccentric lady. I swear, like, that's just the way she is in real life, because she's an odd one, man. She's definitely an odd one. She's been in lots of, like I said, David Lynch movies and shit. And have you ever seen Inland Empire before?
No, I haven't.
Oh my God, that movie is like, it might even have like one of the scariest scenes I've ever seen in my life in it. It's just crazy. But yeah, I always think of her from his type of movies because she just fits in so perfect.
Yeah, this was Larry Drake's actually his second Tales from the Crypt episode. Of course, the one that he's probably more known for is All Through the House, where he plays the villain.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, and of course, yeah, she was in Twin Peaks, the movie, and stuff like that, and just kind of goes on and on. But yeah, no, this episode here, man, I think it's okay, man. I think the first half of this is actually a little bit better than the second half of this one, to be honest. I think where it goes is, it's not even that it's even predictable. It's just it has some of the cheesiest lines, and just the way it kind of gives itself away before it happens in this one is like, oh my God, I think they could have wrote that a little bit better. Like, it actually makes me fucking laugh, man. Like, it's basically about this little boy who is named Theodore. He's actually, I was just talking about the redheaded stepchild, right? He's like this little ginger kid, and he's in this orphanage and stuff, and he's pretty much like the oldest one there. You know, it seems like he's been there for a long time, and you know, it just feels like that's probably where he's going to be, you know, the rest of his life, kind of thing, until he's older. Anyways, this, like they said, eccentric couple comes to the orphanage, picks out a kid, and then he's living in like the lap of luxury, man. They have this like huge mansion. Larry Drake is the he's like the butler and stuff. And so he basically gets to do everything he wants. Like back at the orphanage, he was always getting into trouble for stealing food and things like that because, you know, they live in a poor orphanage and stuff. Here he can eat what he wants and shit. But now he's not really that happy because he kind of wants friends and stuff. And it's just kind of like this weird kind of setup to the film where, I mean, things kind of make sense in the first half to where it's going, but then it doesn't. It just doesn't. I think the writing in this episode is very, very sloppy, man, which is kind of a shame because it's kind of, you know, it could be a really interesting twist where it goes, but man, I don't know. I think the coolest thing about the third act in this film is just the way it's shot. It's got that really kind of overbearing blue tone to, like, you know, kind of the night scene and stuff. And but otherwise,
that's probably my favorite aspect of it is that blue tone.
It really is, man. I mean, I feel like this one just kind of fucking changes on a dime. And like, when you actually look at the narrative and where it was trying to go and what the couple was trying to do with the kid and stuff, I'm like, I don't know if I'm really buying that shit, man.
Yeah, I think that this one is super sloppy. And honestly, this is the only episode that even when I was watching it, I couldn't remember what it was. And it's just simply because it's very forgettable. I used to think that Lower Birth was my least favorite in this series, but, you know, spoiler alert, this is actually my least favorite just because I don't think it has much to offer. And it's even sad that it's the final. Like, I don't understand why they didn't put the episode before this, the brothers episode, is My Brother's Keeper is the final instead of this. It's just weird. I don't know. Maybe they didn't care about like making an impact at the end of the season or something. But yeah, I just think this is a pretty weak episode.
It is, man. I mean, like everything's just you're kind of waiting for something to happen in this one, and then, you know, something goes down after they have this kind of like confrontation between, you know, the parents and the butler kind of thing, and that whole thing is just like, what? Like, I scratch my head. I watched this episode twice and I scratched my head both times. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's just so weird. It's just such a weird narrative. But then there's this line, man, with the kid. There's a line that the kid says to the parents in like this major twist part in the episode, and it's just like, it's so fucking cheesy. Like, literally made me fucking bust out twice. It's just, holy fuck, man. It's got to be the worst line of the entire fucking second season, man. It's just he turns and he says this line. I'm just like, what the fuck? Are you serious, man? It's not a great season finale at all. I can't believe this is the last episode. Like, you know, you'd think after a pretty strong season, you try to wrap up the season with a banger, right? To get people excited for the season 3 and shit like that. But no, we get this insanely fucking cheesy
I would not be excited for season 3 if this was the last episode.
No, I mean, if the whole thing was shot the way it was in that last like 5 minutes, and it had a better twist. And oh my god, dude, yeah, this one is it is pretty bad. It's actually a pretty bad episode. I'm not gonna, I mean, I don't like hate this episode or anything, but man, compared to some of the others in this, it just does not stack up at all. It's kind of a miss. So
yeah, super predictable too.
But do you know what line I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, I'll say it after, man. It's so fucking funny. Oh my god, it's so bad. Oh shit, man. Yeah, like I said, it's a shame because the cast in this is pretty good, man, with Larry Drake and Grace Zabriskie, man. Like shit, dude. Like two faces I love to see. Just totally underutilized though. Completely underutilized too. So
yeah,
it's a shame. But yeah, man. Do you got anything else on The Secret?
No, I wish it would have stayed a secret.
You kind of let the secret out of the bag there by saying it was like your least favorite episode.
I know.
Any more puns?
It's funny. Well, I would probably say that the first two seasons, or maybe like season 1, 2, and 3, I've watched the most of those episodes. Like, there's a handful of episodes in here I've watched so many times, and I've at least ran through this whole series a couple times too. But I just can't believe how forgettable this one was for me, because all I remembered about it as watching it was like the end, like what the twists were. But even then, I don't even know if it was because I remembered it or because it was super obvious.
Yeah, man, it is. It's just, I kept thinking to myself, man, I was watching this, I'm like, really? Like, this is the season finale. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that the last 3 episodes weren't the strongest in terms of all 3 of them. One of them was good.
Yeah, well, one of them I actually really like. Yeah, right. But yeah, 2 of them are, like one feels like a filler and one just feels like a miss. Like sometimes fillers can be good. They don't have to be. Like I said, with television terror, I mean, it's short enough that it kind of does what it needs to do. This one runs a little bit longer, and it's just like. This is not good, man. This is not great. I can't stop laughing about the line. Oh god. But yeah, I mean that's everything I got on The Secret. So
yeah, that's it.
Finally, the kid gets the upper hand, or should I say, the upper paw. Just when Mom and Pop are about to satisfy their sweet tooth, Theodore decides to wolf down something besides sweets. Well, that's all for now, kiddies. As one cow said to the other as they headed off to slaughter, till next we meet.
That is definitely it. And that's gonna wrap up the Tales from the Crypt episode. I keep saying episode 2, season 2. So hopefully we'll get around to doing season 3 sometime. I mean,
well, our good friend Vitali actually Patreon this one for us, so I'm sure that somebody else might Patreon another one in the future.
Nice. Hopefully, man, because it's always fun to revisit these. I'm
actually really excited to do more of them. Like, I had a blast watching these.
Oh, me too.
And I think that season 3 is also a very strong season.
I think season 3 is actually stronger than season 2.
Probably.
Yeah.
I can't remember what's all in it, but I think that I remember it being the stronger season.
I think I remember season 3 kind of like, there's just a lot more. I don't want to say that the bigger names are going to make things better, but I think there is a lot more bigger names and even directors. And I think just some of the episodes just feel like they're just a little bit bigger in budget too. I don't know. I'd have to revisit it, but who knows? Who really knows? But yeah, no, that was really fun. That was really fun to revisit those, and I'm glad that we did this. Well,
me too.
Yeah. So, we should probably do a quick little ranking.
Right. Yeah. Let's do it. Do you want to go like one at a time? How do you want to do it?
Let's just rip off your list.
Okay. So, coming in at the very bottom, number 18 for me is The Secret. Oh, by the way, I did, just a little prefix here. I did rate some of these, and I'm not going to go through my ratings, but I will say that I gave 6 episodes. So my top 6 are 5 out of 5s, or 10 out of 10s, whatever you want to do it for TV shows.
Nice.
All very, very good. And then I had a couple of 4.5s, a 4, and then a bunch of 3.5s. I only had 2 2.5s, and then I had 1 2. So one film completely below average.
And that was probably this one.
Right, it was The Secret. So that was my least favorite. And then my second least favorite, at number 17, is Lower Birth. Of course, that's the Birth of the Crypt Keeper one.
Yeah.
Then The Switch, the Arnold Schwarzenegger, William Hickey one. It's not really that much horror besides the mad scientist.
It's not, but that is one of the most, that episode is so goofy fun. I don't know, man. It's fun, but I can see it though.
Number 15, Television Terror. Again, the last 2 out of the 3 last episodes were at the bottom for me. And then we got The Thing from the Grave at number 14. Then at number 13, Mute Witness to Murder, which was it didn't hold up quite as much on rewatch.
No.
And then number 12 is Till Death. I can't even think of which one that is. Do you know?
Yeah, I do. I'm just like looking at my list as you're breaking yours down, and I'm like, holy shit, man, this is
big differences.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's really fucking
number
weird.
11. Number 11, Judy, You're Not Yourself Today. Which I do really like that episode. It's very awesome. In fact, you know what's interesting about that episode is it's one of the least popular episodes in terms of ratings on IMDb. And you know what the most popular was?
No.
Television Terror has the highest rating on IMDb.
What?
Right, yeah, crazy. Number 10 on, all of these are so good. We have Korman's Calamity, which was the basketball player
Dude,
kid.
this is fucking tripping me out.
Then number 9, we have My Brother's Keeper. Number 8, one that surprised me that I liked it as much was The Sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Yeah.
Number 7 is Four-Sided Triangle. Or sorry, which one is... I think I got confused. But Four-Sided Triangle, this is the farm one. That one's great with Patricia Arquette. Number 6, Three's a Crowd. Three's a Crowd at number 6. And then number 5, this one was probably the biggest surprise of the season for me, was Dead Right. Which was... the one with the just fucking messed up plot. And then top 4 here, we got Fitting Punishment. Was that the one with the basketball player?
Fitting Punishment is the funeral home one.
Right, that's the one I thought Korman's Calamity was. Korman's Calamity was the comic book
The
one.
Tales from the Crypt one, yeah.
Yeah, Fitting Punishment was hella good. Because when I was reading it, I was like, why did I rank that one so low? But yeah, Fitting Punishment. These titles all run together after a while. And then the top 3 here. Number 3, Cutting Cards. Absolutely love it. And then number 2, Ventriloquist Dummy. Also fantastic. And then number 1, gotta be For Crying Out Loud, just because how it's just a great episode. Marty.
Yeah, For Crying Out Loud is definitely one of the yeah, man, I was really having, oh man, it's so hard to rank these. It really is hard to rank these, but man,
I did it as I watched them because it helped me.
I didn't, and I kind of changed it around. Well, I didn't actually until I was like 6 or 8 deep or something. Then I started to kind of fill it in, but who knows? All right, so coming at number 18 is The Secret.
Nice.
That's weird. That's strange. Number 17 is Lower Birth. Fucking nice. So weird. Number 16, I had this one way lower than you did. Not too many of these are that far apart. This might be one of them though. But Judy, You're Not Yourself Today. I'd mentioned it's just a little bit goofy. I don't know. There's something about that episode. I like it though, but it's not like one of my favorites. Number 15 is Television Terror, which I believe that you had that there. Right. Number 14 is Mute Witness to Murder. Which again, I think I used to like that one a lot more, and it just kind of dropped.
Yeah, same.
Number 13 is Four-Sided Triangle.
I like that one a lot more than you.
Yeah, you definitely did. Number 12 is Till Death. Number 11 is The Thing.
Same.
Yeah,
that's so funny.
Yeah, number 11 is The Thing from the Grave, which I always have fun with that. I think it kind of feels like a filler episode, but it's fun though. In at number 10 is Korman's Calamity.
Same. That's so funny.
Number 9 is Cutting Cards. I know this one's a lot lower than you had it. It's good though. It's good. Number 8 is The Switch, which that's probably one of the biggest differences there.
That is the biggest, I think, probably.
Definitely, because I think that one is just fun. It's just, dude,
I like it. I like the
stupid.
episode.
It's so stupid. It's just so fucking funny. Like when he comes out with his skinny ass legs. It's so fucking funny, man. You just can't win. Oh man. Number 7 is The Sacrifice. Number 6 is My Brother's Keeper, which I really like that episode. I think it's great. Number 5 is Three's a Crowd, which that fucking ending, man. Oh, brutal. Number 4 is Dead Right. This is where it got tough for me. My top 3. I knew what they were, but I was like, what order do I put these in? And I'm like, I don't fucking know, man. Oh man. I think in at number 3 is The Ventriloquist Dummy.
Okay. I had it number 2, so both of us agree it's top 3.
In at number 2 is Fitting Punishment. And number 1 is
I had that at number 4.
And is For Crying Out Loud.
So we both agree on the best episode of the season.
Yeah.
Yeah, we agreed a lot on that. Like, legit at the same positions on a lot of them.
I know. When you were reading yours off, I was like, what is going on here? I mean, the bottom 4, we had 3 of the same. In the same order.
Strange.
It is weird. Yeah, so... but yeah, no, there's, From Crying Out Loud to The Secret. I mean, I guess there's quite a difference in, quality there, but I mean, even watching The Secret, it's not like a horrible thing, but it definitely is the weak link of the season. Going back to, I just can't believe that this was the cleanup episode for
Well, I would
season
honestly
2.
say that's the only episode that's in a void out of the entire 18 episodes. Like, there's 17 episodes that are from amazing to okay, like passable. And even if you cut off the passable ones, you have 15 good episodes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I mean, like the top 5, top 6, I think you're like, I mean, honestly, man, I even more than that, like top 10, whatever, are just ones that I would definitely, they're like top shelf ones for sure.
Yeah. But that's a hell of a run when you can have 18 episodes and nearly all of them or even over half of the season is
fully recommendable.
70% is great. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a solid season. Looking forward to hopefully doing season 3 sometime. That would be really, really fun.
Right.
I can't remember what episodes are in it because they all kind of
it is the longest one, right?
Jumbled to me. What episode?
Or is this the longest one?
Season 2 is the longest. I think season 3 is. I think it goes back to like 14 episodes or something.
Oh yeah, it's 14. Yep, 14.
Yeah.
So that'll be a way fast one to do.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So I just clicked on it. So the first episode, Love to Death. Okay, I remember this episode. Yeah, man. Wow. Okay. This actually looks really good. I remember some of these episodes already. Oh, it's got the trap in it.
Yeah, there's some good episodes.
Oh, The Reluctant Vampire. Nice. Oh, man. Yeah, it's got Split Second. Oh, there's some good one. Deadline. Oh, there's some good episodes in the season. Sweet.
Definitely.
I can't wait to do it. But yeah, man, I mean, that's going to wrap up Tales from the Crypt season 2. Guess we should probably get out of here.
Yeah, let's do it.
I would say Jeremy, take us out, but not here.
All right. Yeah. So, hey, thank you guys for listening. This was a long time coming. The original Tales from the Crypt, we did season 1 on episode 59. So it's quite a long time ago. Definitely check out and support us on Patreon. We've gotten a ton of new supporters and people are, really, really digging the early access and stuff like that. So check that out. Facebook, the group's always popping 22 Shots of Moods and Horror, or 22 Shots Podcast, actually. Twitter, 22 Shots Podcast. Hit us up in all the social medias, Letterboxd, Double Shot J. I assume yours is Mood 616, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I love Letterboxd, dude. Probably one of my favorite things that I keep up on. So if you don't have a Letterboxd, get one.
Oh, actually, no. My letterbox is actually under Moods Fright.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mood 616 was taken.
Might have been. Someone jacked my
Somebody
shit.
stole your shit. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, so see you guys on the next episode. Thanks for listening.
Oh, I'm totally lying. It is actually under Mood 616.
Oh my god.
I couldn't remember what the fuck, because I never type it in. I'm always logged in.
Right.
But
yeah.
But it's funny because if you look at your letterbox, it says Mood 616 at the top, and then it says Moods Fright. So I'm like, which one is it, for fuck's sakes? No, it is. Pretty much everything on my social media is Mood 616. So except for Facebook, I'm under Moods for it. So yeah.
All right.
Deuces.